Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I see that Lance is not in today. Is he home?
Yeah.
Lance?
Yeah.
You're home? What's the snow like? I know you got a snow day today.
It's the most snow I've ever seen in Houston.
In the history of Houston?
Yeah, 100%. Since I've lived here basically my whole life, I've never had anything like this. So it's pretty cool.
You don't have chains for your tires?
No chains. Nobody's in the Dell. Did you not? John didn't know the protocol.
Yeah,
we're not
I know he stayed at the hotel across the street.
Yeah. No one's doing the shows at the station today.
Well, I know you got a camera on your laptop. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't have my laptop set up. I'm just on my phone, looking outside at the snow.
What? Oh, so
this looks like a proper it looks like a, as they say in England, this looks like a proper day of snow in like Vermont somewhere.
So when it snows outside, you can't set up your laptop. You have to just use your phone to look outside.
Well, that's part of the charm of snow days is the laptops don't work.
Laptops don't work on snow days. That's what I just heard. Your phone has a camera too that you can use. I've used that on Zoom before.
What do you need? All you're just going to see is just a bunch of kids running around, dogs. Kids aren't actually.
He was specifically informed to get set up because we do have to do videos.
Yeah. I don't know. Like you said, I don't know if John heard about how we were going to do this. But yeah, right.
There are instructions.
Videos are we going to do?
They're
just going to flip something we have and then put a misleading title on it?
Or just you might say something about the Texans or some breaking news happens and they would want you on video to talk about it.
Definitely are a bunch of losers.
No.
Like, hey, that's not what we said on the video.
Let me give him an example, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it'd go against what you think are the Rockets' best interest, but let's say it breaks that the Rockets have a big trade during the middle of the show and they want to capture your reaction along with John's reaction on video and post it on YouTube. And you're like, I'm just staring at the snow.
We'll do a reaction video.
How are we going to do a reaction video? Who's filming it?
People always do fake reaction videos.
No.
So, we'll just do that. We'll go, and you know how they do YouTube reaction videos where you open your mouth real wide and your eyes and you put your hands on your face? That's all you have to do is you just do fake reaction.
This is why they would like
you did it for him.
to be set up just in case some news happens that you guys react to.
I'll be set up at some point.
Well, no.
It's a slow day today.
Sam, the team mom, Sam put out a video of us, you and I, talking about the biggest problems with the Texans, and it was a nice video, and you could see us both, and there you go. Now you'll just see me, and then when you talk, I'll just be looking at Dell, and I'll just be, well, like we're like that. Yeah.
How about giving Dell some shine? He's the one that had, by the way,
your name's on the show.
Prayers to Gary, who had to watch two white quarterbacks run so much yesterday.
Oh my God, I've never seen a game where two whiteys had to be spied. Okay.
Two whiteys who did nothing but run straight forward as fast as they could the whole game.
Two white people we needed spies on them.
If the first Notre Dame drive of the year, if the first Notre Dame drive of the game didn't make Gary turn the TV off or literally start to have diarrhea because of the sickness in his stomach, I don't know what it was. Like, he had to have been disgusted.
And by the way,
and if he found out that Marcus Freeman's mom is Korean, good Lord, the devastation that would have occurred.
And if you look at the history of Ohio State quarterbacks in the recent era,
and the champion is Will Howard.
Will Howard is the one that got him
portal guy from Kansas State, and if I may say so myself, quite the vanilla milkshake.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Very plain and very, very plain and very down the middle.
Yeah. Oh no, he's very
not a lot of seasoning on that chicken.
No. He gets his hair cut at a white place. There's no question.
Cool Cuts for Kids. Yeah. I still go to Cool Cuts for Kids. My mom used to take me there. They've got some cool video games while I get my hair cut.
Gartano cements himself as a man of the people with the camera. Yep. By the way, can you tell I got a new light? It's better.
Yeah,
it looks better,
It
doesn't
does
it?
look better.
It does
You're
look
lit better.
I'm lit better.
And
I'm actually. And where's Lance? How's Lance
I have
lit
no idea
today,
how
Dale?
he's lit.
Just give me a segment, you losers.
What do you mean?
Because
You were
I'm gonna
told
have to have.
days ago.
You told
I
about
gotta
this.
it's not days ago.
Yeah, you were told on Sunday.
I don't check stuff on Sundays.
Oh, so I don't know if John heard, but you were going to be staying at and we heard. I heard with all the snow, the 2 inches of snow that you can't drive. You live a mile from there.
No.
Yeah.
No, the building doesn't want you coming in. See, you don't keep up with anything.
What are you talking about? The building doesn't want.
Did you see Laura Beaver's email? Yes or no?
She said, "Be safe." The building never. The
No,
ramp
the
would be
building has
shut
nothing to
down.
do
The
with
building
it.
to say they don't
They
want you
coming
in.
They said don't come in. Joe George said, and Todd said don't come in.
Said
I
be
ain't coming
safe.
in.
No one's.
Why is John trying to get me to drive through ice?
No one
to get there
explicitly said
when he's
black
just sitting
ice?
there in 70-degree
Why
weather.
got to be black ice?
Well, it's snow today,
just
not
said
necessarily ice. I don't think it's ice today. It's actually snow.
Why the most dangerous ice got to be black ice?
Because you
I'm
can't
not
see it and
driving
it's
up there.
treacherous. But
Today's
it's snow.
a full-on actual snow day. I'm not driving up there.
You don't need to be up here. Clearly, John has shown that you don't actually have to be here to be seen and be on the show.
Right.
You just
And
decided
have a
you didn't want to
Do
be
you hear
seen.
me?
Light.
Do you hear
And
me?
have a light.
Barely.
This is radio.
It's not
How many
great.
people are streaming right now? 26. What
No.
do I care about that?
We've got, and we already
If it
got
gets
over.
up to 1,000, if it gets up to 1,000, I'll get on.
It got to 2,000. It got to 2,000
That's
plus yesterday.
I tweeted out the link yesterday.
Right.
Then do it again.
No, my my laptop don't work on snow days. You know this already.
Well, this is because since yesterday was a holiday, this is basically the first show of the week. Okay, and
it's snowing. It's a holiday. This is another holiday show.
And it's another holiday show because it's snowing. No one is working. The city is shut down.
Actually, the city is shut down.
I would have never been able to get out. Okay, I was supposed to fly out today out of Houston.
No, they literally. I wasn't joking. They shut down both airports. There's no flights going out today.
Oh my!
You would not have been able to get in.
2 inches of snow.
Oh! No, it's not that. It's going to keep on snow. It's sleet. It's ice. It's gonna, and we don't know how to deal with it. You know that, John. Quit acting like you're from Chicago. You think Houston knows how to deal with this at all? We don't.
Uh-oh. Somebody called you a snowflake, Lance. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can see an explosion coming up.
You can't see an explosion because there's no camera.
Well, listen, there was no camera there when you exploded on Albert Pujols. Was there? I don't think we have a video of that.
No.
Okay. A brisket. I don't remember your brisket.
Actually, we did used to have videos back in the day.
We did. I don't know.
Chance set it up way back in the day. We did. We were early adapters. I just can't remember what it used to be called.
Yeah.
There was one of the first streaming services, and we were actually on it.
A couple of things from yesterday. Man, the Pistons are turning into a nice team.
Yeah, quickly. Well, they're not that dissimilar from the Rockets. They've had a lot of early draft picks, and they're young players. This is the mode we've been talking about with Houston. It happens suddenly. When you have this much talent, it can happen suddenly. Guess what? They got the right coach in. You know, my boy Dennis Lindsey's over there, and Dennis, everywhere he goes, he was with Rockets with success. Went to the Jazz. Went to the Spurs. They were already successful, but then he built the Jazz up. Then he left and went to the Mavericks last year. Now he's with Detroit, and I love that for them is that they get a guy like Dennis Lindsey in there in the building. But that's just good. It's just good young talent. Who's the coach over there right now?
I don't know.
It's JB Bickerstaff.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, JB, that's right. He was just on Ship Talk.
Yeah, that's right.
He was with the Cavs last year. They got rid of him, hired Atkinson, and he took the Pistons job.
Well, good for good for the Pistons. Not really good for our Rockets on MLK Day at home.
Atkinson's
not
the
ideal.
coach of the year. Anyway, but you know what? Jalen Duren is nice. I mean, a beast. Holy crap! I think Osar looks a lot like Amon. I think.
Dude, look at the talent. I mean, I would argue that their big four might be better than the Rockets' big four. It's close.
Yeah, and Tobias didn't even play well.
Mhm.
I mean,
They run 5 really good deep players.
yeah,
So yeah, they're going to be a problem very, very quickly. Same
yeah,
way we're a problem very, very quickly for people.
yep, yep.
Just not
No, you
yesterday.
got you get the top picks for 7 straight years, and
Yeah.
chances are you might hit on a couple.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, that was Philadelphia's trust the process. And then they like basically missed on most first rounders.
yeah.
And then Embiid started to be healthy, and they're like, "See the process. Sam was right. Sam was right. It's just the process."
Yeah, not so
No,
much.
it's not the process.
Not the process. It's get good players, and Cade Cunningham was the right pick. I think Jalen shrinks a little bit when Cade because they were in that same draft. I don't know why, but he wasn't the same guy yesterday. Jalen just wasn't the same guy. The Pistons are now the 9th seed in the East at 22-21, which is a huge improvement over what they've been before, and
Mhm.
they're in the playoff right now in the play-in game. So right now, as of right now, and they got a 6-game lead over Philadelphia. So they're in good shape right now. 5.5 over Philadelphia. So they're in really good shape right now to make the postseason. And hey, you're right. They got a really nice team. And Duran Jalen Duran inside is just a beast. Holy crap. He is. I really liked him at Memphis, but he's turning into a nice pro. All right, 713-780-3776. We got a lot of Texans sound to get to as everybody was leaving the building, and we're going to have to discern what we think D'Amico meant by a curt answer about one of his coaches. We will talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about the Golden Nugget. A little escape, okay? If you want to get out. Now, it's not going to be much warmer in Lake Charles, if any warmer in Lake Charles. But when you got that hotel and casino and that sports book, it is a great place. You can't fly to Vegas right now. Maybe you can just drive down I-10 and get to the Golden Nugget and keep yourself warm. It'll be warm in there. You won't be able to use the pool or the golf course, but you will be able to use all the other facilities. They got a great month of entertainment. Go to goldennuggetlc.com and see all the entertainers. They've got comedians, they've got music, they got country, they've got all genres, and they've got a wonderful hotel, great casino. I love the poker room. Poker room is great as well. They got everything you could possibly need, and 12 restaurants as well. And it's just 2 hours down the road. Don't have to get on a plane. Can't get on a plane. So if you want to go get a little getaway while you've got a few days off because everything is closed in Houston, goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bobby Slowick has been a big topic this year. The Texans they were just, there's no arguing. They took a big step back offensively this year. Okay. Compared to last year, the offense was not nearly as good. They finished 19th in scoring offense, 21.9 points per game, 19th in scoring, 22nd in total offense, just 319 yards a game, 21st in passing offense, 15th in rushing offense. They were better this year running the ball than they were last year, but Joe Mixon had a lot to do with that. So the question was asked of D'Amico. So tell us about Bobby Slowick in year 2.
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That's it.
Now what you're not mentioning is he had said before that there's not really anything to talk about with personnel, with coaching and personnel stuff. Like he said this before
he did
say
he
did it. He
say
goes,
there was
we're
going to be
not doing
changes.
that now.
No,
What's
but
that?
he did say every year. He said, "I've been in this business for 20 years, and there's changes in coaching staffs,
and there should be."
Chris Strasser's gone. I mean, he came out that he was contemplating retirement before the season. Now I'm pretty sure, and it looks like is it? How about? I mean, is this something we'll get Cole Popovich, who was the assistant line coach, a Popovich as a coach with the Texans? Is greatness upon us? Okay.
Wait, what did you say?
How many titles did the Spurs win with Popovich? Huh?
What about Popovich?
Well, he's going to be the offensive line coach. If they, it looks like they're probably going to promote him.
I thought, Duke Manyweather said somebody named Chris Yenser, who's on the team, would be the best solution.
Oh,
I thought he was the assistant O-line coach.
That is not in the story by Aaron Wilson.
Okay.
No, Aaron
Popovich
Wilson
is a strong internal candidate.
Yes, Cole Popovich.
Yeah, don't be. Everyone's asking me, Lance, who's a good name? There's no real good. First of all, you just got fired from a staff, basically. A whole staff's out if you're available or you're going to college. So more than likely, it's either going to come internally or you're getting somebody who's an assistant O-line coach somewhere. Like, there's a good chance that they keep it in the house. There's a good chance. That makes sense. It's not going to be exciting for people, and I know the immediate response is going to be, why would you promote somebody from within with this offensive line? Well, the assistant O-line coach helps. They're not in charge of everything. It doesn't mean they're the same person as the guy in front of them. So it's not, that it's not necessarily you're going to get the same thing. That's not really fair to the assistant O-line coach.
It may mean that Bobby Slowick is coming back, in that you want a guy in there that knows what kind of run game that Bobby Slowick, what kind of all of his schemes offensively, so that you are on the same page.
No, he's definitely coming.
He's definitely new guy coming in and trying to implement new stuff, and Bobby Slowick's like, no, that's not the way we're.
He wasn't not going to come back. He's definitely coming back. He'll get another year. I think D'Amico wants things to get better. He said it. He said as such. We probably have that sound. D'Amico wants to get better. It wasn't good enough on offense. I agree. He was never going to just rip CJ's coordinator away from him after a second year without that O-line having a better look and having a better fix. I think if it looks like this next year, Bobby Slowick will be gone for sure, 100%. And that's usually how it goes. It's O-line coach, then coordinator, and then next step is going to be, head coach or GM if it still can't get fixed. Because if your offense can't get going, I don't know that you keep winning divisions. So, but hopefully they get it fixed. I think something that's not really talked about enough, and something CJ said yesterday that made me realize something we haven't really talked about. CJ mentioned him coming over from San Francisco. I think it was CJ.
Well, let's hear CJ talk about it. We got CJ. We got CJ on Bobby Slowick. So let's hear CJ talking about Bobby Slowick and his progress this year.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far. So I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. And yeah, it would be great, to have 3 years with that same scheme, that same type of, X's and O's and things like that would be great. So,
Yeah.
Now there is that. There is that. I agree wholeheartedly. You bounce
I
coordinator
do too,
to
and that's my
coordinator.
whole point. There's no reason to start panicking, but something that I don't know why I'd never really thought about this. Bobby Slowick is CJ Stroud. They're the same. CJ was a rookie last year. Bobby was a rookie. He'd never called plays before. CJ had the sophomore slump. Bobby had the sophomore slump, and what it entails basically is teams taking certain things away from you. And now what Bobby Slowick is going through, and this is what made me realize this. CJ talked about learning from his San Francisco stuff and learning from his defensive background and all that. What happens with a lot of these guys that come from a system, and Gary Kubiak, when he came from Mike Shanahan, was a strict adherence to the Shanahan way. It's outside zone, some inside zone, some bootleg action. And then when teams started basically just buzzing off the backside straight to the quarterback when you tried to bootleg, they were right in Matt Schaub's face immediately because that's something they took away. Then they started to cover up guard, center, guard with these bare fronts that wouldn't allow guys to climb up to the second level. My dad pointed this out to me one time, and I said, well, what do you do? Because the Giants did that. Giants just F the Texans up. And I said, what do you do about that, Dad? He goes, you go to gap scheme. He said, and in the second half, Gary did go to a little bit of gap scheme. He said, but you have to make adjustments. And Gary was terrible at that because he basically ran the same offense with very few variations. Kyle Shanahan came in, and Kyle Shanahan took that same offense basically that Gary ran and that his dad ran, and he started throwing wrinkles into it because they had RG3. And he realized, okay, it can't look the same. We got to start throwing wrinkles. And now what's happened is the league doesn't run there's no teams that run just exclusively outside zone scheme, which is basically stretch plays, gets the defense flowing, and you've got good play action off of that. Well, they ran a lot of cover 2 looks and 2 high shells with the safeties, take away deep balls. For the purposes of our conversation, Nico Collins is that throw deep, that's now been eliminated. And so I think what you'll notice that offenses across the board, we talk about this a lot, John, passing games really came down. Receiver production really came down. It was a league-wide thing, but it really hit the Texans, well, we're here. I mean, we feel it. It really hit us hard. And the economy was not great for us here with our offense in this economy. And so I think what Bobby Slowick I think what happened with Bobby Slowick this year is just like CJ, he's got to figure out who he is. He can't be Mike Shanahan. He can't be Kyle Shanahan. So he's going to have to start putting his own wrinkles in the offense, which he did toward the end of the year. I think he's going to have to – this is a learning process for him, just like it is for CJ. He's never called plays before. And so now he's got to figure out, okay, they're doing this to me. What are we going to do this offseason to be ready for what we saw this year? And I think that's a really interesting consideration is you'd never get rid of CJ after the second year. You would never do that. I don't think it's wise to get rid of the coordinator who's with CJ after his second year in the league of ever calling plays. I think he's potentially going to get a lot better. If he doesn't, he's going to be gone. He'll get 3 years if it doesn't get better. But he needs to, he's still figuring this out too, John, because he's only 2 years in.
Yeah, I get it. I get that. I ain't got
But
time for
CJ
that.
really wants him there.
I ain't got
CJ
time for him
loves
to be
him.
learning on the job. Okay, I want winners. Okay, now and you know what? By the look on D'Amico's face yesterday, he wants winners now too. D'Amico was not pleased. He's going to look at everybody. There are going to be changes made. Strasser gone. I don't know. Well, if it was a stronger ownership, you've seen it before in Pittsburgh. Even right after you win a Super Bowl the next year, if you don't perform, we got heads. Some heads got to roll. I don't care who it is. Some heads got to roll because we're not going to just show people that we're not doing anything around here. We're serious about winning football games.
I don't know if the Steelers ever worried about showing people. They were never really worried about public perception as much. I think they were upset, and they tried to get rid of Bruce Arians first, and then Ben saved his job, and then my dad got it. But that's neither here nor there. I guess my dad had 3 years in Pittsburgh, 3, 4, I can't remember. But yeah, you're right. It happens quickly now. It doesn't mean you always get better. And with CJ, that would have been new system. Everyone will say Gerard Johnson, but it doesn't. Like, it could stay the same, but you just never know. You just want to have some continuity. And with CJ Stroud wanting to have his coordinator, he just was never going to be gone after 2 years. But changes do need to be made.
That's huge. That's huge that CJ does. But if they say, you know what, this is best, like the other thing is who's out there. Okay.
Well,
who's gonna take that place? Okay. Is it somebody that's going to be better? Is Gerard Johnson ready?
He'd be a rookie. He'd be a rookie too, John.
I know. Is Doug Peterson, who's not a rookie, who's won a title, is he a guy that you might want to bring in? It doesn't have to. There's no more learning curve for him. That's the other question. Is okay before you make a move like that. What's the answer going to be? Do you have somebody that is going to be better? And we'll and I'm not sure that guy. Well, I'm not sure that guy's out there, but you may be right anyway. They're going to give him 3. They're going to give him 3.
Well, they're going to. Yeah, I think they were always going to, but I do think there's a change up front. And then what I'm curious about is how many changes are going to be made to that offensive line, because these guys aren't wired right. Like, it's not the right combination. No. Right guard is a major issue. We just have to say it. This is a bad year for Shaq Mason. It's a bad year in protection for Shaq Mason. Juice Scruggs has a lot to prove. He doesn't stay healthy. He's inconsistent when he plays. And the left guard, you have to decide if you want to have your a potential downgrade in the running game at left guard because you need an upgrade in a pass protection at left guard. Titus Howard, I'm sure is gonna. I'm sure he's not going to be wild about playing left guard.
Listen,
your left tackle's not a leader. Your left tackle who's got the captain, John, who's got the C. Your left tackle's not a leader, and everyone in that building knows it.
No. And another thing is, you need a blocking tight end because he sucks.
Yeah. Brevin Jordan is coming back, right?
Brevin Jordan? No. Brevin Jordan's gone.
Where's Brevin Jordan?
Brevin Jordan, no.
No,
Brevin Jordan was, I think I saw him. Football tight end.
No, he's with the Texans. He was hurt this year, right?
He's got a year left.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan's still here. He was hurt. He's out for the year.
Oh, he's got
so Brevin Jordan, who's one of your blocking tight ends, comes back. Cade Stover comes back. Never again will you see that no-effort tight end, Dalton Schultz, have to worry about blocking anyone because he won't give effort, but he's like the only guy left at the end of the year. Stover's back, Brevin Jordan's back, and we'll see how they use Dalton Schultz. I'm not sure how that's going to
go. You got one more year for sure of him, and then the potential out in 220. It'd be $2.5 million of dead cap if you got rid of him after next year.
If you wanted a big time receiver, this kid. Colston Loveland from receiver, pass catching tight end from Michigan, has a ton of talent. But man, going tight end in the first round is I don't know. I don't know that I would do it.
Well, the Penn State tight end should be a top 10 pick. That's
sure. He ain't gonna be there for you. So
no, he ain't gonna be there. He ain't gonna be there at 25. That's for sure.
No.
You got maybe 2 more years of Dalton Schultz. Man, his effort was so pitiful the
But
other
it was
day.
pitiful throughout the year, and it was not good last year either. Like I would watch him on run blocking stuff, and he's what we call he's just a wall off blocker. He's a positional blocker. There's no real strain. There's nowhere, and that unwillingness to chip and
Yeah.
that's a bad teammate.
Yeah.
Do your job. You're a bad teammate if you will not stick a stiff shoulder in there on George Karlaftis because your rookie teammate is trying to handle him one on one. Dude, you gotta that. I get getting beat by Karlaftis. Of course, you were going to get beat. You stink as a pass blocker. But the other one where all you have to do is just hammer him before you release. He gave no effort.
Nothing.
None. Like,
None.
I can't forgive that. That's awful.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. Well, hopefully he'll on his exit interview. Hey, you got to be better next year. You just got to be better next year. Time to talk about you got to be better this year, and your business has got to be better. And the way that it gets better is H&P. It's a fact, Jack. Well, I can't say it's a fact, but I can say I know this. Our business got a lot better, and I know a lot of other businesses that got better. You hear all kinds of testimonials on our air about H&P because those people are, they really love what H&P has done for them. Orleans Seafood, Marcus, CEP, Chad, Chuck Watson, all of these guys, they come in and they talk about what H&P has done for their business because they love it. We talk, David, you heard David Gow talk about it. Laura Beavers, you can call her anytime and she will tell you about H&P and what they do for us. We love H&P. We got a partnership with H&P. You will have a partnership with them as well. They're your partners. They're helping you. They're helping your business. Make your business better. Do it better. Do it more economically. Put more to the bottom line. You own a company. It's important that you make sure that that company stays solvent because you employ a lot of people. So do it right. Do it better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A question was asked, and I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday. When is Nick Caserio going to get his feet held to the fire about these offensive line selections in the draft? Blake Fisher, second rounder. The jury is out. You can't judge him. It was a second rounder. He got thrown into the Wolves. We'll see whether or not he's going to be a good player. Okay, you got a little time. Juice Scruggs now. This is another year, and not looking like a great pick. Kenyon Green is the Xavier Su'a-Filo of this team. Maybe it's worse because right now Kenyon Green is one of the worst first-round picks in the team's history. When you go through all the Titus Howard has been better. Deshaun is way better with all the picks that you got for him. Will Fuller, Kevin Johnson, Jadeveon Clowney, DeAndre Hopkins, Whitney Merciless, JJ. I mean, it's not even Cushing, Dwayne Brown, Amobi Okoye, and Travis Johnson.
Nah, but Amobi
Travis Johnson played for a few years.
All those guys played. Yeah. The biggest bust that I've ever seen is Xavier Su'a-Filo was not a first-round pick. So
he was no. But he was a second-round pick, and he was awful. Couldn't get off the field.
But the biggest bust in Texans history is Kenyon Green in the first round. And there's no coming back. Like he's not coming back.
No, I don't know that he is. I mean,
what would you? The guy has no confidence. He's never healthy. For what? Why would you bring him back?
Well, yeah. I guess
what have you seen from him? Do you want him on the field? Here's something my dad taught me a long time ago. If you have a guy on your roster, he may end up in a game. Do you want him in a game?
No.
My dad said he learned that big time with this Joaquin Gonzalez from Miami. Butch said, "You mind if we draft him so we break the record for most, Miami players drafted or most players drafted or something like that in the 7th round?" And my dad wanted a guy who ended up being a longtime starter with the 49ers. And he's like, that's fine. That's fine. It was only my dad's first or second year in the league. And then he said, before you knew it, like week 8, there's a bunch of injuries and Joaquin Gonzalez is playing and getting his ass whipped.
Yeah.
And he said, I realized right then, you better be careful because anybody that you're okay with having on your roster could end up playing. And will you be okay if they play? Would you be okay if Kenyon Green actually takes snaps? I don't think so.
No. Del, before you go, I don't know where you're going, but take a look. Lance is on now, everybody, okay, because he wasn't on before, but now he's got his camera set up. Is he got a little bit, maybe he looks a little like powder? Is there, I mean, you are really, really white. Did you know that?
Well, the lighting, I've got, the lighting is coming from the back.
Backlighting is terrible, okay?
Yeah. I'm just
you look
in
like
Mason's
you have a
room.
glow about you. For those of you who are watching,
here,
is there a powder thing going on here?
Let's do this.
Okay, maybe I don't know if you can.
There.
Oh, that's
well. Look what
that's
you did.
better.
That's better.
Darker.
You taunted him into that.
You what?
Look what you did. You taunted him and shamed
now
him
it doesn't work.
That.
Oh
Look
well.
what you did.
Back to the regular.
Should have just left it alone.
Good job. This is what you get now.
We want your kids to come in and photobomb and then give hot takes behind you, okay?
Mason's, I'm in his room. I don't have a Dame Lillard poster in my room, so it's actually Alex's room that Mason took over. So, so I'm not. So I'm just in this room. My wife moved me to this room since she's going to be doing her workouts, and my daughter's homeschooling, so I had to come to this room.
Oh, I'm sure that Gilbert
Snacks
would
won't
like
be
to watch your Nicole workout.
Snacks won't be awake for any of the show. There's no chance. So his hot takes, and he has some. I'm not going to say it on the air. I'll tell you off the air. But Snacks is really disappointed with who the Colts hired as the defensive coordinator. He's furious, in fact. And I basically MF'd him on the phone call, and I said, "You don't know anything about any of these coaches. You were not in any kind of meetings. You have no idea who these guys are. You don't even know who anyone is." He's like, "How can you go with Lou Anarumo over Dennis Allen. That's a fireable offense. I'm like, you don't even know Lou Anarumo. You have never watched Bengals defense. You have never watched an all 22 tape in your life. You don't know what a defense coordinator does. You were not in an interview. I said, if you ever call me again with stuff like this, I will hang up on you and I won't take your call again for a long time. You want to ask me questions? That's fine. You want to act like one of these idiot fans who has absolutely no knowledge of what goes into the hiring process or any of this stuff? I'm not listening. I already have to deal with it on radio and Twitter. I'm not dealing with you calling me and interrupting me watching Shedeur Sanders for this crap. Yeah, it really pissed me off.
That's he's got a passion. Okay, that's
he's
good.
got a passion, but he's trash talking his godfather. I'm like, hey, no, we're not talking like that. You don't know a damn thing about any of this, so be quiet.
You can turn your
He's a
camera
legit
back on.
Colts fan, by the way. When and if Ballard gets fired, Snacks is still going to roll Colts. That's just how it is. He's in all the way now.
Good on him. Hey, you can turn your camera back on. Okay.
Nope.
You didn't look like powder so much.
No, too late.
I got a new light, and I'm throwing.
I can't fix it either because there's no.
I'm throwing darts now. I got a new light, and boom, I'm lighting them up. Well, you got to light everybody up. You got to enlighten everyone about Underdog.
Well, so Underdog Fantasy. I mean, did you have higher than 89.5 yesterday with Jeremiah Smith and have him catch a long bomb at the end of the game to be one of the? And did you have higher on Riley Leonard's carries in the first half? If you did, like somebody I know, with 50% bonus, a boost, you were a winner. And it's that simple. That's how you play Underdog Fantasy. On the Pick'em Challenge, there's a Pick'em tab at the bottom of the app. It's a really easy to use app, very smooth interface. And you simply go through all these statistics, all these basketball players. There's like 17 different stats for Jalen Green. There'll be like 15, for example, for Alperen Şengün. And so the games you're already watching, go find statistics that you think, I think his assists are lower in this game. And don't be afraid to say lower, guys. That's a little pro tip. Don't be afraid to say lower. Go higher or lower in these statistics and win real money. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play, but Underdog Fantasy makes it so fun because there's so many ways that you can earn additional money through bonuses, and then they have discounted stats where it becomes easier to hit your pick, but you've got to play. So download the app, use promo code Lance, and this is the way that you get up to $1,000 bonus cash when you make your first deposit. It's a great way to play along with the games you're watching. It's so much fun. How about when someone gets injured early in the game? They refund your playback and give you a bonus on top of it. Who does that? Nobody. Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Hey, are you shopping for a new truck? Chastain Ford gives you the price up front. No surprises. They'll just hand you the keys to your next ride. You're buying for work? Okay. They do more commercial vehicles. You want weekend adventures? Okay, that's what you want with your Bronco or your F-150. You got it. Chastain Ford makes it easy. Honest pricing, zero dealer add-ons. Don't settle for markups. Chastain Ford believes in upfront pricing. It's why they're Houston's best-kept secret. They're not a secret to me. I bought 4 vehicles from them. I love everything that they're doing over there. The Bronco Sport, the Ford Escape PHEV hybrid, the F-150, the F-250, all of them. All of them. They've got unbelievable lease deals, or you can buy them outright. Whatever it is that you're looking for, they've got it at Chastain Ford. ChastainFord.com. You can do it all online. You can't do it at other dealerships because they want you in there so they can upsell you. That's not the way they do it. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We have got some more sound. How about let's hear from Joe Mixon. So we're talking about Nick Caserio, and he's got to do a better job, whatever it is about offensive linemen, because he's doing a hell of a job. It looks like every other position. I mean, he brought in, we don't have to talk, Will Anderson and CJ and Stingley and Petrie and, guy after guy after guy that he's brought in and done a hell of a job. But the offensive line sucks, whatever he has to do to change that up. But I don't know what you guys determine. What is Joe Mixon talking about here when he talks about Nick Caserio?
First off, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. That's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this shit. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team, and I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now, so definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
He knows for a fact that Nick's got something cooked up. Now they're gonna be limited as far as their salary cap goes. It's going to be difficult for them to make any big splashes, but they've got enough money to get something, So I think priority one, fix that offensive line, right?
I don't think that's the big fireworks that he's talking about.
No. But it might be another wide receiver like the Stephon Diggs thing that they did last year. Because
maybe that's what he's got cooked up. A 3-year contract for a guy coming off ACL injury.
Well, he knows T. Higgins a little bit. He knows some guys that maybe he can help, and he's talking about helping. Maybe that's why he knows what Nick is talking about, because Nick has gone to him and say, "Hey, we think we could get this guy or whatever." Maybe that's why he knows that Nick is cooking something up. Sure. Listen, offensive line was terrible, and they got to do something about that. But let's make no mistake about it. They need another wide receiver, at least one wide receiver.
Yeah,
and possibly two.
Maybe we can trade away more picks for a 1-year guy. Maybe that's what he's got cooked up. Maybe another second rounder for a guy who's here for a year.
Listen, that got a lot of people excited, and I was if Diggs doesn't get hurt, you know what? It would have been a wonderful trade. A wonderful trade if he doesn't get hurt. But he got hurt.
Well, it was always, I think, going to be a 1-year rental. I think, but
Yeah.
If I'm his agent, I'm asking for a 4-year deal. There's no way you're getting that. You're hoping to get 3 if you're his agent. If I'm a team like the Texans, the most I do is give him a 2-year deal. I'm not getting in bed with a guy who's been a pain in the ass in his last 2 stops. I'm not doing it. I don't care how good he was this year. You know what he was his first year in Buffalo? Phenomenal. You know what he was early in his career in Minnesota? Phenomenal. And then at some point, Nico's the guy. Nico's getting all the catches. Now, I will say, this offense can feed a lot of mouths because Stephon Diggs got plenty of targets last year. Some of those games, Nico was out. But I don't know. I just don't know if Stephon Diggs is okay being number 2. I just don't know. And he's smashing all these, he's smashing all these girls of rappers' girlfriends. Like, that just doesn't seem healthy. That seems like something could come back to get you.
That's right.
Dell's the one who told us that. He's known as
about
community
health, but it could be dangerous. Listen, well, forget about Diggs because they signed him into a 1-year deal. He's over. Somebody else could come in here. Okay,
you mean like T. Higgins?
Okay, I'll take him. What? That'd be great.
Are you looking to pay T. Higgins more than you paid Nico Collins?
That's the problem.
Not really.
Well, then,
yeah, Nico Collins is not looking for that either.
No, but I mean, listen, there will be something available, and there's going to be some in a trade or in free agency. That's something. The 2 things he's got to address. The 2 things he has to address this offseason are offensive line and wide receiver.
I would take Tyreek Hill.
Okay, you want to pay him?
I'll give Minnesota. I'll give Miami a 4th for him.
Okay.
And hold on, Dell. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Xavier Hutchinson.
What?
Yeah.
And
Robert
see
Woods.
If you can't get Kenyon Green right.
2nd and a 5th. Is that too much?
No, it's not too much.
All right. There it is. We've made a deal.
Oh, I don't know if you can speak. Can you speak for Mr. Ross?
I don't know. That's a bit we'd have to explain to people.
Would you take Tyreek Hill for a 2nd to 5th, John? I know he's
speaking of pain in the ass.
His own special pain in the ass, but he's got something special on. Right now, you do have a window that's been opened, and I'd be willing to take my chances with Tyreek.
Well, I feel bad for the women of Houston if that's the case.
Or be thrilled.
Because he likes to spread his seed.
But why would you feel bad? That's team cash that check for the women in Houston.
Well, that's team. I need to one thing I had an executive tell me years ago is when you have players that have lots of kids. He was speaking specifically about Antonio Cromartie. This is obviously years ago, and he said what happens is that these guys who end up having multiple checks they have coming out of their account every month, they come back for re-ups on contracts very quickly. Like, hey, we need to redo this contract. Like, hey, no, we don't. we ain't redoing this contract.
You got to redo your thoughts on condoms.
Yeah,
that's what you got to do.
Because that payout's not stopping for 18 years, and we ain't trying to give you more money just because you're having more kids. So that's the little secret issue sometimes that will arise as players want to redo contracts or get money converted into cash now, and teams are like, no, that's not what this. We're not a bank for you.
Right. Did you guys see Dave Chappelle's monologue about Diddy?
I haven't seen it yet. I will, but I haven't seen it yet.
You gotta watch it. He was on SNL, and it was because I'm thinking about Tyreek Hill being a sprinkler, and he was talking about the Diddy parties, and it is really funny. Everybody, I highly recommend it. Find just Google Dave Chappelle on SNL, and it'll come up with Diddy. It's pretty funny. Good stuff. 713-780-3776. It's a holiday show, so whatever you want to talk. It's a snow day. We're having a snow day on the show, so we want you to come in. And somebody said they took their dog out, and the dog wouldn't poop in the snow.
Yeah,
the dog wouldn't poop in the snow. And apparently, did you see that, Del? Joe got away with a ship on his quote. Did you hear him?
Yeah, I dumped it for the radio audience.
Oh, you did?
The
You got to
stream,
dump it?
the
Oh,
stream will hear
yeah.
it, but the radio
Well-
audience didn't hear it.
Well, let's see if your dog will
Whoa,
Whoa.
I said ship.
You
I said
call
let's see if your
yourself.
dog will poop in the snow, Lance.
Is that?
I don't know. Splits will. He's already been out.
What? Oh, he has been.
Got
What's his name?
I went to get him his nails cut, and he had a little bath, and so now he wears this zesty handkerchief, this zesty kerchief, because he thinks he's the ship.
He's European?
Ship.
Oh, he's the ship. Yeah, okay. That's what, at the poker table, if it's a Euro, if they've got a scarf on. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
You
used to know with the Euros from white belts on golf. Remember when
the Euros love
golfers
white belts.
used to know the white belts? Now that doesn't mean anything now.
No, now it's everybody. No, everybody does, but I don't like a white belt. I like an off-white belt because, I'm not flashy like that, like your dog. I am, though, very, very excited about, well, I'm not excited about, reaching, this age and where I'm going to need Doc Manavis, but I'm excited that she's around for it. I'm excited because at Access Vascular Health, it's the best way to go about an enlarged prostate. Listen, if you lived 15 years ago, if you had a prostate problem, my cousin did, and the process of cutting your prostate is awful. It's one of the worst things that you can ever imagine. Well, it's not the case anymore. With Doc Manavis, it's all it is an IV. The only pain that you're going to have, and it's not even pain, it's a discomfort from putting an IV in you. That's it. You get an MRI, an X-ray, an MRI, and then you go, and in 45 minutes, your prostate is reduced. Now, it can't be any cancer, okay? Because if there is, then no, then you got to have a different process. But if you don't have cancer and you have an enlarged prostate, and if you have an enlarged prostate, go to the bathroom, it's way too much, can't start, can't stop, all of these things. Access Vascular Health for you. 975prostate.com. It's the only way to go. 975prostate.com. All righty then. It is a holiday show, a snow holiday. It's a snow holiday out there. So we got a couple of inches of snow and more, right? More on the way, boys?
At least for the next hour. That's what I've seen.
Over the next hour?
Yes, but here right now at the station is still coming down, at least for the next hour.
It is coming
that
down?
should continue.
Are they big flakes or little flakes? Are you a big fish or a big fish?
I don't know how to judge them. We don't know very much. I'm from California, and I lived here for like 20 years. I don't know much about snow.
If they're big flakes, then it's going to stick. If not, it's it'll get. So if you got kids, get out there in a hurry so that they can play.
It's out there. I mean, it's accumulating right now. I mean, I can send you a picture of what it looks like outside in the parking lot right now.
I just got my boy Daniel from Resto Pros. He's got to go save a house because they're having issues. So it's like crazy. It looks like it's got snow on his car. You can't even see the road. It's all snow.
Yeah, it's not crazy, but it's a real one right now. We're having an actual storm with snow that'll stay, and like the parking lot on the second floor, like you got the roofs of the houses with snow, and you cannot see the pavement.
That's crazy.
No, it's a proper snow day, period.
Yeah.
It's coming down, too. And it's going to be like this until, I think 9 o'clock. My daughter said 12, but it depends. It depends. But, yeah, I've never seen it like this. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Devin is here. He wants to get in and talk about weather. Hey, Devin.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to quickly ask because I was kind of curious. I know John grew up in Chicago, so he was probably used to the snow. I've lived in Texas my whole life, so whenever there is snow, it's pretty cool. But I wanted to ask John, you were constantly exposed to snow in Chicago. From that perspective, if you were constantly exposed to snow, do you eventually hate it?
Yes.
Or is it like still cool? Obviously it's cool for us because we're not used to it, but do you hate snow because you're constantly used to it in Chicago? And that was just my question.
Snow's not bad. It's when it's so cold that it's ice and you can't scrape your windshield because it's so iced up. That's awful. And you got to start your car and put the defroster on. You got to run outside, and then it's got to sit in the driveway for 15 minutes and warm up the car and warm up the windshield so that you can actually see out of it. And then it's the roads are icy, so there's all kinds of accidents and stuff. But it blows. No, if you're in Colorado and skiing in it, you love it. It's great. It's fun. Chicago snow is not as fun. It's not fun. It sucks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I like LA snow. It's gonna be 70 here today, and golf courses open. It'll be
we were so. I know people were checking weather reports to make sure they were going to get snow, and all I could think of was, and I even tweeted something. People around the country who live in snowy areas probably couldn't even fathom how much we were like, come on, please let us get hit by this. Let it snow all night long, because everyone knew they were shutting the roads down today, basically, because it's going to melt later, and then it's going to warm up actually into like in the low 40s today, John, and then it's going to dip to 24 tomorrow. So it's going to turn to ice. So tomorrow is, I'll bet you we're doing the show from home tomorrow too.
Yeah. Did you guys? I was looking. I'm just finding different stuff. Did you guys happen to see like Nikola Jokic is having maybe the greatest season in NBA history?
Yeah, except he's missing games.
Yeah, but he's already got 18 triple doubles, and he's on. He's not on pace to beat Russ, but he's not far off, but by far the greatest center.
Dude, he's averaging. And okay, so there's more possessions now. There's more 3-point shots. There's somebody on the analytics side that does comparisons. There is where it will basically take some of the stats you have away from you right now if you want to compare him to past years. But basically, Nikola Jokic is the most high-impact player in the history of basketball. And it's really not that close from a statistical standpoint. His numbers are not really touchable by anyone in basketball history.
So
it's
this
insane.
year,
30, 13, and 10.
This year, he is in top 5 in the league in points, rebounds, assists, double-doubles, triple-doubles, 3-point percentage. Top 5 in the league in all of those categories. It's unprecedented what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He had his 18th triple-double of the season.
Good Lord, he's shooting 47% from 3?
He's unbelievable.
His career is 35, John. His career rebound is 10.9. He's at 13.2 this year. His career assist is 7.1. He's at 9.9.
Yeah.
Gary hates this.
Yeah.
You think this extends to basketball for Gary too?
I don't know.
Oh,
no,
yes. I think basketball, baseball, yes.
Gary's owned basketball
I don't
forever.
think Gary is a Nikola Jokic fan, Del. No. And I don't think you believe he is either.
What happened to the country I love? We had a national championship game, and we out here quoting Jokic stats. Can we talk about ISOing Jeremiah Smith on a gotta have it down? You know, can we talk about that?
I know, with basically no safety help at all.
Zero coverage. Well, yeah, one-on-one.
Hey, that was a ballsy throw, though. I mean, you're throwing a 50-yard
ballsy
throw on a 3rd and 11.
Is it ballsy to isolate the best player on the field and go, hey, I'm going to throw this ball out to you, go catch it?
Well, it's ballsy by Notre Dame.
Well, it was down the field.
It was also ballsy by Will Howard.
He had all the field to throw to, all the sideline. Just throw it out
Still
there.
Had to make the throw.
And don't be terrible. Just throw it out there and don't be terrible.
Quinn Ewers would have left it 5 yards short.
Quinn Ewers has 4th and 13, Lance.
Cam Ward would have thrown it 10 yards by him.
Yeah, 4th and 13, touchdown.
I know.
Advance,
So he's just taking a shot at Quinn. Quinn completed 4th and 13 for a touchdown.
Let me ask you. I wouldn't know. I didn't see Quinn in the national championship game. Let me ask you this. How about Marcus Freeman trying to kick a 27-yard field goal when they were down 16 points with just under 10 minutes to go in the game? He explained it after the game like, look, and he has an analytics guy who's right there with him who tells him what to do. So apparently the numbers say to do that, but it's so stupid because this is where analytics to me loses me some because let's really work our way through this. You've got a chance at tying the game with 2 touchdowns. Now, of course, you have to get two-point conversions, but you are potentially 2 possessions away. If you kick that field goal there, you're still another 2 possessions. You're still another 2 possessions away of touchdowns. Why not take your shot right there at 4th and 10? I guess the thought is, look, if you try it and you don't get it, you're still 2 possessions and 2-point possession, 2-pointers away. And if you do kick the field goal now, you're still 2 possessions away, but you're also going to win if you score twice because you don't have to have 2-point possessions or 2-point plays. Here's my argument. What if you got the 4th and 10? What if you scored a touchdown? You're now 1 possession away, and Notre Dame went and scored on one of their possessions. I think that Marcus Freeman. I don't think the analytics is correct on that, or at least, and supposedly this guy is one guy who follows me. He said the model's very close. He said the model's very close on whether or not to go for it. He said at 4th and 6, at anything 4th and 6 or less, you go for it. Anything more, you kick the field goal. But to me, you weren't going to get many more possessions. I would have gone for it there, taking my chance.
Well, okay, but early. Speaking of Smith, earlier in the game, they've got a goal to go situation. They were on about the 8-yard line, and Smith is out right by himself. The defensive back is waving and just going, "Hey, Smith's out here all by himself to the right, to the sideline." Everybody goes left, including Smith, and then he goes back right, and there's nobody there. How in the world do you design a defense that you don't have somebody that you never leave Smith? The guy that was covering him, that was at least the furthest out, ran to the right and took the fake that everybody was going left. What are you going to do anyway when you're all the way on the left side of the field and they're going to go all the way to your right? What in the hell are you going to accomplish anyway? Smith catches a ball, he goes this way, goes that, and there's nobody there. I just don't understand. How is it that Karlaftis or Will Anderson or Jeremiah Smith, no one is accounting for these people when they're rushing the quarterback or they're in or they go out for a pass? How in the world do you just you worked all week long and you don't account for the best players on the field? It just is amazing to me. It is amazing to me that you don't that you wouldn't have someone just stick to Jeremiah Smith every second.
Yeah, what
every second
you're suggesting is what you would see in the NBA. You're just implementing a face guard. No matter what happens, like what people do to Steph Curry, we're going to try to deny you the ball no matter what's going on everywhere else. You are not going to be someone that's ever left free. Hey, you might beat us, but there's always going to be someone, no matter the responsibility, that accounts for you. I guess it just doesn't implement it, particularly on receivers all the time, where no matter what's going on, you don't leave this guy because he's too dangerous.
Yeah. Okay. And listen, Dell telling us about the Nikola Jokic segment when he had an app. This is the guy that has spent 4 segments on LiAngelo Ball's music.
That's not true.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah.
When did I do that?
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
I've heard you do
Good one, John.
at least 3
Get him,
segments
John.
on this.
Entire segments. Entire segments. That's not true.
Who's going to make more money?
John.
Who's going to make more money, Lonzo or LiAngelo in their career?
That was one segment because the news
was
broke.
A whole segment.
And
you
the
did
whole
it again.
segment. But you know what wasn't going? It was the middle of the week. You know what didn't happen the day before? The national title game.
Who cares about the national title game?
Who cares?
Did you have a team in it?
Who cares?
No.
So you want to talk? Who cares about Jokic? Is he on our team?
Who cares about LiAngelo Ball's song?
It's so dumb.
The dude has one song.
The news broke that, and you could count as a lie or not, that he's guaranteed $8 million. That was a conversation for like 5 minutes. You want to have an entire segment about a center who doesn't play here?
6 segments on this.
John,
Cook him, Del.
You spent more time on Jokic than you had talking about the game. You mentioned
like,
it in passing in the first segment.
Around the horn where Tony Rioli's giving points. Ding, ding.
Ding. John got all the points.
Guess what type of season Jokic is having? And you spent a minute and a half maybe in the first segment talking about the game.
Cook him, Del.
It was an embarrassing performance by you.
Wait, you just said cook him, John. Wait a minute.
He's baiting. He's trolling.
No, I'm not baiting. It's whoever's cooking the other one.
Jokic. Who cares? Oh, he's a great player. Thanks, John.
You're going to let him sit here and do this to you, John?
Hey, John just informed everyone Jokic is a great player.
Yeah, I sure did.
Thanks. Thank you.
Now Lance has to inform everybody about Underdog Fantasy again.
Good. Underdog Fantasy is the greatest fantasy sports app that I've ever seen in my entire life. And today's a snow day. What better way to celebrate here in Houston than getting on Underdog Fantasy, looking at your basketball, and then saying, hey, let's go higher or lower on some of these stats in basketball. You have profit boosts all the time. You have a game called Pick and Roll where you decide who's going to score more than 19.5 points, and they give you a list of players, and you just swipe right for the player you want to add and swipe left if you want to tell them to beat it. But there's a lot of different ways to play. It's a lot of different. It's very, very fun. Great weekend, great Saturday, not as good as Sunday, but that's the way it goes with Underdog Fantasy. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but when you win, you can win big. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. They have discounted stats for certain players on certain days. So that's why you always have to check your lobby to see what's going on. 35% bonus, 30% profit boost, 50% profit boost. I've had over 70% profit boost before. So check that lobby every single day. Go find some games to play, some players to go higher or lower on. And when you're watching your games, play along with it and win real money with your actual sports knowledge at Underdog Fantasy. That's Underdog Fantasy. Download the app. Use promo code Lance. Make your first deposit. Using that promo code, you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash. It's that simple. Go to Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got back just in time. How about that? That was wonderful. And where's he? He's not even there. I had to get some orange juice. And then JT and I were talking a little poker. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. JT's turning into a nice little poker player. I like it. He's can't be prouder. Can't be prouder. Hope he goes on the tour. On the WPT. Dell, would you like to go on the WPT tour?
Sorry, I heard poker and tuned out. What are you talking about? Yeah, I stopped paying attention. I'm just waiting for Lance to get back, really.
You're just waiting for Lance. That's all you want?
I mean, I got to make sure he's back, so I have him. I'm listening through the board to make sure that all that rumbling he does when he's getting situated again. That's all. The poker thing.
Oh, I got you.
I heard JT poker. I was like, okay, this got nothing to do with me.
You got to keep his mic down.
Because he'll. We heard it in the first segments of the show where he's just whatever he's doing. So now I just keep him down until I know he's situated again, so he doesn't do it on the air.
Is this a record-breaking day for Houston with the snow?
I haven't kept track, but I mean, I periodically look at what Matt Lanza's tweeting about, and it might be. I mean, I've never seen this level, and the fact that it's still snowing after it started, with going on like 4 or 5 hours of snow. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah. Wow. Crazy.
We're going to get up to 6 hours of snow.
Up to 6 hours of snow. I mean, that is nuts. Already
a really good pace now.
JT is flying through Dallas tomorrow. I wonder what they're getting today. I mean, everybody.
Well, they're probably getting a lot of ice. There's probably ice there. Well, this is great, man.
You love it?
Yeah, this is great. I'm not driving anywhere.
So your kids
like I said, everything is closed. They were already putting a lot of stuff on the roadways yesterday. In 59, there was no traffic. 5:30, I was driving home. No traffic on 59 South. Not
really?
One slowdown. Yeah.
That's crazy. At 5:30.
No, we're different than cold weather people would not understand this. Like you probably don't. But you haven't been in cold weather climates for a long time.
It's all right. It's crazy. There is no difference on the snowiest day in Chicago. Everybody's still out.
Yeah,
everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah, Sean and I are across the street at the hotel, and they serve breakfast, which is great, but they don't serve dinner. So we're trying to figure out what we're going to do because the station was nice enough to put us up for 2 nights. So we're here to make sure we get going every day. Central Market's opening at 10. So if you guys are driving or looking out for some place to go, grab a sandwich, because Central Market does that. They're going to be open at 10.
Great sandwich.
So if anybody is out and about and you don't know where to go,
Central Market's the best.
Because places are closed.
If anybody wants to pick Dell up a sandwich,
no, I'll go down. It's not that long of a drive.
I'll bring y'all food. I'll bring you food. I'm right around the corner, and the water will have melted and not frozen yet.
Well, I don't know, but that's my plan.
I got these factor meals. They're pre-portioned meals that you can microwave, and they're actually pretty good. Get you about 480 to 520 calories. It'll be great.
John doesn't seem enthused about the factor meals.
I did that. I had to cancel it. They sent me 12, and I was like, Why
are you getting that many? I just get 6, and I eat it whenever I'm doing my
ordered.
My
I didn't know I ordered, so they sent, and then I didn't know I ordered again. I was like,
well, no, it keeps on going, but it's better than me buying Burger Chan all the time. It's healthier. I've lost weight this way. I get to just eat quickly at the place and keep writing up my prospects. John, I wrote Shedeur Sanders. Well, I watched a lot of him yesterday. He's actually better than I expected.
Why don't you turn your camera on?
Is it not on?
You turned it off when you went to break and then turn it back on.
There it is. So people want to see you.
No, they don't. But it's actually, Shedeur is actually better than I thought.
He is? Well, I thought
you watched
him I thought when you watched Travis Hunter, you were like, man. He wasn't
Yeah,
that
I
good.
saw some throws I didn't love, but now I'm watching all the intermediate throws. I mean, I haven't gotten to all the interceptions. Basically, he thinks he can make certain throws, arm talent throws that he can't because he doesn't have great arm talent. But he's really accurate. He's an accurate passer. He throws intermediate well. He's got very good poise in the pocket. Like, he's willing to take a hit. He slides around the pocket really well. Like, he's a lot better than Quinn Ewers. I didn't think Quinn was very good. I didn't. Now, I don't know that I.
Any chance you get to give Quinn Ewers a knock, you do it. Even in the last segment, you just want.
I don't think after watching him on tape, I'm like, man, this guy, he didn't get any better. Never got better at reading defenses. He just can't read defenses. And the thing about Sanders that I think is very interesting is he's got some makeup. Now, I don't know about the personality and all that stuff, but like, he doesn't get rattled in the pocket. He throws with some accuracy. He's very confident. You can see the confidence back there. These are all things that you like from an intangible standpoint with quarterbacks. We always talk about, oh, you can have the biggest arm, this, that, and the other, but is he accurate? Does he play with poise? Is he a confident guy? Is he Shedeur actually has some of those elements of intangible. So I'm not done with it. I still need to go watch him in tight throws. I got to watch him in red zone. I got to watch him roll right, roll left. But it was better than I expected. I will say that. Yeah, it was better than I expected. And I go in with an open mind. But, yeah, like somebody on Twitch said, Ewers has zero pocket presence. He really doesn't. Now, it was better in 2023, and I graded him primarily off of 2023, Quinn Ewers, because that's the better year for him. But I also watched 2024. And the thing with Ewers is he just doesn't his reads are so simple that he's either going to go 1 or 2, and he almost never even is able to get to 3. He can't even look at the backside. Sanders will go through his whole, he'll go through the field and take a look, and he actually makes some things happen outside the pocket. He's got kind of a wind-up release. He has no twitch. So what's going to happen is if he tries to make these, he's going to have to throw with much better better anticipation. Not much better. He's not bad. But he's going to have to get better with his anticipation, because if you try some of these throws in pros, they're getting snapped up. But if he keeps it slow and steady and throws what's there, he's accurate.
Well, everybody says he's going to the Giants.
He's actually not bad. He's not bad.
Giants,
let me put it this way. I think he's got more upside potentially than Anthony Richardson and Will Levis.
Well, yeah, Anthony Richardson can't throw a football. Okay.
No.
I mean, he's terrible. Yeah. And I don't get it. He's going to be a top fantasy draft. How? I don't know how you could possibly take him.
He can't throw the football.
And he's never there.
And he never plays. So that's great for a quarterback.
No, it's not. No. I mean, I would never want him on. I mean, you can't count on him. I know he'll explode with runs, and he'll get you points that way. So it's Tennessee first, Cleveland second. They need all these teams need a quarterback. Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants. All three of them need a quarterback. But Cam allegedly going first, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that Cleveland.
Have they asked Dion who's allowed to go first?
You what?
Has Dion been asked who's allowed to go first?
Well, no, that's the draft order. Dion can't say anything about that.
Well, Dion, I think, took over Cam. I think he tells people where Cam can play too.
No, he doesn't get to tell anyone.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Well, I don't know for sure that he hasn't just said, I'm going to be the one. You have to come through me if you want Cam. I'm not sure that he hasn't decided that he also tells you where Cam is and isn't going to play.
How many? So it could be 2 quarterbacks out of the first 3, and then you might not see. Now the Jets need a quarterback; they're 7th, right? They need a quarterback. Then you don't need a quarterback.
Well, it's not a great year. Listen, it's not a great year to need a quarterback.
No,
and I don't think I'm going to put a first-round grade on Shedeur Sanders, but he is going to go in the first. But I think I'll probably have a second-round grade on him with, which is fine. my grade is the equivalent of a third rounder on Quinn Ewers. Jalen Milroe, it's a fourth rounder.
What are the Jets going to do? What are the Steelers going to do?
They say Dion actually okayed us to get snow. So one of the reasons that we had the snow, Dion said he approved snow for us.
Yeah.
So it was allowed to snow. So thank you for your service, Dion. Coach Prime, for allowing us to have snow. I wonder if the Titans have already gotten permission to draft Shador if he's been eliminated by Dion.
He's Coach Prime to you. No one calls
Coach Prime.
You no one calls
Nick.
Nick.
You don't call Coach
No one
Saban
calls
Nick.
him by his first name.
Everybody called him Nick. Everybody did. And that was a bad example, Dion. That was a bad example because, everybody does. 713-780-3776 on this, the snow holiday 2025. And you know what you should do since you can't drive? You're not going to drive anywhere. Might as well drink some Coors Lights today. And you know what? Put them outside in the snow. Watch them turn blue, right, in that snow. How awesome is that? How awesome is that? Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. The world's most refreshing beer. I love me some Coors Lights. You will love you some Coors Lights. They're awesome. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy your day today, I don't know that there's anything on that's going to be great. So when there's something on TV, when there's nothing on TV, it doesn't matter. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Y'all are just sitting around today. Maybe you can walk over to a neighbor's house, bring a six-pack of Coors Light with you. I mean, they'll love you forever. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's even better when it's snowing outside, all right? Cold. It's wonderful. It's the best. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY. It's your guy, Sean, with free land offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house that wants to sell it fast, the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location.
Hey, so I was hoping to get a cake today from Rhonda's Bakery, but we had the snow and the ice and whatnot. And our friends over from Power 105, Melissa is like, she loves the cakes, loves the tres leches cakes from Rhonda's Bakery. And she said, we need to get them in and bring tamales and cakes and have a big celebration. Well, that's going to have to wait, but it's going to happen. But I know what else is going to happen. I'm getting breakfast tacos brought in from our friends over at Arandas, at Taqueria Arandas, because that's a great way to start any day. Any day is a better day when you're starting with breakfast tacos from Taqueria Arandas. They've got a wide variety to choose from, but they've also got sit-down breakfast like huevos divorciados, which has the cooked eggs with green sauce and red sauce. Get it? Divorciados, divorce. You have two different types. And of course, you get your beans there, potatoes, and it's a heartier, more filling breakfast. Get your day started the right way. But then you come back in the evening and you watch your favorite sporting events at Aranda Sports Bar. That's in the Taqueria Sarandas, they have their bar area, which they're turning into sports bars, complete with bar menus and drink specials and TVs with your favorite games on. So go in there for authentic Mexican food, a bar menu, your favorite games. But don't forget, you've also got breakfast waiting for you as well. So it's a spot that you can go lunch, breakfast, dinner for your favorite sporting events, or head over to their sister location, Arandas Bakery, for tamales and some of your favorite sweets. It's Taqueria Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Wow. Coach Phillips, Wade Phillips, sent out. He's got a statue in his front yard. That's pretty cool. Statues are pretty cool in their front yard.
Not if it's Robert E. Lee.
No, it's not a statue. It looks like a little person. It looks like a kid.
A lawn jockey?
He doesn't have a lawn jockey per se, but it's I don't know. I don't know. It's a kid standing there. I think it's a kid or a little person. I don't know.
So it's not Ulysses S. Grant.
It's not. No, it's not Alabama or Mississippi.
Not Andrew Jackson.
It's not. None of them.
Andrew Jackson was wild.
David says, at least we're not in West Yellowstone. Today, minus 43 degrees in West Yellowstone, Montana. And I think that's probably, they probably will even stay inside than that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, oh, man, blizzards in Louisiana. What is going on? Oh, I thought there was global warming.
No, that's what it is. It's changing weather patterns.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot.
It's not just because it's cold doesn't mean cold.
It's cold.
It's because warming doesn't exist because it's cold.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm okay with certain weather patterns changing. I don't want like category 5 hurricanes because it's really warm in the Gulf of America. I don't want that necessarily. That's not my favorite.
Yeah. No.
You know what weather patterns I want to change? Like, well, I wish we'd do a weather pattern where the summers would be like, folks, these weather patterns are going crazy. Instead of 6 or 7 months of summer, it looks like summer is only going to last 2 months, and the high is only going to be 92. And dew points are dropping across the planet. These dew points are really getting down. There's less humidity. There's just some very strange. I'd be like, man, I'm going to stay here forever. But I can't get that. Now I got summer in November. I don't like that. I want summer to end in July. Boom, August, 81.
Yeah. August is 81. Be perfect. I mean,
that's what you have already where you live.
That's what I got already.
Only you got 5.
No. They hit 100 here for like 2 or 3 months last year. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It was hot when we first got here. It was really hot, and they said it's been going on all summer.
So it's unusually hot.
I thought it was supposed to be 70 here all the time, and they said it's highly unusual. But I had to endure it. I did it. Well,
that's highly unusual on 100. It's highly unusual for us to get about 5 to 6 inches of snow today.
Yeah, it's highly unusual. All this stuff is highly unusual.
But I'll take the snow.
For those of you who missed it, we talked Rockets early on. They lose yesterday, 107-96. They actually played well defensively. They held them to, but Cade Cunningham was just too much. Jalen Duren too much. Osar was pretty good, but so was Amen. They pretty much canceled each other out, although Amen had more points than he did. Jalen was kind of back to where he was. This was a Jalen game. 8 for 21, 2 for 8. He was NBA Player of the Week, so got to give it up. But he kind of reverted yesterday back to that not great shooting guy. He had the worst plus-minus of the game for anybody, minus 22 while he was on the floor. So not a great game for Jalen, who's been spectacular lately, and congratulations on his Player of the Week. But the Rockets now are 7 games behind the Thunder, and now just a half game up on Memphis for second in the conference. So they got to pick it back up. They've lost 2 of their last 3. Tari is back, but hasn't made that big a difference. Cam Whitmore, Tari's minutes 27 last night. Cam 20. It's going to be interesting to see when Jabari comes back what they do. Maybe Aaron Holiday loses his minutes. He had some minutes, and he's had some minutes lately. I would imagine, Jabari. I don't know. Does Jabari move back into the starting lineup and Amen sits the bench?
I think so. It's going to cause a lot of problems in my house because this house has turned into an anti-Jabari house, which I think is bullcrap. I'm a Jabari guy, but they don't. This is only the second loss they've had with Amen as a starter. So, it's only the second loss since Jabari's been out. So I don't. I think they do. I don't think they make Jabari goes back in. I don't know that I would though, John. You know what? It's not going to. This team isn't far enough along where that would cause a ripple effect. It's not far enough along where it's messing with chemistry. It really is. You got a better guy playing more minutes. What's the problem?
Yeah, you're right. It was the second in a row because Amen missed the win. So
right.
His second, he missed the last game. Oh, he missed 2 games with Portland, right? So it's his second in a row. But yeah, he's only lost 2 games since he's been in the starting lineup. I don't know. I think I just want Amen. I don't care about the 6-man award. Who gives a rat's ass? But Amen's got a chance at the 6-man award if he's coming off the bench the way that he's playing. It'll be tough to get, but who cares about that? Are they a better team with Amen on the floor and starting rather than Jabari? Well, they're getting the wins yesterday, notwithstanding, but they are pretty damn good. I love Amen and his game. Yeah, he's your favorite player now.
Amen's my favorite.
I think he's mine too. He's so good. So
you want to get Amen Thompson jerseys? Maybe start wearing them to work
together. We put Rockets number 1, but we put our names on the back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and it was good to see Marcus Sasser out there for Detroit yesterday. Nice.
Yeah, I forgot about Marcus Sasser.
He used to play here. Yeah.
And
by the way, the Cougs moved up. 3 spots in the AP poll. They're playing great. They just barely got by Central Florida the other day, and but 1 by 1 on a last-second shot by J1 Roberts. But they've won 10 in a row now, and are starting to come into form. They're undefeated in the Big 12, so they're kicking ass the way we thought. Those early losses. Auburn, man, is just a beast. And they were the unanimous number 1 this week in college basketball. So a lot of good stuff, a lot of good basketball coming up, including both our Houston teams. Really, really good. 713-780-3776, pretty much a holiday show. We will get back to it right after this. But first, I want to talk about windows. I want to talk about your windows. I want to talk about, it's cold outside. Go by your window right now and see how cold it is next to your window. If it's that much colder than by your window than it is inside, closer, further away from your window, because that means one thing: your windows suck. That's what that means. That's what that means. And it's not keeping out the cold. It's not keeping out the heat. it's costing you more when you heat the house. It's costing you more when you cool the house. If this is the case, that it's colder by your windows, then you got a problem. Well, Jim Fiume has the solution. Gulf Coast Windows, the best window in the market. Double pane, double glass, any kind, vinyl windows, wood, hurricane, whatever it is. Those windows are going to be installed perfectly, and they're going to last, and they are going to have a great warranty, and the installation will be second to none. Beauty, privacy, security, all of those things with one place. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Will Kunkel caught up with, I don't know, maybe it was Nate Griffin caught up with him because it says it's from Nate Griffin. I don't know. Fox 26 caught up with Joe Espada in a parking lot somewhere.
No, that's Kunkel. That was Will Kunkel.
It was Will Kunkel.
Yeah.
And he was asked about, he asked him about Alex Bregman. And it's interesting I don't know that I think this is probably what Joe Espada had to say. I don't know that this is the organization's stance on this, but I mean, Joe Espada, I'm sure he wants Alex Bregman back, but I'm not sure that'll ever happen now. Here is Will Kunkel's interview with Joe Espada.
Joe, what's the latest on Alex Bregman right now?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we hear still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so Lance, once again, Gary has a point. He's not happy with you. You're giving Will Kunkel credit for Nate Griffin's work. So, okay.
Some people wouldn't know what that means, but yeah, shout out to my man Nate, who, by the way, that's the first official radio show I was ever on in radio back in 95, early, like January of 95 was Nate Griffin at 610 before it took off into the all sports format. Well, it was already started, but yeah, Nate had a weekend show. So anyway, Nate's still around. Yeah, I think he just had to. I think he meant it. Hey, we'd welcome him back with open arms. If the price is right, I actually think the Astros would figure it out.
Oh, well, okay. So, yeah, but there's no way. They got $4 million to deal with. There's just, I don't know. Would you go over the luxury tax and lose, those draft picks if Alex Bregman would re-sign? Now, what do you do with Paredes if that is the case? Because you got Walker at first base. I mean, unless he can play. If he can play left field, but then that means Jordan isn't out in the field ever. I mean,
good. Wow, that sounds great.
Nah, I don't know.
I don't need Jordan busting his knees up. He's not that good. He's got a good arm.
Jordan wants to play the field, so Jordan gets to play the field.
I don't care. Jordan was mostly not an outfielder, though.
No, but why
are we acting like he's a?
He said he wanted to be out there most of the time. Now he's not.
He said that a couple of years ago. He's not playing a lot of left field anymore. He's not going to start playing more in the field now. I doubt it.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Why not play him a DH?
Okay, over games.
I'm just asking you. Why would you not play him? Why would you not have him a DH and keep him fresh?
They do. Well, but you know why you don't have him at DH now? Because you don't have any outfielders. You got Jake Myers in every game now. I mean, that's a plan you're looking for.
That's not my business. I didn't create that crap.
Well, apparently, whoever created it doesn't matter. You know what's happening? That, and so that's not ideal. I would rather have a bat. Maybe John Singleton plays more. I don't know. I'm getting a migraine now. Steven Adams sat out yesterday with a migraine. That was he's got to work on that. Apparently, he has some kind of crazy breakfast that I don't know. Tari was talking about. He's a caveman. Anyway, over Jordan games in left field out of 162.
He's in left field. How many was he last year?
60.
Yeah, I'd say. Let's say about, if he stays healthy, 63 maybe.
Yeah. I would think, but you can't. You got to, because you're going to have another bat in the lineup, and that bat's probably going to be a DH. You don't have any outfielders right now. You've got to pick somebody. You've got to do something about this. Jim Crane, go trade whatever it is. Not Jim, but whatever. You got to find a right fielder is what you really need, and then you have Dubon in left or center, and you have Chaz in left or center. You can't count on Jake Myers' bat every day in the line. What kind of team, what kind of world is that we live in where Jake Myers is playing every day?
That's a terrible world.
That's
a world where I don't think the Astros get to a World Series before the Texans and Rockets get to their championship, get to the championships of their leagues.
Did you?
I think the Astros had a hell of a run, but you can't have Jake Myers playing that many games and think you're going to get to an ALCS.
After what you saw in the playoffs, same old Texans. Do you think that they're? I thought they outplayed Kansas City, John. I said it before, and I'll say it again. They were their own worst enemy. I know the officials and all that stuff, but the decision making from the head coach was bad on two important occasions. Your kicker was bad on I don't count the 55-yarder against him, but the other two kicks that he missed, the extra point, and then the block kick he was trying to drive it, so it was a lower trajectory. That's on him. That was bad. And then I thought, I just thought the
protection just fell apart in the fourth quarter. But you had 15-yard penalties that some were dumb by you and some were bad calls by the officials. I didn't think Kansas City outplayed you. I didn't think that at all. So, yeah, I'm not dissuaded. I think this year's a huge – I'm not dissuaded. I'm really not. Now, this is the weird thing. I don't think the Texans did beat the Bills this year. I feel like the Texans wouldn't be able to handle the Ravens. But, you can win a championship and not be able to handle a team.
I don't think they would. Do you think they would beat the Bills right now? No.
I mean, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. But then again, I don't feel like they would. I don't feel like they would. And yet you believe Kansas City is going to beat the Bills, don't you?
No, I think the Bills are going to beat Kansas City.
Okay, because Kansas City's a favorite. If Kansas City gets to the Super Bowl and you outplayed Kansas City, I don't see why you shouldn't think that you're not that far away. I don't think the Texans are that far away, and two of their best young players are like going to get better. They've got a team full of guys that are Lassiter's young. Both corners and your really good safety are young. You've still got a young Christian Harris. Azeez Al-Shaair is just, to me, he's just a physical player who's a little overrated, honestly.
He was bad on set.
He was bad. I don't want to kill him for that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What do you do with Kaimi now? Here's some numbers for you. Outdoor stadiums this year, 15 of 20 field goals, 13 of 16 extra points, 48.5 kicking grade. Those numbers would put him 24th in the league in field goal percentage and dead last in extra point percentage. He can't.
Well, we've done
outdoors.
This before. Yeah, we've done this before with him, and he had that bad year. What year was that? He had a bad year. Field goal percentage. It was the year of our Lord. 2021. Made 78%. Then he was 93, 96. That's field goal percentage. I mean, that's high.
I'm talking about outdoors.
Yeah, I get it. Is this a consistent? I'll have to check his splits. Has this been for his career? Or are you just looking at 1 year?
That was just this year.
Yeah, then I got to see if it's a that could just be a one-off. If it's been a thing for his whole career, I guess you look at it. I don't think you make any changes. I mean, he's been really good. This year is not a good year.
No,
this year's not a good year.
This year was a bad year.
Yeah. Based on expectations, he was This is incredible. That dude was 13 of 16 from 50 plus. I can't even begin to tell you how incredible that is. 13. What's wild is, let's see, from 30 to, no. Yeah. I mean, he was 8 of 10 from 20 to 29. You can't be 8 of 10. You got to be 100% from 20 to 29.
Yeah. Yep.
You got to be 100%. You really need to be as close to 100% as possible on extra points. He missed 2 extra points. It may not seem like a big deal, and he missed 2 kicks from 20 to 29. He missed no kicks from 30 to 39. He missed 1 kick from 40 to 49, and he made 13 of 16 from 50 plus. I mean, on paper, that sounds, if this were a true shooting percentage, it'd actually be really high. If you created a formula where you got, more value out of kicking a higher 50-yard field goal rate. I mean, last year he was 5 of 6 from 50. This year he's 13 of 16. You want to look at that is an indictment of Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud in the offense. Is he ended up kicking 16. He ended up attempting 16 50-yard field goals. Yes. In the past, the highest number was 6. Now, I get that they are more likely to try it now because of his success rate, but that's still out of control when you end up kicking that many threes. That's out of control from 50.
That's
way too much.
Way too many. All right. 713-780-3776.
Let's get a call. I want to take a call today on this snow day.
Yeah. No, we absolutely do. We absolutely want to take calls. So you guys are sitting at home doing nothing. You're watching Lance on the video with his snow day and his kids and his dog, and you're not calling in? That's ridiculous. That's embarrassing.
Can I pose a question before we go to break?
What?
Lance, did you come back, let's say, somewhat late from a break because you took a picture outside?
He
No,
did take
I was
pictures
I
for
was
me.
I
He
was
sent them to
peeing.
me.
I was
He
peeing.
sent me pictures of his snow.
I already had that one on my
No.
phone.
So when you tweeted out a picture of your lovely wife standing out in the snow, that wasn't you taking the picture. That's why you came back late to the show.
No, I got that during the first break.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
Well, what were you doing when it took? Why did it take you so long to come back? When we were
Dumping. I was taking a dump.
He would rather admit to that.
Yes,
no,
he would.
I didn't do that. I know. I just went out and saw Djokovic. He beat Alcaraz, and so I went and watched Djokovic's speech. I was out there and lost track of the time, so I ran back in. But yeah, Djokovic beat Alcaraz this morning.
Wow, that's a big win. That's a big win.
It is.
And and
But
tens
we're
of
big
people
center.
cared.
We're big center guys this year
Tens
for the
of people
Australian.
cared. Yeah. Time to talk right now about mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Okay? It's the place to – they're still – okay? You've got the two championship games and the Super Bowl. You've got NBA. You got NHL. You got soccer. You got casino game. You got – it's if you know cricket, whatever it is you know, or you're going to bet it. How about a place where they go and give you more money to play with, right? As soon as you deposit, you make your deposit. You make your deposit, and they'll say, well, let's just bonus you some. And I talked about my son-in-law winning over $400.
Excuses from every loser this NFL season. Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, we had a little glitch, in our giddy up with the some kind of a power surge. So I think those of you on Twitch might have lost us for a minute. We apologize. Twitch and YouTube and everybody else, apologize. That wasn't on us. Okay, we never have a technical difficulty.
Never.
But
look, we're back. It happened at the end of your live spot, and we're back before we started the segment. So all good.
How about that? That's just smooth. We're just smooth. You know what? We're smooth. Okay. So there's that. But we did we were on over the air. I don't know how many people. What do the roads look like? Anybody driving? Nobody? Nobody's out there?
I mean, the snow's still coming down here, probably harder than it has since it started.
So you said earlier in the show that that Central Market is going to be open.
That's what they say. I don't know.
Is every business closed?
Well, I don't know.
You were making fun of us like it was no snow. Well, you're not even in. I'm telling you, they're not. A lot of places shut down today. A lot of them.
Like, I don't know if the conservatory downstairs where we could get food is going to be open, but I checked, and HEB, which is obviously Central Market's part of it, will be open. But as far as just individual places, I don't think so, man. I think
driving on snow is no big deal, is it, John? It's only ice that's the problem, right?
It's ice is the problem. Snow's fine.
You don't get slick on snow.
You could slide on snow though too. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Just be careful, but it's not as
just pump your brakes. Listen, pump your brakes, and if you go into a skid, go with it. Don't go away from it. Go into wherever you're sliding. If your tail starts coming to the right, turn to the right. Okay? So don't go away from it. Otherwise, you're going to make it worse. Your spin worse. Anyway, I got to teach everybody. What are you doing? You're taking a picture. Why are you taking a picture? Of your computer?
You can't hear him.
You can't hear. We can't hear you now.
I don't know what happened. Well, while he's doing that, we do have a couple calls. You asked for him. We can get to him now.
Okay.
Let's get
Bring him in.
To Brandon. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
First of all, Lance, I was on Twitter over the weekend. I hope you've explained to your son that he's going to struggle with his defensive footwork if he's trying to play basketball in socks and sandals.
Mason gave me permission to post this. You know the one who could beat Bob Cousy, John?
Yeah.
Not Bob Cousy, who's 95 right now. The one who could beat prime Bob Cousy.
Right.
Because the players are so much more athletic and they're so much more skilled now. And Mason has a dribble package.
Well, yeah, what he said about the other players is true, but what about him? Like, yes, Anthony Edwards more athletic, but what about Mason?
Well, Mason actually meant he could beat Bob Cousy. That's the kind of disrespect he had. Mason, Mr. Garner, who listens to our show, who has listened for years, who's one of the assistant coaches for his basketball team, and I think he's an assistant principal or vice principal. He gave Mason, so Mason was guarding him. Now, Mason was wearing socks and slides, and Mr. Garner gave him like a little head fake left and dribbled and pulled up to get a shot, and Mason stumbled over his slides and fell to the ground, and Mr. Garner just looked at him and then dropped a little 12-footer in on him. And Mason sent that video to us, and I said, I'm going to post it. And Alec, of course, in the text string said, yes, cook him. Post it now. Do it. I said, I'm not going to post them. That's too embarrassing. He goes, do it, which is classic big brother move. Yeah. And then Mason, of course, Mason's a pretty good sport. He goes, yeah, you can post it. I don't care. I'm like, okay. You said to. But no one told him he looks trans this time like they did in the last post I had of him. I forgot that. But somebody, Mason didn't forget it.
He said he looks trans.
Mason goes, last time somebody said I look trans.
What else, Brandon?
I had a question about the Texans with the offensive line thing. How many positions is it realistically possible for them to switch out in one offseason? I'm kind of resigned to the fact that they can just cut Shaq Mason. I think they get some cap savings, actually, if they do that. And that's one to go. But is it realistically possible? Can they switch out both of their guard positions in one offseason? I don't think they can switch out all three
100%.
interior guys.
It's 100% possible. 100%. First of all, you don't have a true left guard right now. That's up for granted. So that's up for there's not a oh, this is our left guard. Titus Howard had to do it late in the season out of necessity. So, and then you look at Shaq.
Both
Mason.
of those guards better be better than Blake Fisher. That's it.
Yeah, Shaq Mason right now is 31 and will turn 32 by the time the season starts next year. He's coming off of one of his worst years as a pro, based on just. I do love the fact that his middle name, and shout out to Dream for his birthday today. I forgot. It is Shaquille.
It's your birthday today.
It's Shaquille Olajuwon Mason. I mean, maybe we keep him one more year.
Wait a minute. Is it Akeem's birthday today? It's your birthday, right?
But Shaq Mason's middle name is Olajuwon.
Oh, it is? Oh,
yeah.
How about that? Well, happy birthday to Lance. You forgot to tell Lance happy birthday. But you're a bad person. And he won't even do it now. That's how bad he is.
That's why we wanted this horrendous cake. Oh, he's not even in.
Well, I know. He left. But wait. So what are you going to do for your birthday today?
I know what I'm going to try to do, but I don't think I'm getting permission.
Don't always need permission.
Well, you do unless it's called an assault.
You don't always need. Hey, that's all I want for my birthday. That's it. That's it. That's all.
I'm not asking for much. I'm a simple man, Jack. I like butter in my own, lollipop in my mouth.
Yeah, that's it.
So Shaq
Del,
Mason.
it's Lance's birthday. Did you wish him happy birthday?
John, Shaq Mason.
I'm working. Leave me alone.
He's a $2.2 million cap savings if you cut him.
Oh, well, you get savings and you cut him? Perfect.
Bye.
That's right.
Bye.
I'm putting this in my phone. And Lance's birthday. Lance's birthday. Lance's birthday. That's nice. Lance's birthday.
I don't have a dribble package anymore.
You don't have a dribble package?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I got to see every year. It's got to be a recurring thing all day, every
While
day.
you're adding a reminder, we can get to JT. JT wants to talk Texans.
JT, what up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I don't listen to a whole lot of sports radio, but I always listen to your guys' podcast. It's definitely a must listen. But I thought Lance hit it really on the head as far as, as much as everyone wants to say that game was, we should have never been in it. We were never going to win that game. I really thought that we were, the players on the field did about as best of a job as they could. But I really thought that the coaching decisions failed on that. To Lance's point, the 55-yard field goal against the wind, play field position. And in those type of nasty cold weather games, field position is almost as good as 3 points because you're going to pin them deep. Your defense has been able to, what showed a little bit, to hold them. So I thought that was a failure on D'Amico's part, and maybe even some assistant coaches who didn't talk him out of that. And then again, we talked about it, or I heard you guys talk about it, the 4th and 10. Okay, I'm fine if you're going to go with that. I don't agree with it, but again, play field position. But why do you then, middle of the play clock, change your mind, put the offense back out there, rushing it?
No timeout.
Silly moves. Yeah, you had 3 timeouts, but no timeout. So if you're thinking, hey, this is a critical part of the game, we've got to go for it, call the timeout, make sure everybody's on the same page, do what you have to do. And there was even, situations last year where D'Amico just, pressure makes diamonds and it bursts pipes. I think the real difference between that is the coaching. I thought the coaching, really was the turning point in that game. I thought the players on the field did really well. I thought the offensive line did about as well as they could. But again, there's some deflating and devastating plays when you're just giving Kansas City, who doesn't need any help, additional help in those sides of the field where all they have to go is 20 yards, 30 yards, and then they're in field goal range at the very least with a very competent kicker. Kaimi Auburn, he needs to go. He's another one who's in crunch time in the Tennessee game, in the Detroit game, and you can't blame weather on those kicks. just falls on his face. I mean, I understand. Hey, it's great to have a good kicker when everything's going right, but you need a player to turn the tide, to switch the momentum. And so I don't think the coaching did him any favors, but what about the extra point, the blocked field goal that came off low? And, you know, from a coaching standpoint, it's time for D'Amico to quit being the motivational, you know, hey, everyone kumbaya, hug each other. Hey, we have a Christian coach for that. It's time for D'Amico to start holding his players accountable. And let's be honest, start holding himself accountable. If you don't mind, do you mind if I go into Nick Caserio a little bit?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nick Caserio, I did not think last year was the year, and I kind of felt like he pushed all his chips in with going for the Diggs trade, going for the Danielle Hunter trade. You know, for whatever reason, I guess D'Amico felt a familiarity with Al Shazier, but to John's point, I thought Cashman was a better linebacker. He was a better coverage linebacker. He showed that last year, and look what happened to us this year in the playoffs and throughout the middle, you know, in the season. Al Shazier would get a little hot-tempered and play on emotion, but Cashman was a better cover linebacker, and that was the issue. And the way that they mishandled Christian Harris all year, that was a fiasco. I mean, I guess it's like top secret, you know, information why Chris Harris didn't get to play, but I don't think that we were in a position last year to push all our chips in. I think, yes, it was a nice step and the right, you know, step forward. But Caserio, I think, kind of, you know, blew his you-know-what a little early. And now, to John's point, we only have $14 million in cap space. And then if you look at players like Laramie Tunsil on the offensive line who sets precedent, who's a diva, but yet doesn't want to put the work in practice, I think he sets the precedent for the rest of the players, especially when you have young players coming into the league. You can't allow that on a, when I think of D'Amico Ryans, I think of blue collared, hey, we're going to hit him in the mouth, da-da-da. That doesn't fit Laramie Tunsil. And I would not be opposed if you sit there and try to get some draft assets and get rid of Laramie Tunsil. Granted, he is what he is on the offensive line. The offensive line needs all the help they can get. But let's be honest here, guys. I mean, how many times has he hurt you on the field, but yet, again, you're setting precedents and the lack of accountability. He's continually out there every single play. He's not a Jonathan Ogden. He's not one of these primo, left tackles. He's good. Don't get me wrong. He's good. But I just don't get it. If you're setting a mentality, this is still a young organization. I don't think they have the players in place. And I don't think Diggs is a candidate to re-sign at wide receiver. I think you got to get better, another safety.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys. I'll hang up.
No, we got to break it. We're behind, but appreciate it. Thanks for the thoughts. Anybody else wants to get in? You're more than welcome. That's a good call.
A lot of good points.
A lot of good points. Good stuff. Good stuff. We appreciate it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to hang with us here. I need real quick to talk about Game Day Men's Health. I talked to Sean at Willowbrook a lot, and I actually really like him. Jarrett was out at the Christmas party he just opened up in Edo. Sean is in Willowbrook, and I said, tell me about what you're hearing from the guys. And listen, I don't know how well you sleep, but you can get improved sleep. You can get mental clarity. I need that. That's something that I need that I haven't told them that I need, but I'm going to talk to them about that. Improved drive and function in the bedroom. For those of you that are working out, better muscle density and recovery. For those of you that just want to be slimmer, sleeker, they've got that as well. That's working for people. Whatever it is that you want to do, first of all, you want to function really, really, really well, and so you want your testosterone right. Secondly, though, with the peptides that they have at Game Day Men's Health, they're going to figure it out for you. They're going to figure it out, whatever it is that you want to do. Be sleeker, stronger, thicker, recover better, all of these things. And it's happening every day at Game Day Men's Health. It's a game changer for me. I hope it's a game changer for you. Find out if you're a testosterone candidate because they've got a free consultation, which the other guys don't have. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Adrian is here. I hate to hear this, but he's in the hospital, and he's calling the show. He's listening to the show. Adrian, how you doing? Are you getting better? What's the deal?
Hey guys, so yeah, I'm a long-time listener. I've been listening for like 5-7 years now. Listen to you guys every morning. And last Thursday, they found a tumor inside me, about like 6 centimeters above my adrenal gland. Yeah, surprised, but listening to you guys in the morning is like I'm sure you guys heard. It's put me back in that like normal routine. And I would just really appreciate you guys, hearing you guys joke around, talk about sports. It's really like lighting my mood. So I really appreciate you guys. Just want to give y'all that shout out.
Absolutely, Adrian. So what do you did you have surgery? Like what's the process now? Why are you in, and how long are you going to be in?
So I'm waiting on some tests, some blood work, and they just got to be a little bit cautious as we move towards surgery because it is above my adrenal gland, so they expect it's been releasing a lot of adrenaline in me, the growth. So they just got to be cautious that my blood pressure doesn't get too high whenever the surgery does happen. We're just kind of waiting for my blood pressure to stay stable and lower down. So it's going to be a little bit of a waiting game for the next week or so until we get surgery.
Man, well, we're pulling for you, brother.
What were the symptoms that led you to go and check it out?
I was throwing up a lot whenever I would go to the gym, whenever a night after partying, and then my blood, like my heart rate would just raise. It was a really high heart rate, which caused the last time it caused it to where I couldn't really breathe that well, and the breathing was very labored, and that's what brought me to the ER last Thursday. And then luckily they found it within a couple hours, and then they moved me over here to Memorial Hermann at the TMC campus in the Med Center.
Well, you're in the best place in the world. Our Med Center doesn't get any better for stuff like that. So best of luck, man. Keep us updated. We want to hear how you're doing.
Adrian, because you listen to the show, and you'll appreciate this, our people on Twitch are listening are pulling for you too, and they say, does Adrian want a steak with French fries and corn on the cob? That's the meal of Gilbert Lou.
He says he would love it. So
hey, I will guarantee a Rockets. Okay, I will guarantee Rockets make it to the championship if we get me a steak. Okay.
All right.
We can make that. We can make that happen.
Oh yeah.
We can definitely make that happen. You leave your. Tell you what, Dell put you on hold. Dell, put him on hold. Get his information. I'll make sure you get something good. All right, brother.
Oh man, you guys are the best. I was joking around, but listening to you guys is enough of a treat. Yeah, I'll stay on hold. Thank you guys.
I appreciate that, man. Man, get better, Adrian. We want to hear. We want you out when you get out. We want to hear about it, and maybe even stop by the station. We'll get some food up there so you can eat real food. Good stuff. All right.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. There's Adrian. Throwing up is a pretty good indicator that you got something's wrong. Throwing up and not being able to breathe right. That's a pretty good indicator.
So when I have my atrial fibrillation, the heart rate races and it makes it harder to breathe. Anytime your heart rate goes up, it gets harder to breathe. So that was one of the telltale signs for him. He sounds younger. So that's interesting. My son Drake had some issues, but it turned out to be more digestive tract. It was more related to acid reflux, where he would throw up a lot. Like he would go up and down by 20 pounds. It was wild. He was down at 154 at one point.
Wow.
Then he go up to 178.
That's not good.
No, it's not. And I told him, I'm like, that's just not a normal thing. That's just not normal. If something's happening to you, if you're in your 20s, and something's like, I don't know, I just throw up every other day. Well, that's probably a sign you need to go get something checked, just like Adrian did. and go get it, man. Just go locate it as early as possible. If you think something may be a little wrong, guys, because something not normal is happening to you, then just go. Man, just go in. Just go in. Don't try to be a dude and say, "Oh, I'll just play through it." No, go in and find out.
Yep. Go get it. All right, man. We appreciate it. That is Adrian. Thanks for listening, buddy. Best of luck. Best of luck getting through this tough time. But you know what? You get through it, and we want to see you afterwards. Let's go.
But there's a lot of pressure on us now.
Well, yeah, we know Adrian. We had Adrian, the homeschooler, before, and now we got Adrian in the hospital. Okay,
We got a guy in the hospital listening, so let's try to, let's try to be better.
Yeah,
okay?
All of you callers, everybody, be better for Adrian. We're doing this for Adrian. We're going to win one for Adrian here. Okay.
You think you guys have it in you for the last 30 minutes?
Not really, but
Yeah.
really.
Are you eating right now?
I'm already eating through this segment. That's how disrespectful I am.
No, he's eating. Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Adrian's in the hospital, and you can't wait a half an hour to eat.
The last 30 is going to be tough.
It won't be tough. One of them is News of the Weird. How tough could it be?
How hard is that? To just wait a half an hour to eat. Goodness gracious!
Turn your camera back
We're
on.
trying to be our best for
I'm
Adrian.
not turning my camera on. It's off for a reason.
So
Yeah,
you
I
can
know it's
shovel
up for a
your
reason.
face
We know
with
he's
food?
eating, but you didn't listen. You didn't need your camera on to see you eating. We heard you eating.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point? If we can hear you, we might as well see it.
Oh my
I
God!
was just joking. I wasn't eating.
You're not joking. I can see you using your tongue to clean stuff out of your
Yes, to
teeth.
clean
You're not
your
joking.
teeth out. You got your Factor? Is that what you're eating? Your Factor or a
No,
cupcake?
it was wild grain. It was the wild grain. That's another service I have delivered. They have the best English muffins and some almond butter. What's a big deal? Big deal anyway.
And almond butter. No, that's good for you. Almond butter is good for you. All right, time to for me right now to talk about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. She's wonderful. You'll love working with Robin. She is excellent in what she does. They're all excellent. When you go to Google reviews, you'll see the excellent Google reviews for Houston Powder Coaters. Just a fantastic service. The service is this: you got whatever it is that you have that you need that's metal and it's starting to get old, maybe rusty. I mean, this snow ain't going to help your outdoor, your patio furniture. I'm telling you right here and right now, it ain't going to help, okay? You can look. They've done work at the Marriott Marquis, Downtown Aquarium, the Westside Tennis Club, Kemah Boardwalk, Discovery Green. What they don't skimp. What I found when I went there, I can tell you this, they put a lot into the prepping and priming of the metal. And then the actual baking of the metal with the colors, it is a process that, I mean, they're really, really great. So whatever it is, over 100 different colors, and you could create thousands of different colors actually with all those different colors. Whatever it is that you want to save that's metal, you go to Houston Powder Coaters. You can send Robin a text, and she'll tell you whether or not she can save it. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Our last segment before News of the Weird coming your way. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here quickly. Do it fast so that you get in and you can maybe impress Adrian. I don't know. But I do know that Adrian will be listening, so keep that in mind when you call in. Who's on the line there, Del? Elliot wants to get in on the show. What's going on, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Hey, I wanted to give you guys a call and get your input or thoughts on something. I'm a lifelong Pittsburgh fan, and I've been a long-time defender of Tomlin. And I just want to get y'all's opinion on what they should do moving forward from here in regards to him. I'm officially off the wagon of keeping Tomlin, and I think blow it up and start over. We're doing the same thing every single season, and with that results in a mid-20 to early 20 pick, and you just can't really get back above that hump of what Pittsburgh standards are. And just curious of what you guys think they should do. I saw a rumor that the Bears reached out trying to talk to him in regards to a trade to get him because you can't. He's got an option on that, and he rejected it, or Pittsburgh rejected it, one of the two. So just want to know if y'all's thoughts. Is it a Tomlin thing? Do you start over and blow it up, or do you? No, he's not the issue. It's more of a, how many coordinators can you go through to where you got to look at the head coach and say, maybe it's his fault. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, and how about getting the players? How about getting the quarterback right? You got to do that. That's kind of a big deal. It's not easy. It's a lot easier said than done, but that's something that hey, listen, a quarterback changes the organization, and you didn't have the quarterback play, and you haven't had the quarterback play for the last few years. I don't know. And yet you still win. I don't know. But I saw a side-by-side with Mike McCarthy's stats and Mike Tomlin's stats, and it said, man, Mike McCarthy needs Mike Tomlin's publicist because his numbers are better. McCarthy's numbers are better than Tomlin's, and yet he's not coaching right now. By the way, Ben Johnson taking the Bears job. I don't think we mentioned that today.
No,
I don't know, Lance.
I guess that leadership package went well with him.
I guess so.
Remember when they asked for that? And remember when they tried to get the Rooney Rule taken care of real quick with Eddie George coming in for like a 5-second Zoom interview?
Yeah.
That's
so
what they. By the way, that's what they did
about Tomlin and getting rid of him. Watch what you wish for. That's all.
Yeah, no. Pittsburgh has been. Those fans are just tired of Tomlin. The same way that, I get it. He didn't really have a great chance to move forward. Probably if Tomlin was here, we'd probably be saying the same thing. Mm-hmm. From the outside looking in, anytime you have somebody unless you think you're definitely going to get better, you better be careful. Because Tomlin's always got the Steelers in position to make the playoffs. Just be careful. I get it. If we had, if it's the same thing over and over, and you're not getting, like right now, the Steelers are not legitimate threats in the AFC. So they're probably saying, who cares? Marty Schottenheimer was gone from the Chargers. Like if you can't get it done, Andy Reid, they got rid of him but that's the point. You got rid of Andy Reid with the Eagles. Now the Eagles did make it. They did win a Super Bowl without Andy Reid, but Andy Reid also is going to go down, as one of the greatest coaches in the history of football. And the Eagles fans just couldn't wait to get rid of Andy Reid because he couldn't get them over the hump. But, man, getting to that hump is not a bad thing. It's way better to be at the hump and have a chance to get over it than, be on the hind teeth the whole time. That's not really great.
No. I get the quarterback right, and you'll get it right. That's all. Get the quarterback right.
And that's easier said than done.
Yeah, right.
Especially if you're winning games.
Yeah, name all those teams that win with a bad quarterback. I mean, it's hard. I know it's happened. Rex Grossman, blah, blah, Trent Dilfer, blah, blah, blah.
It's hard. It takes special defenses. By the way, this one's going to make you a little sick. Going back to JT's call, Azeez Al-Shaair is set to make. Last year he had a cap hit of $4.2 million. This year he's going to make $11.7 million, and then he's a free agent. Then he makes $13 million, but you can cut him after 25. Blake Cashman made 3.1 last year, is making $7 million this year, $4 million less than Al-Shaair, and next year will make $9 million. These are like the Texans screwed the pooch here. They could have had Blake Cashman for 24, 25, and 26 for way less than Al-Shaair. He's a more dynamic player. He's more consistent. They screwed that up. That's one that Nick probably doesn't get his feet held to the fire on enough, or D'Amico or whoever. They got the wrong guy in here. D'Amico wanted to get his guy from San Francisco in here, and he ain't as good as Blake Cashman.
He's not. He's just not. No. And I think they just don't. I don't know what they were thinking, because I watched a really good football player last year in Blake Cashman. Really good football player. Maybe Gary made that cut and signing. I don't know.
Well, he didn't cut Cashman. Cashman was a free agent.
Yeah. Well, not cut him, but not bring him back. Okay.
Yeah, man, what a bad move that is in hindsight. Here's a guy that can cover. It's one of the things that really stands out. You just got whipped by Travis Kelce because you couldn't cover him at all, or you weren't even around him. It's not the catches, it's a yard after catches that buried you with him the other day. And then you have Al-Shaair is a 15-yard penalty machine. He was suspended for a forearm shiver. He's just, he's more expensive than I thought. For some reason, I thought Cashman was more expensive than Al-Shaair, and it's actually not close. Al-Shaair is much more expensive.
Yeah, that's a shame. Quickly, I don't know why, but okay. I got some numbers here between two players. One of them is Juan Soto. Juan Soto's been in the league for 7 years, and he's compared to a player that played from 99 to 2005. Okay. Juan Soto just signed a $765 million deal, 15 years. Juan Soto's got a higher WAR by 0.6. That's all, 35.8 to 36.4. This other player had more games over the same amount of time, more plate appearances, more hits by over 110, more home runs just by 6, but over 100 more RBIs, 10 more stolen bases, a higher average, 303 to 285. On base, Juan Soto's 421, and this guy was 418. Slugging, higher for this guy. OPS, higher for this guy. And OPS plus Juan Soto was just a little bit higher. This guy, from 1999 to 2005, is Brian Giles. He has better numbers over his first 7 years. Brian Giles. And Soto just signed a $765 million deal. I mean, that is, and Brian Giles just kind of fell. I guess he didn't fall off the world, but can you believe that? Brian Giles actually having a better career in his first 7 years than Juan Soto. And I mean, just to me, simply incredible. And Brian Giles, I'm looking up. I'm going to look up his salary that he got afterwards. Brian Giles, his career earnings after his first 7 years, he made $9 million, $9 million, and $9 million. It was pretty good money in 2007, 2008. Yeah. But then he was done. Then he was done. Well, it was okay. I'm going to take that back. He was 99 to 2006. That wasn't his first 5 years, but that was over a 7-year span that the two of them had together. Over a 7-year span, he had higher numbers over that span than Juan Soto. Just freaking incredible what you're getting paid today, what you're getting paid for. Well, is this why Alex Bregman is not? He's a career 250 guy. Was this why? I mean, Soto's a 285 guy, just signed for 765.
Yeah, I mean, he's a 285 guy, but what's his OPS?
His OPS is 9 something.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
don't
not
care about his
Bregman.
batting average.
No,
That
no,
guy
no.
slugs.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. His OPS is 953. 953.
That's
But
pretty high. That's Lance
it's pretty
Berkman high.
Yeah. No, it's just 10 points. Just 10 points higher than Lance Berkman in his career. In his career. Lance Berkman didn't get no 765. Right? That's just amazing to me. Amazing. But that just, to me, this is incredible what these guys are getting paid for. I know he's got a 953 OPS, but goodness gracious, $765 million for the guy who has a same 7-year period as Brian Giles. Incredible. Incredible. I just found that to be staggering, that stat. All right, 713-780-37. Oh, no, you can't call in because we got what? News of the Weird coming your way.
News.
You got Craig the
Noticias
Surf
de
to
los
talk.
locos.
You got Craig the Surf to talk about.
Good. I get to talk about it. My car right now is just covered with snow. So I'm going to go find out if I can warm it up and get that snow off. I don't know. I've never had snow on a car, so I guess it means I just can't drive. But I do know that Craig the Surf and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, once we melt a little bit here and the roadways clear up, get your butt down to Angleton and go find a car. Go find a truck. You know, it'd be great in this snow. Truck. GMC Sierra pickup truck, one of the decked out types with the awesome grills, or maybe a Chevy Silverado, which has the amazing interior and the horsepower that you are looking for. Either one of them are available right now. You get deep discounts on them, but probably more importantly, what they'll do is work with you on finding the best possible program for you. So if it doesn't make sense in January, let's take a look at February. Let's see what the APR rate, let's see what the dealer discount is back. Let's see if there's a red tag sale. They'll wait it out with you so you find the right deal for you. And that's the customer service I want. I don't want somebody who's just trying to push a truck on me and that's it and they're done with it. I want somebody who cares about what is important to me. And that's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. It's always been that way. It always will be that way. Craig the Surf demands it, and the people who work there demand it. So head on down to Angleton or start your car buying experience online at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
All right, let's talk about hoops, sporting goals, and equipment. That's ProDunk, ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. It's where you get your basketball on. It's where you get the greatest basket in the history of baskets. It's where you got tempered glass backboard and the unbreakable rim, and you raise and lower it now with just a push of a button. The technology is second to none. The installation is second to none. The kids will love it. You'll love it. The kids will play on it as opposed to just sitting out there on a snowy day with just snow all over it. The kids will want to get out there, lower the goal, slide around on the snow, and dunk. I want to dunk, Dad. So put that hoops goal in your driveway where you can raise and lower it so the little kids can enjoy it. The big kids can enjoy it. You can enjoy it. Everybody can enjoy it. Showing off your dunk moves, okay? Don't wear slides and socks, okay, when you're playing on your Pro Dunk goal, because that's not good. What you need is a Pro Dunk goal. Dad, let's go. Everyone will love it. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97 on a snow day. A snow day, okay? A holiday, okay? This is a big day. We had a great show, enjoyed it. Dell's show is next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
That's right.
Me and Sean are going to be there.
Sean's with me. We're going to talk about bonding over being in a hotel room. We had separate rooms, but bonding over watching a national title game. Yes,
you didn't have separate rooms.
we did, actually. I mean, we did.
Sam said you had the same room. She's the one that booked it.
Sam didn't book anything. We had separate rooms. 2, I think, queen-size rooms. So we appreciate that from the company. Thank you for that. And we bonded over watching the national title game and yelling at Marcus Freeman and Ryan Day, depending on what happened.
Why won't you do that with me and John?
Because I don't like you.
But you could bond with us and you'll like
over
us.
what?
Yeah.
Bond with you over what?
Over Marcus Freeman
to help the show.
You weren't there. How could I bond with you over Marcus Freeman?
Well,
just give me a shout.
Shout?
Time, no.
I'll come
next time
over.
We're going to go over to your house. We're going to make popcorn. We're going to watch the game.
Who just eats popcorn watching
We'll
football?
get a blanket.
Is that a thing?
We'll sit on the couch. Okay.
No,
that'd be great.
The scenario and the situation that we have now is fine, where I completely ignore you and do things my own way. So we'll continue to do that. That seems to have worked. That seems to work.
You think it works well?
Yes, we have a working relationship that doesn't interfere with our actual lives. That's perfect.
Okay.
No drama, no stress. I don't know. You don't know anything that's bothering me. I don't know anything that's bothering you. That feels perfect.
Okay. All right.
Like, so
well,
you don't.
That's not weird.
You know, when you're at the poker table, do you want me to text you, man, John, I'm really going through it? Do you want to hear that from me?
I don't want Exactly. I want you to say, hey, buddy.
Exactly.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
All you want is a surface level type of deal. If we start to bond, then I'm going to have to go, hey, John, man, it's really been really tough the last couple weeks. Can I talk to you about it? You don't want to hear that.
No, I want to hear, hey, buddy, I'm just having a great day today. I wanted to check in.
So let's keep it on a level where it's all superficial.
Right. Where really it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
we'll talk talk our
we
noise in the
text back
chat.
and forth on that anyway.
Yeah, the chat. We'll talk bleep to each other, and that's cool. That's all it needs to be. You'll get very upset because Riley Leonard was ruining your pick early. That's fine. Right?
Yeah.
John was like, "Oh, that's real football," because of that touchdown drive, and then it was a 31-0 run.
Then I didn't hear. Then you didn't hear from me again.
No.
Yeah. Well, no, it pissed me off how they didn't even cover Jeremiah Smith. How stupid are you? You know who's their defensive coordinator?
Oh, I'm aware. There was a lot of
your favorite coach.
No, there was a lot of that's the Al Golden I remember. There's a lot of that. Not this whole I'm going to be the Bengals DC. Look what he's done to the defense. I was like, oh, he left the best player open. I remember that guy.
All right. Apparently on Phillip Island, penguin divorce rates are soaring. Penguins are thought to be devoted little creatures who stay with their partners forever, but apparently they're divorcing on Phillip Island. Do you feel like Phillip Island is a bad place for penguins because they're getting divorces?
Nah, I feel like those female penguins are thoughts. So I wouldn't blame the island itself. I blame the
you
thoughts.
think it's them thoughts?
Yes, those thoughts over there, which is kind
Over
of the
there?
same thing. Yeah. So look into the penguins, not the place. They're shaking their tail feathers everywhere, looking for the next penguin to come around the corner. You can't.
That's no good.
Don't blame the location.
No. Hey, a Turkish woman has set the world record for watermelons crushed between her thighs.
Checks out.
How many do you think is the world record?
6.
Del?
Ooh, in what time frame?
In 60 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh no, I'm going lower.
I'm gonna
4.
go 5.
5 is the record.
Give it to me.
Yes. How about that? 5 watermelons smashed in 1 minute. Man, I don't know.
Would
if
that
you
be
wanna
appealing
smash.
to you for a woman to
I
be
don't know
capable
about
of that?
smashing with her. I don't know about smashing. I don't know.
Get all bruised up.
What's the advantage?
A man at a crash site in Bainbridge, Ohio, asked police to give him a break because he had been drinking. Do you feel like that's a good excuse and police should leave you alone if you crash and you tell them, well, I've been drinking?
Do you get a break for being honest?
I think you should. I mean, you don't have to go through all that crap about drunk driving, right? Breathalyzer, all this stuff. Hey, I've been drinking. That's why I crashed. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll give you a little leniency.
Yeah,
here.
while you're doing that, let's talk about Lance continuing to flip his camera on and off for some reason.
Because he's eating.
He doesn't want people to see him take a bite.
He can't wait like 1 more minute.
Look at him. Now he's out off screen turning it on and off. What's wrong with him? He's
Okay,
just doing
can you
poses.
name the states where you're most at risk of catching a sexually transmitted infection?
Boom, Utah, soaking.
Ooh, they don't think it's real sex, so they don't protect themselves.
Yeah, no, they don't, but that's not the case. I don't think you're going to be surprised by this one.
I'm going New York.
Nope.
Alabama.
Mississippi,
No.
you were close, Del.
Yeah.
Mississippi
Oh,
ranks number
wow.
1.
Deep South, definitely.
Highest chlamydia rates in the nation. 700 cases per 100,000 people. Trailing,
You got to
but
get the
not by
education
much.
rates up.
But not by much, Alaska.
What?
Well,
And
yeah, I mean, I feel like they just have kind of
They
checked
just-
it in like
They don't
anything
care.
goes in Alaska.
Hey, it's so cold here. I'll port in the storm, whatever. And then North Carolina's third. I was a little surprised by North Carolina. I thought they were a little classier. To tell you the truth.
We'll see
but not so.
if Bill Belichick cleans that up there.
Yeah, we'll see if Bill doesn't. If he doesn't. All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes, the 2 best friends they ever did see. The 2 best friends, they watch TV.
We did watch a lot of TV.
You guys were watching TV together last night.
I said so. We watched a lot of TV. It was just college football stuff, but yeah, TV. That's the
TV.
That's
You
how
guys
we bond.
Did you guys get a bro hug before you went to bed?
No,
Like, I'll see you in the morning, bro. Did you do one of those?
we did say, "Well, I'll see you," but not. We didn't hug each other. I didn't feel like
no
that was
hugs?
necessary. No, all
think you
Sean and
should
I
hug.
did was worry about how we're going to get food for the next day.
I think you should hug. That's
Why?
what I think.
Why should
I
we
don't know.
hug?
That'd be good because that's fun. It's too.
Is it fun for you to hug people?
hug each other? No, I don't hug nobody.
Then why aren't you
Get
having
away
fun?
from me.
It sounds
What are you,
fun.
nuts?
I hope you
Beat
hug
it.
one of the Europeans at the poker table.
Beat it.
One of those
Beat
guys
it,
wearing a
Euro.
scarf.
Beat it, Euro. Okay, if I beat him, big bro hug. Tournament, beat it. Time for me to talk about. Okay, a recent closing. How about this? Kent Jones. This is a true story. ESPN listeners, Brett, Mallory, and Zach, 3 different ones, and one of them bought a $365,000 home. He saved over $4,000 on his mortgage. Saved over $4,000 on the signing and the life of the mortgage as well. $4,000 is a lot of money. You want to spend $4,000 for nothing? No. And if he didn't go with Kent, then guess what? He would have spent $4,000 more for his house. Do you want to spend more for your house? No. Brokers are better. They just do it better. They know more, especially Kent Jones. Been doing this for over 30 years. You think he doesn't know the mortgage business? Over 1,400 career closings, and most of them right here in the city of Houston. All of the different kind of loans that you can get, all of the different ways that you can save money on expenses that they just throw in there that Kent knows how to get around. I mean, the dude, listen, if you're going to start to play tennis, you want to have a tennis coach right away, right? Well, if you're going to buy a home, you don't know anything about mortgages. You know nothing, okay? This guy does them every single day. It's what he does. He'll give you a scenario quote over the phone, too. We have this much money down. The house is this much. How much will our payments be? Can we do this? All of that stuff. He will help you. And then he'll help you by saying, well, this kind of loan for you, or this kind of loan, were you a veteran? All of these different things. First-time home buyer. All these things will play into it. All right? Stop renting. Call Kent and get going and start building your own wealth at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
Welcome to the show. I imagine a lot of you are in a spot you aren't normally. If you're listening, at home, warm, hopefully. I don't think I've heard anything about power going out, so that's a good sign. I got inside information yesterday that they were ready this time. The grid was ready. I have a source who told me that they were prepared, and hopefully that holds true as the morning goes on and then the afternoon leads into the night and tomorrow, which is going to be cold and a problem, but less fun because there won't be any snow. At last check, when we looked out the window, that snow is still falling here in the Galleria area. We'll see as the show is over. So if you listen to John and Lance, you know that the two people doing this show were given hotel rooms by the company because we're the most important people here. They needed to make sure that we could make it to work. And it was a good call because the snow has fallen consistently since the moment I would have been up normally until at this point. So unlikely I would have been able to get in, but we're here. You heard John Lance this morning. You'll be able to hear the rest of the shows. Of course, they're not coming in, but Sean and I will be here, and Sean's here with me. And we were at the, I don't know, no free ads, but we were across the street at the hotel, separate rooms, but a shared living space watching the CFP title. And never has more bleep been talked by two people whose teams, well, one was very close, another felt like they were in it throughout the year until their defense decided they weren't going to get stops the last 4 games of the year. So there's a lot of bleep being talked by us about Notre Dame and about Ohio State. But at the end of the day, the most expensive roster in college football won their national title. Kurt Warner asked this question on Twitter, how college football fans felt about a roster reported to be $20 million winning the title when they clearly were outspending their opponent. And the only feeling I think a lot of college football fans are saying or thinking, can we spend $20 million? Can my program spend $20 million if it gets me a national title? And that's what Ohio State did. A lot of the story last night, particularly as the game was getting away, and then of course there was the comeback, was about how Ohio State bounced back, losing to Michigan and their road to the title. And, you know, you give them credit for that, but the purpose of the 12-team playoff was to make a loss like that not as important as it has been. And some people think that's a negative for college football. I don't. Because if a lot of people thought Ohio State was the best team in the country, and to be honest, they did not show that against Michigan, and then they lost to Oregon earlier. Why am I against giving a team a shot to go prove it? Should 2 losses knock you out of that picture? In the old world of college football, sure, but time has changed, money has changed things. So give them another opportunity. They took advantage of it, so I can't fault them for that. I mean, it is a little tough to certainly not root on Ryan Day, but to acknowledge that he won. I still like the Harbaugh quote of he was born on third base, and Ryan Day was initially using the spoils of Urban Meyer to beat up on Michigan. That was Harbaugh's comment, and eventually we've seen almost since that point when Harbaugh started to cheat that Michigan had their way of Ohio State, and even on Harbaugh's comment, they did, hey, you go out there and win a national title. A lot of that noise goes away, except it did have this quote. Tom pointed it out before the show started that, yeah, it's great to win, but if I lose that first game, you think it's cool to lose the first game at Ohio State? And who's that first game, Sean? That's right.
I think you should see.
Yeah, see if I lose that first game. See how people treat it.
I like it.
Yeah, let's see. You lose that first game. See how it goes. So, pointed out by a lot of Texas people that, once again, Texas is going on the road to face the defending national champion. Now, Ohio State's going to lose a lot of people just like Michigan did. Their quarterback, unless they dig someone out of the portal who currently isn't in it after the spring, they're going to be pretty inexperienced at that spot. More talented than Michigan was. They will lose the likes of the 2 running backs. There's some Carnell Tate, one of the receivers, was asked about his future. And he goes, yeah, I'm just going to celebrate this with my guys right now. When asked about a potential portal for him, he
basically answered like Alex Bregman answered.
Yeah, so losses will happen. it's a new world. We're about 2 or 3 years into this, but you can go win a national title and go bye. Texas benefited from that. A.D. Mitchell, like, I won a title at Georgia, but I gotta go. I gotta get more opportunities.
Yeah, gotta try to get drafted.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond didn't win a title, but made it to the CFP, and like, I gotta go. I know I have one of the more legendary plays in the Auburn-Alabama rivalry. Deuces. I'm going to Texas.
It's gonna be a first round pick.
So that's how it goes. So expect losses for Ohio State. Texas people are already thinking about, can we get Greathouse to leave? I know he had a great playoff, but he's from Westlake. Can we get him? How much is it going to cost? Maybe Jaden Greathouse loves himself some in Indiana. I don't know how you could, but he might. And maybe he's really looking to play with Steve Angeli.
That's definitely possible. It's like, with my guy Angeli.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what Kurt Warner thinks. We're having this conversation.
We should be just talking about the game, right? Yeah. The game was...
How's little Notre Dame going to compete with Ohio State?
Notre Dame never spends any money. The game was, for an hour and a half, not that interesting because of the run that Ohio State went on to go up 31-7. And it felt like as soon as Riley Leonard puked on the sideline after scoring the touchdown, that Notre Dame had taken their best shot and they were done for, because it was a 18-play drive where they converted multiple fourth downs, and all they decided to do, we're going to have our quarterback run headfirst into the line of scrimmage and see what comes of it. They did that. He had 8 carries.
Fair, touchdown.
It worked.
Touchdown.
They nearly murdered him, and he didn't recover for like 2 quarters, but it worked. So I guess you take the good with the bad. We scored, and I'm sure they're confident in their defense getting stops. That confidence was misplaced. So they took 10 minutes off the first quarter and thought to themselves, we scored, our defense will go get a stop, and we'll see where we stand. And it was 3rd and 5 until Ohio State targeted the best player in the game. In this particular game, he made a catch, stretched out for first down, Jeremiah Smith, and then Ohio State was off and running. So didn't look back until it was 31-7. But hey, that effort given by Notre Dame in that first drive, it was the moment, and then they almost had a renaissance late. Okay, let's get to it. We were judging this in the moment. We both said, I can't believe he's going to kick a field goal. We just assumed that when it was 31-15, after they had scored, and Notre Dame scored and got the 2-pointer, that forcing that fumble by Ibuka. Did the fumble by Ibuka come after missing the field goal or before missing the field goal? I don't remember.
I think it was after.
Was it after?
Or no, it was.
I'll look it up. But either way, Sean and I in the moment said, we just assume they're going to go for it. Yeah. And then he attempts the field goal, and as soon as he missed it, he deserves that. He deserves it. Not the kicker. Things like that happen. Marcus Freeman deserved for him to miss that kick. Because the odds were, he was playing mass. We kick a field goal here, we go down by 13, we're going to get 2 more touchdown drives and stop Ohio State enough to have enough time. That felt like a coach. You got the timeline.
It was the fumble and then the miss.
Okay. So you get fortunate. You score a touchdown, and then you off of the Greathouse catch and run, and then you think to yourself. We get the fumble, but we're going to kick a field goal, and everything's going to go perfect for us. We're going to make this kick. That was the assumption, and then we're going to get enough stops quickly enough to score twice. That would have to have been the perfect scenario for that to occur. And on my eyes, and I think the analytics show you that it wasn't that big of a difference. But for me, watching these games, you're asking for everything to go right. Ohio State to screw up probably, and they nearly did. If you think you can come back from down 13 with about 7 minutes to go, something like that. So in the moment, Sean and I go for the touchdown. Of course, you do need to get the 2, so that makes your decision more difficult, but I didn't understand it. The kicker hits it off the upright, and even with that, they still had an opportunity to possibly come back in historic fashion or heroic fashion if they could have got the stop on 3rd and long. Now, you are a fan of a team who benefited from converting a miraculous play to keep your season alive. If you are the defense.
Yeah.
Coached by Al Golden, who may be the Bengals DC in a matter of hours or days.
He was on Zillow looking for hip places in Cincinnati
Sure.
during this game.
Sure. Are you going zero pressure, or excuse me, you're going zero coverage and leaving your corner on an island in that moment in 3rd and long where you don't force Will Howard to make a read? Will Howard sees one-on-one coverage with his best player. I'm just going to throw it out there. I got all the space. I can pretty much throw this ball anywhere as long as I don't throw it out of bounds. And he's going to go out there and get it. The play that people are lauding, okay, you want to give Will Howard a play for making the throw? You want to give him credit for making a throw? Fine. I didn't think the throw was that difficult. The moment itself makes it bigger, but it's simply throw a go ball and watch the best receiver in college football go out there and get it. I have a bigger issue with the defense being called. Ohio State's getting tight. John used a more descriptive term, but let's save that for off the air. They're tight. They're tight. They're trying to run the football, continuing the quarterback powers instead of handing the ball off to Travion Henderson or Judkins to possibly help the game away. They're running Will Howard 3 straight times. First one got him a first down. The next 2 got them nothing. If you are Notre Dame, why don't you force Ohio State to throw against coverage? If you need to drop 8, or maybe just go 4 down, drop 7 in the coverage, force Will Howard to read out where he was throw the football, and make a play that way. And if he beats you because he gets from his 1 to his 2 to his 3, whatever, however it goes down, at least you are not isolating the best player in the game against your corner. I didn't understand it. I get it. You want to get the ball out of his hands. You assume the college quarterback won't be able to make the play. I think it's a pretty easy thing to throw the ball out to Jeremiah Smith. Why would you give him that opportunity one-on-one? He doesn't have to think. All you got to do is get it out there and see what happens.
Catch the snap and then
throw it.
Just throw it up.
And he'll go get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Will Howard had a very good game. He was great to start. I think what did he at one point? Like 14 or 14? He was great. And then on the 15th throw, it was a battle. Could have been a pick. Could have been a great catch. Whatever. So he was on it. That was early in the game. At that point, it wasn't the same Will Howard. You saw Ohio State. They were wheezing to the finish line. Forced them to make a read. They didn't. And it resulted in Ohio State converting and eventually getting a field goal to win the national title. So, as well as Notre Dame played, or at least as much fight as they showed to get back in it, sometimes for a team who loves to play man and had to fluctuate between man and zone and didn't do a very good job of playing zone early in that game, I gotta put up more resistance than, hey, as long as this receiver doesn't fall down, he's got a real shot to make a play. He's outmatching your corner. That's clear. It's the only place to go. Make that something else. Make that a different choice for Will Howard, and maybe you get the ball back with a chance to tie. There's no guarantee they would have, but I'm taking the choice where you're throwing against 7 guys and see if Will Howard can make that play.
Yeah, because they kept showing the graphic all day of what Jeremiah Smith's stats were throughout the entire CFP was. The one that stuck out was how Texas played them, and you know how they played them. Played a lot of zone.
Yeah,
play a lot of zone. Shade the coverage over to them, and say throw it to Ibuka, throw it to Carnell Tate, and we're gonna try to get. I mean, really, what the biggest difference and how Texas was able to defend Ohio State versus how Notre Dame was able to defend it was the defensive line was able to get pressure for Texas.
Sure.
And Notre Dame, that's probably why they had to send a zero blitz. That was the only way that they had to actually get pressure on Will Howard. It just didn't work.
It didn't work. And considering, I've already said, let's play coverage and see what he does. If he beats us, he beats us. He gave him an easy opportunity and he made the throw. That's why Ohio State's won their 7th national title. Notre Dame would have won their 12th according to all record books, but according to
Lee Corso,
according to Lee, well, can't blame Lee too much, but Lee Corso had them potentially winning.
It's on TV. Get your stats right.
We had a conversation about the Lee Corso thing. I'm not gonna get after Lee Corso.
How sad it makes me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get after Lee Corso if he messes up a stat. I mean,
you should remember all of them.
They're
all when he was a young
no jokes. No jokes I'm going to make about it. Sean wants to. He can. But I'm going to stay away from it because I don't think I know where the line is when it comes to that. I'm just going to shut it down. Sure. Shout out to Pat McAfee for reciting every stat that his producer gave him at the time. That was his contribution to the broadcast. Stats that a producer found.
Ohio State is 7-0 when the Quinshot Judkins runs for 75 or more yards. Thanks, Pat.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Well, there it is. The season, as far as college football, is over. The Texans season ended on Saturday. They had their final media availability for some time. I'm sure someone will wind up at a charity event and a mic will be in their face. As far as the official stuff, that is over with. We will hear from those guys. And we'll hear from the national media on the team. Because while Bobby Slowick's fate appears to still be in question, Nico said he'll take the week, I guess. He's expected to take the week to figure out some things. A lot of people on the national level, particularly those people who make their living talking about football on podcasts, they've been done with Bobby Slowick for a while. And there's an indictment on the Texans offensive line. We know they're bad, but apparently they may be not only bad, but lazy. We'll hear from a national voice. This maybe not this upcoming segment, but we'll certainly hear from them during the show. So just getting started here. If you want to get in, if you're at home or out and about, you can call in 713-780-3776. If you're looking for something to eat, the internet says, and their Facebook page says, Central Market, if you're in the area, is open. Now, they put that post up before the snow came down as hard as it has, but they're saying they're going to be open. So if you're looking for a hot meal, at least a hot sandwich, they say they're open. So that might be a spot you go to if places around you are closed.
Why are you telling people our spot?
Our spot. It's our spot. It's Central Market.
No,
it's not a small little place.
No, but they only have so many sandwiches, Dale. We're not going to be able to get any for an hour and a half.
How much bread? Are they going to run out of bread? Are they going to be out of bread and sandwich meats?
Yes.
Oh,
because everyone that's listening right now is going to go to the Central Market.
I'm sure the people who are at home, from what I can tell, the power's still on, so they may just make their own meals. But if you are out and you're looking for a place, and not everyone who listens is in the area, you got to take that into account. Look, I know you're here till 6, so you're a little worried. Understood.
Yeah. I might. I already said the L word. Looting. We got a vending machine.
It's true, and maybe it's your stop is your favorite stop when it comes to getting a meal. Chipotle is that place not going to open today?
I mean, I'm not going to have it 2 days in a row.
God forbid.
I'm going to have to be very desperate. It has to be the only place.
You would never do Chipotle 2 days in a row?
Not never, but right next door is a Mod Pizza. If they're both open,
fine.
I'll just mix it up.
Well, fine. The Mod Pizza. You have a couple different options if Central Market is overwhelmed, like you're afraid of. You have an option.
Loot it.
I'm just going to steal all the bread and aioli.
To feed my family. Like a lad.
I'm going to take all the sourdough and aioli to feed my family. We'll see how it goes. Just doing a service for people who are out and about looking for something. That's all. John's not a fan of you guys, apparently. I'm looking out for it. Thank you.
If it's me or you, just know. I'm thinking me.
I don't think we're in that spot. We're not exactly in a post-apocalyptic situation. It's only snow.
Shane from Walking Dead had a lot of good ideas.
You mean like taking his best friend's girl and then trying to murder him?
No rules in the apocalypse. I mean,
and that's why he wound up dead, because there are no rules. Someone had to win that fight, and the other guy was the star of the show, so he had to die. He wasn't the Punisher yet. All right. Segment 1 over. We'll hear from some Texans when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I was telling Sean during the break, anyone I've told our situation where they put us up in a hotel and then I let it be known that I'm sharing a room, everyone thinks it's funny. Of course, I explained that it's a room with 2 bedrooms and there's a common living space where you can, microwave food.
Yeah. Watch the college football
playoff. But legitimately, if we wanted to, we could just go adjourn to our rooms and never see each other. Except when we're leaving, and Sean is asleep when I'm leaving for this next couple days. But you've got a separate bath for each.
Yeah.
A bathroom. It's as if we could pretend neither one of us exists if we wanted to.
We're roommates.
Yeah, we're roommates. We're roommates, but everyone thinks it's funny, particularly women. Like John did his thing because he's John. But any woman I've thought about this thing is hilarious for whatever reason.
They would have thought it's very funny when it was October 2022 when Paul and I went to Vegas to do shows at Circa. And we literally only had 1 bed in our hotel room.
Did you sleep in the same bed or someone picked the couch?
I slept on the couch the first night.
Yeah.
Paul the second.
Oh, you swapped. See, I just got to ask.
Paul and I were swapping, yeah.
I just got to ask, are you sharing bathrooms? No. We each have our own bathroom. We're in a place where...
It's a 2x2.
Yeah, it's a place where you have a full bed and bath, and we only congregate in one area, and that's a safe space where we watch football.
A safe man space.
Yeah, man space where we watch football.
I am interested in what we do tonight. How the hangout's gonna happen.
Yeah,
we don't have the easy let's mock Ryan Day
and Marcus Freeman. Yeah, what do we do tonight? Do we mock?
I don't think we have.
Do we mock Tom Thibodeau tonight?
Do we have a Fire Stick or something that we can? Are we stuck with?
We're stuck with regular ass cable, unfortunately. I think
we have HBO.
Yeah, we do have HBO.
Going to this channel.
Yeah, I don't think we have Apple TV where I could broadcast whatever I might want to watch.
I was gonna say, I feel like I'm gonna watch a TV show that I would never watch.
That happens a lot when I'm in one of those spaces. Yeah, we both have I have a laptop, so if I want to watch Netflix, that's fine. I don't know if we're sharing a laptop to watch Netflix though. We just put it out there. We sit there and watch Netflix.
No, at that point, everyone who's like, "Are you cuddling?"
Yeah,
they're right.
They're right. Yeah.
Hey
guys, what did you do tonight? Oh, we
just watched Netflix.
We watched Squid Game season 2 on my laptop. What, you share? Oh, no, you shared a laptop to watch Squid Game? Yeah, we can't do that. I don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
I don't know because you won't be there till. You won't be there till 6:15 or whatever, 6:30, whatever it'll be. 10 to 6. So
today,
I may be deep into a nap. I don't know what'll be the case at that point. Who knows? So we will see. And I may have to go get Sean food because who knows?
Here till 6.
Yeah, I may have dinner waiting for Sean when he gets in. I go out and work all day. What do you do all day? Well. But if we're in 1950, sure, someone apparently. So there it is. That's our scenario. Everyone thinks it's funny. It is kind of funny.
I'm laughing.
Yeah, because we set up a scenario where it's exact opposite of what actually is going on. But sure. So you never know what's going to happen. The hijinks tonight.
Laying on our stomachs, watching a laptop playing.
Yeah. I don't particularly think that's going to happen.
Watching The Pit.
Yeah, another episode. I haven't seen episode 3 yet. So there it is. The Texans maybe a little less joyous yesterday in their final words to the media. Let's start with DeMeco Ryans. He was short and sweet about Bobby Slowick. He was asked a question about what he thinks of Bobby Slowick in year 2. Now he mentioned other things in the longer version of his availability, but that's the topic of conversation. What to do with Bobby Slowick? He didn't give any solidified answers. We're not going to know anything. The thought is he might make a decision one way or the other in a week. So you'll hear the question, and then you hear DeMeco respond to the question about his OC.
How you feel Bobby Slowick did in year 2 as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with
with Bobby. I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
There it was. As far as that specific question was concerned, what he saw Bobby Slowick. CJ Stroud was much more effusive in his praise of Bobby Slowick. So, what to do? At least nationally, it is believed to be a real test of the Texans and DeMeco Ryan, what his decision is. I can tell you, I listen to quite a few national podcasts, and the Texans are a topic of conversation because everyone loves Stroud. They love a good young quarterback. They hate to see him wasted. That is always a topic of conversation. Young quarterbacks, what are the franchises doing to help them succeed? It's click on a podcast, young quarterbacks having a tough time that they like, or is having a great time, playing well, the topic comes up. And right now, there's strong advocacy for Bobby Slowick to get fired. Everyone says, DeMeco, you got to make a move. Can't waste Stroud. Just put a step back. Bobby Slowick is doing things fundamentally that is not helping your quarterback. Of course, the offensive line is a giant issue. We found out from Aaron Wilson yesterday that Chris Strasser is likely out, and he was contemplating retirement before the year. If you can convince a guy to come back, and sometimes it works out, but the guy wants to go, I feel like just let him go. Particularly a guy who isn't known to be an elite at his job. If this was Jeff Stoutland, the Eagles offensive line coach who has built lines wherever he's gone, best coaches in the world have wanted him. Saban has wanted him. Al Golden wanted him. I think Al Golden might have had him, and then he went to go coach for Saban. Or no, Mark Richt. The joke was Al Golden's not a great coach. Mark Richt brought him in, and then he went to go coach for Saban. Saban came calling, I believe he went. I believe that's how that worked. But either way, successful coaches have hired Jeff Stoutland. So if it was him who decided he wanted out, he just was done with football, and you could convince him to come back, I'm with it. But if Strasser wants out, let him out. And maybe that played a part in how this team looked. Lance doesn't believe this Texans team, at least their O-line, he doesn't believe they have the right DNA. Yeah, I was right. It was Golden who hired Stoutland, then he went to coach Alabama. After Golden got fired. No, John, the Miami Malaise is taking over. I messed it up again. It was Randy Shannon who hired Jeff Stoutland. And then Stoutland went to go coach at Alabama when Randy Shannon got fired. That's what it is. Look it up. So, that guy, yes. Convince him. Strasser, you want to go, you want to go. Now, Aaron Wilson's reporting that there's a strong internal candidate. Does that mean that Bobby Slowick's going to stay because you want continuity there, as opposed to having a new OC, hire a new offensive line coach? I don't know. That's all speculation. But I wouldn't assume that Bobby Slowick is gone just because Nico wasn't so effusive in talking about it. Particularly when his quarterback loves him. So let's hear from CJ Stroud. A bit of a contrast between what he thinks of Bobby Slowick, at least what he says about Bobby Slowick, than what DeMeco said yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far. I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know I can't imagine. It's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. It would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So, yeah.
So at least publicly, the quarterback wants him back. How much will he use his influence to make sure that happens? We don't know. Maybe it's not even in CJ's bag to try to influence coaching decisions, but he wants him back. He would like 3 years with the coordinator. And the problems don't begin and end with Bobby Slowick. They begin with that offensive line. When we come back, we're going to hear one of those national voices talk about the offensive line in a way that kind of lines up with what we've seen. They look to be poorly coached, and he threw in a word that no football player wants to hear. But is he wrong? I'll let you decide. That not complimentary of the Texans offensive line. So we'll hear that when we come back. But first, let's hear from Sean about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app in America. That's why it's America's #1, because it's in America, in case you didn't know. From sea to shining sea, everyone loves Prize Picks, especially me last night. I was really loving Prize Picks because I was a winner last night. I don't care about Notre Dame losing. I don't care about Ohio State winning. I'm the winner. Not Ryan Day, me. Because I had Quinshon Judkins to score a touchdown. He scored 3. Riley Leonard to score a rushing or receiving touchdown. He got one in there after the first drive. I had to wait a while, but it was still the first drive. And Will Howard threw for more than 1 yard. That was huge for me. Thank you, Prize Picks, for having that special. And Jaden Fielding, the Ohio State kicker, scoring more than 6.5 kicking points. That got me to win 6 times my money last night. So the Chipotle I had during halftime, it was free thanks to Prize Picks. And Chipotle can be free for you on Prize Picks if you know your stuff. You download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So if you were listening to the show, possibly in this time slot for the first time because you're at home, welcome. Apologies if you were wondering why we had background music going. Maybe you thought we were honoring Adam Rapp. That's a name way from the past. He used to do the guy who told me about this and alerted me to what was going on would know who Adam Rapp is. But he did a sports show where he played music underneath the entire time, hip hop music. But that wasn't on purpose. We believe Lance is a saboteur.
I'm recklessly speculating
because it has never been something anyone who normally has full control over that would use. Like Sean wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. B-Mac wouldn't do it. No producer would do it because it's stupid.
Yeah.
But if you are Lance at home with nothing else to do before you sign off, why not turn the background music on?
And it's the first time that Lance is in because he's having to stream from his house.
Well,
it's probably one of the first times he's using the restream to enter the room.
That's true. When he's at here, he'll have restream up to check the chat, but he doesn't have his laptop open really to have a camera on because he's refused to do it until we shamed him into doing it this morning.
Yeah. Until he started eating. 30 minutes left on the show. Then he turned it off. Then he was doing the thing where he's turning it off, back on, doing silly poses. That's part of my case because he was too much goofing from the pre-minute draft analyst.
Too much goofing at home, very relaxed, eating whatever. So
because Granado doesn't care enough to do it.
Not a chance.
He has a tea time to go to.
Yes, he was about an hour away at the end of the show.
About 10 minutes for now.
Yeah, so we believe Lance did it. Apologies. All I know was up tempo music instrumentals. That's what I was told.
I did check on it. And it was very funny. The music was very. I don't know. There's like an entire playlist on here.
Oh.
That's part of it. I know it wasn't an accident that one of us did because you had to click like 3 different things
to get there.
I didn't even know you could do it.
Yeah.
And it was like club music for a little while.
So we try to be a professional place. Sure, there's a little looseness. You guys get it. We're not so uptight, but we would choose not to have background music playing under the show if we had our way. Normally we do. This time we didn't because Lance Zierlein got involved. So there it is.
It wasn't coming over. The radio audience has no idea what we're talking about.
No,
the radio was fine.
But if you watch us on YouTube or Twitch, that's what happened. That's what it was. It's not a new thing we're doing.
I mean, it might now.
Or maybe it is.
I'm kind of... I want to see what different kinds of the music they have. So.
Yes. 713-780-3776 if you want to recommend things we should play on the show.
It's all like copyright-free music.
Yeah.
So it's...
like elevator music. Stuff you hear Michael have under our spots. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Stuff that wouldn't cost us. That's what we're talking about. So we will see going forward. But let's get to this. This is... from Nate Tice. He is part of Yahoo Sports. He used to be on The Athletic. He is the son of Mike Tice, the former O-line coach in the NFL and former Vikings head coach. Nate Tice has a podcast with Yahoo. It's called Football 301. He didn't have very kind words for the Texans offensive line, much like you guys didn't. Maybe since the beginning of the year, but certainly on Saturday. Here's Nate Tice and his thoughts on that Texans O-line.
Alton Schultz having to block him one-on-one. Because this is what I always talk about the Texans offense and their offensive line is just that's lazy and kind of poorly coached. They were just doing full slide. And whenever you see an offensive line do a full slide, the ball has to get out quick. NFL pass rush is too good. You're doing that just to wad it up and just go, all right, we don't know who's coming, so we'll just wad this up. Quarterback will get it out in 2 seconds. We'll be fine. We'll just survive it. They're doing it and checking into it, which was like, to me, that's a white flag. Going like, we don't know.
We don't know.
We have no idea. We're gonna guess and hopefully we catch it. And then you're going against Spags, who has seen so many offensive line coaches try to do that to him. So there's Carl Loftus on Schultz. The running back's supposed to help him. But what Spags will do is blitz somebody. So the running back has to pick up the blitzer. And then it's just sack, pressure. And it's just like, God, that was the Texans season. Kind of like those were the things that were missing this entire season was protection. And then, of course, at the worst moments, it showed up and reared its ugly head. And that's always the equalizers, that pass rush stuff.
So that was a way of just saying the Texans don't know what they're doing. They did not know what they're doing all year long. And we know from game one, I think Sean and I called out Strausser and said, remember that guy's name about week 4 or 5. We got in on it early because it was consistently not being able to pick up stunts. And you were
good enough and the hype was there because you had CJ, you love how Joe Mixon was running, and you still had your healthy wide receiver core, that it could be something that was ignored. But it seemed like a fatal flaw, and it certainly doomed them in their final game of the year. So it's a talent issue. It's a scheme issue. It's systematic. And they appear to be moving on from Strausser. How do they fix the mentality, and how do they fix the talent? With all that investment, are you going to scrap it all? Because there are keepers, no matter what we think of Laremy Tunsil's attitude and his willingness to commit a penalty to save himself from a sack. Now, that's certainly dissipated after it got to a point where it was almost untenable. You have him considered a bad example. I don't know that locker room. I don't know how he is as a leader, but from anyone who has sources inside that building, they get word that he isn't the leader you want as the best player on that offensive line. And maybe he's just a talent. He doesn't have to be a leader, but you also don't want him to be a bad example. Like you could be a net neutral as far as leadership is concerned. We always hear about great leaders. We always hear about guys who are bad in the locker room. You could be just a guy who goes out there and does his job. Of course, you want your best players to be leaders, but maybe it's not in their personality. You just hope they go out there, do their job, and quote unquote lead by example. Apparently, Tunsil is someone. If we're on our sliders or we're creating a player, leadership, he's way down. In fact, if we could, we trend towards negative, unfortunately. And it apparently permeates that entire room. Beyond the jokes we make about the fit guys, the guys putting up their fits on Instagram, that really doesn't matter. It's funny to talk about because it's the antithesis of what we think generally an offensive line should be. That don't matter. Just go out there and perform, know what you're doing, and practice and set an example so others will practice. And he apparently is the opposite of that. And it appears to be something the entire offensive line has to deal with. And it's weird because you got Shaq Mason, who's a veteran, who just wasn't good all year, and it was awful on Saturday. Then you got Blake Fisher, who you hope isn't going to be influenced too much by Laremy Tunsil's example. We know Titus is already all in, so let's forget about that. That particular hope that Laremy Tunsil wouldn't infect Titus Howard, forget about it. That one's done. They're two peas in a pod.
The habits are already set in stone.
Those guys were talking about how they could
5
be
years now.
Remember those guys were talking about how they could be the best tackle combination in football. Now look at you. They had to move you to guard for a reason. Like, to be clear, the Texans have problems inside, so that's why they move Titus Howard to guard. If Titus Howard was a great right tackle, they're not moving him.
Yeah, they're just figuring it out with a different guard.
Yeah, they'll find a way. You don't mess with him if he was so outstanding there because you have other problems. You would try to find a way to fix it inside. No, he wasn't good enough to keep that spot. They're like, Blake Fisher's good enough, so we'll move you inside. So that's where we are. Everyone can see it. The Texans have to see it. Their O-line coach is done. I don't know if I'm all in on just hiring some guy from internally.
Internal hire I don't love.
Doesn't feel great. We watch enough and follow enough college football to know generally the internal hire, not a great choice if it's coming from a failed spot or a failed position group. We usually when a coach gets fired and you start to hear noise that the players like a guy and they want to hire from within, you know your AD and your administration ain't serious about this. Why? It generally never works out. It has happened a couple times, but
Marcus Freeman.
But that wasn't failed.
Oh yeah.
Brian Kelly lost one game the year he left to go to LSU.
Notre Dame fans.
Yeah.
Ever since he left, they act like.
Well, we talk about it. We talked about it yesterday while watching and trashing Grind Day for the most part.
Sitting next to each other on the couch.
Yeah, watching TV on a big TV, not a laptop like tonight. We were watching the game and
laying on our stomachs on one of the beds.
Yeah, we're watching the game saying, I know Notre Dame fans find their current coach more enjoyable. He's a nicer version of what they've had to deal with before. He also doesn't have that one big red mark on him that I won't get into, but that we talked about as well. He's a nicer face of the program.
Mm-hmm. I said it's the flirting harassment meme.
Yeah. He was also much worse in his first 2 years than Brian Kelly was. And Brian Kelly in his third year made the national title game. A lot of the pushback on Brian Kelly from Notre Dame people or just people who don't like Brian Kelly was Brian Kelly left Notre Dame, and one of the reasons he left was because he said he wanted to be at a spot where he can always compete for a national title. He didn't feel like that Notre Dame was going to give him the resources to do that. And the pushback was, well, and look at that. Marcus Freeman won a playoff game, won another. Now is in the title game, and Brian Kelly has yet to do that. I'll just inform Notre Dame people. Brian Kelly made the title game, and you may not say in a tougher way because Marcus Freeman had to win more games, but Brian Kelly had to be one of the top 2 teams in the country to make his title game.
They had to be undefeated.
Yes. He had to be 1 or 2 to make it. In fact, they were 1. I remember because they had the home jerseys on and got their asses kicked by Alabama.
They're number 1 pregame.
Yeah, they weren't
halftime.
No one believed they were number 1.
Down the polls.
No one believed they were number 1, but the BCS had them at number 1, and then we saw what happened once they played Alabama. So he did the same thing Marcus Freeman did, and you might say the margin for error was less. So relax. We'll see what Notre Dame does going forward. So, but that was all to say, because don't hire people from failed spots because you want to do it internally. At least my feeling is that. We will see what the Texans do. But if they're going to keep Slowick, they may very well hire a guy he's familiar with, who he's worked with, who's inside the building. We will see. When we come back, you guys can join us, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Joe Mixon. Apparently, Nick Caserio has something cooking, allegedly. Joe Mixon considers himself a great recruiter, but he also thinks Nick Caserio has a big move in store. We will see what that is. We'll also hear from Joe Espada. Joe Espada was asked by Nate Griffin of Fox 26, friend of the station, about the prospect of possibly bringing Alex Bregman back because he's still hanging out there. And Joe Espada had a very understandable answer. So we'll hear from him in the second hour. But first, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. You may not be able to get out there today, but you know what? Maybe this snow makes you think about getting a new vehicle because you watch your current vehicle with snow on top of it and go, I don't even want that car anymore. You know where you can get a new car? Monument Chevrolet. Check out that entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. You want a Tahoe? You want a big truck? You can do that. You want a Trax? You want a Silverado? You want a Blazer? All out there for you. The inventory is great. And because it is still the month of January, we continue to tell you that the 50-year anniversary that ended in 2024, well, the sales or the deals surrounding that extend until January 31st. So when you can get out there, they're going to have deals for you across the entire inventory for new vehicles. And maybe you want something pre-owned that you like when you see the website. You go and check it out. They have deals for pre-owned vehicles, 6,000 miles, 6-month warranty. So if you are concerned because the car was owned before, don't worry about it. Monument Chevrolet will get you a great vehicle and also give you that great warranty to cover you. You can check out what they have at the lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. It's a great place. I was out there a couple weeks ago. Well, actually last week to film some stuff that'll show up here shortly. And they got great customer service. All the people out there are great. And you'll enjoy that service because no hidden fees, no upcharges. They're not pushy. Once they know what vehicle you want, they'll do everything possible to get you in that vehicle as quickly as possible. Check everything out at monumentchevrolet.com and then go out there. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We're back for hour 2. Sean and I, the only ones who will make an appearance in the building today, I believe. Maybe there's someone running a show after 6 that might be here. I'm not sure.
Not to my knowledge. The only person that could possibly show, I guess not possibly, but who I'd say is third on the board for showing up is Paul if he decides to walk here again. Because he lives 1.1 miles away.
So he may decide,
He
hey,
won't,
I'm
but he might. I don't know.
Unlikely.
There's no reason for him to, but he might.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he
You never know with that guy.
Yeah, as long as the grid holds, and haven't heard anything about power outages, so looks like everyone can do the show from home.
Sources say
if they choose. Yes. Well, yes. A source told me, a source close to me, like legitimately 2 feet away from me on the couch.
Sources on the other side of the couch
told me that
and I have sources
that he has a source. Sean has a source
in the energy sector.
That's right. Who said this time they were prepared, and so far that appears to be holding as we go through Winter Storm Enzo. The snow has stopped. You guys are listening and you're out there. You probably know that too. The snow has stopped in the Galleria area. Maybe further south towards Galveston, the storm has not completely stopped, but the snow will be here. Of course, the ice is the bigger issue, so we will see how it plays out the next 24 hours.
Enzo is such a great name.
It's not bad.
They really smoked it.
Yeah, good job.
Much better than what was the hurricane?
There was Beryl.
Yeah,
whatever. Beryl. Get out of here, Beryl. So,
Enzo's in town.
I don't know if you heard, but Enzo's in town. Speaking of people in town, the Cade Cunningham and the Pistons were in town. It was part of the MLK slate of games, and the Pistons pretty much had their way with the Rockets. They got out early. Good first quarter for the Pistons. The Rockets fought back to tie the game. They just didn't have any answers for Cade Cunningham and a Pistons team that's actually missing one of their young players that they like, Jaden Ivey, but Jalen Duren had a nice afternoon. The Rockets go down. They lose a game surprisingly at home. Like, the Pistons are better, but they're a middling team. They're fighting for a play-in spot right now. And, of course, the East is jumbled up from like about 5 to 9 or 5 to 10. So it's anywhere from 2 games to 3 for those from 5 to 10. So they're in playoff contention, and Cade Cunningham had a really good game. He dunked. I won't say he dunked on 4 guys, but he dribbled through, and 4 guys either fake like they're going to challenge or actually did challenge, and he dunked. And once he was done, he screamed at the entire Rockets, pretty much the entire Rockets roster, because he was looking at the bench too, and said, "I dunked on all y'all motherfuckers," and he finished it. So exciting it was at the Pistons social media. They put it out there too. They didn't caption the language. They didn't subtitle the language, but they didn't edit it either. So Cade Cunningham had a great night. Jalen Green, after winning Conference Player of the Week, did not have a great afternoon. It was a shooting performance reminiscent of some days in December and November. It's not the guy we've seen in January. It just was inefficient, missed shots. Sean has talked all January about what it would look like if the 3-ball didn't go down, and we got a taste of it. It wasn't great. Was not great for him as the Rockets dropped that one to the Pistons. Normally, that is an awful loss, and then under the circumstances, because of how well the Rockets are playing, you get Amon Thompson back, you assume you're going to win that game. But trust, the Pistons aren't terrible. If you're not looking at their record and you just think, oh, these are the Pistons who have been at the top of the lottery for the last couple of years, they're not that. They are closer to what the Rockets were last year than those lottery teams. So if you thought the Rockets in that month of March, they have played at a level where they aren't going to need a spectacular run to be average. Pistons have been an average basketball team, which isn't a giant compliment, except when you look at what the Pistons have been the last couple of years. Being average, being mediocre, being a non-embarrassment is a great step for the Pistons, and they're going to get an all-star. Cade Cunningham's going to make the all-star game and look like one yesterday against the Rockets. Jalen Duren and I would have asked for the Rockets not to make it look like an all-star. That was the bigger problem. The fact that other guys got theirs, it's not like it was a giant offensive effort. It was 107, I believe, 96 the final. So it wasn't like the Rockets got run off the floor and gave them 130. It's just that you got too many contributions from a guy like Jalen Duren and not enough from your guys, and you lose. It's one game. Just, I would say, more surprising than anything. Alperen Sengun didn't have a good afternoon. Amin Thompson did. He's back. He was back in the lineup. Does what he always does. And Fred VanVleet shot the ball well. But Jalen 8 for 21, 2 of 8 from 3. That'll make you reminiscent, or at least, excuse me, it is reminiscent of what he could be earlier this year. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's one of those where we can't treat 13 losses now like the sky's falling.
14
losses.
Now is the sky falling? Because it's now 14 losses.
I mean, to the Pistons? No, I think
they only beat the Pistons by 2 earlier in the year in November. So these have been competitive games.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. The East is just so hard that a 500 team can play with the 2 seed in the West.
Yes, that's what it means. Well,
if we're using college football logic,
well, they've kind of had issues with the teams in that area. They lost to the Heat. Not that Jimmy Butler's an additive, because we've seen when he plays, he's not playing great because he doesn't want to be there. But they lost to the Heat without Jimmy Butler, and they're right in that range too. So I mean, those level of teams have come into town and have given the Rockets trouble.
Ime Udoka talked about it last week when he was asked what the ceiling is, and he said our ceiling is to improve and be better. And he's like, think about where we would be if we did. I mean, we've lost plenty of games to bad teams. They lost opening night to the Hornets. They lost to the Trailblazers. And then he threw in the Spurs, which I thought was funny. Just lost to the sorry-ass Spurs. I'm like, that bad?
They're not exactly a bad team.
Yeah, but
an average to okay team.
They have lost a lot of games.
They continue,
bad teams.
Do they continue to trick off games, Sean? They tricked off plenty of games last year. They're doing that again?
This isn't a tricking off.
No, I don't think so either.
Yesterday wasn't a tricking off.
I don't think so either.
They have tricked off before.
The Charlotte game to start the year is a trick off game. What are you guys doing? Losing the Hornets.
Portland too. Trick off.
Yeah, Portland's
the other ones.
Yeah, the Spurs.
Sometimes you just get beaten.
The Spurs have a great player on their roster. Sometimes you get beat.
Sometimes you just lose.
Yeah, it happens.
The worst team in the league isn't going to finish with 0 wins. They're going to beat someone better than them.
And it's going to make the opposing fan base miserable. Yeah. But someone had to lose to them. You just hoped it wasn't you. But it happened to be you that night.
Every basketball team ever starts with like 10 wins.
Yeah. Unless you're actively trying. Unless you're actively trying not to win. And that's the goal from the very beginning, which is sometimes. But even still, those teams find a way.
That's why I chose 10, because I think that was what the worst Philadelphia Sixers with
process teams.
Yeah, I think there's 10 and 72.
Yeah, but we're no longer in the era where we have to worry about the Rockets winning 20 games a year, fighting for a lottery position, positioning themselves to be in the top for the lottery is no longer a concern.
We're thinking 2 seed.
That's right. Memphis got to win in a good game against Minnesota. They beat Minnesota in 2 competitive games in the last couple weeks, so it's only a half a game lead for the Rockets, but they do have the tiebreaker. They've beaten the Grizzlies 3 straight times. So if it comes down to it and you're worried about seeding,
own Memphis
before the All-Star break, they own the Memphis Grizzlies.
I'm not even worried about it if they have home court. We own them.
Well, you wouldn't.
Memphis is our city.
Well, you would play them at this point in a conference semifinal if it came down to it.
Wow.
Think about that. The Rockets on a conference semifinal.
And against a team we own.
Yeah. We got a path to the Western Conference Finals. Look at that. We're already pencil it in. You take care of the Mavericks, who you're currently slated to face.
Boom, easy.
You beat up on the Grizzlies, who you own.
Boom, easy.
And then
take that, Glorilla.
And then all you need is a Nuggets upset over the Thunder. And then you can see the Nuggets, who you own.
Yeah, and then in the finals,
that game was without Jokic, but whatever.
Who's the good team in the East that we own?
Well, they play the Cavs the next couple. They got the Cavs twice the next week or so.
There we go. Honestly, we're 1 win away against the Cavs from me.
From you starting the finals talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the Cavs.
They own the Cavs on aggregate.
They host the Cavs tomorrow. Big game. Try to bounce back.
Cleveland going to be able to get into town?
It's not a bad question.
It's
not a bad question.
Just what I was thinking.
Have the airports been reopened? Will they open them up for a private jet?
I don't think so yet, but probably for the
Cleveland.
Cavs,
Cleveland played last night, so for them, they would have, if in a normal setting, they would have already been here. They would have had an extra day off. Well, they would have been here. They would have been here today. They would have got here this morning or something.
Yeah.
I don't know where they stand right now. I'm sure I can look for it.
But what if they're staying at the same hotel we're in?
I could bet that they're not. I'm going to guarantee that they're not.
Me and Jared Allen talking about
the good old days
being at Texas in 2016.
That's right.
Shaka Smart I think that Texas team was like 13-20, but
That's not necessarily good old days.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look up Cleveland's flight plan, but
Asking Darius Garland where he got the sausage biscuit from the continental breakfast.
it was bacon this morning.
Oh, bacon.
Oh, you didn't go get breakfast?
No. I'm not a big breakfast guy. Although maybe I should have been.
Yeah, you probably, because you don't know when you're going to eat. That was what I did. I went and got.
I know.
I got some eggs, a bagel, and bacon. Turned that into a sandwich. Then I grabbed some bacon and a bagel because I'm not sure when I'm going to eat again. Central Market is my saving grace, and they say they're open, so we'll find out. So Sean, you got to plan ahead, man.
I have some hot Cheetos with me.
I remember those hot Cheetos. You even brought a bag clip, which is surprising. I wouldn't have put you on bag clip, guy.
What?
I wouldn't have put you on back. I wouldn't have put you on back clip. I don't know. I don't assume any guy's a back clip guy. I'm not.
I'm putting in a backpack. What, you think I'm just going to leave it?
I just assumed
rolled?
I just assumed you would have
Cheeto dust everywhere.
No, you wouldn't have opened them until you got to the hotel, and then once you got there, you would have just rolled them up and just put them.
Oh
in.
no, it's because I just took it from my apartment.
Okay, they're already open.
They're already.
Yeah,
it's between that and sour cream and onion.
But even still, back clip guy, surprising. It's an upset for me. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
we're getting to know each other.
That's right. Just wait until you see my Netflix queue tonight.
I know it's gonna be all subtitles.
I do watch no, that's my Amazon Prime queue. Okay. I watch less subtitle stuff on Netflix, just because they want me to watch Madam Web, so I haven't watched it. Hey, you would like this, really?
You would like it.
I haven't. I like a Dakota Johnson, but I'm not sure I like her that much.
Come on.
Whatever. Oh, look, pretty blonde girl. Never seen one of those before. Sorry, guys. Not saying Sydney Sweeney's a dime a dozen, or I'm suggesting, like, when you do stuff like that. Oh, like you could get her? No, I'm not saying I could get her. I'm not saying that, because that's the initial thought everyone has. Oh, okay. You think you can get her? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm aware I'm not getting Sydney Sweeney. I'm just saying she's a pretty blonde girl in Hollywood. There are a lot of them. That's all.
Yeah. They're
all. Now she may be at the top of the current power rankings for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And you are
Dr. Sasquatch money.
Yeah.
That she's getting.
I talked about that yesterday.
Shampoo commercial.
Yeah, we saw that commercial yesterday. I welcome you, and I applaud you if that's who you have chosen to put there at the ring, because I won't fight it. It's whatever. She is. I don't know if you would say special.
Wow. Jag?
No, not that. Not a jag. Clearly
the Will Howard of women? What?
Nah, clearly an all-star. Clearly an all-star.
Hollywood Howard.
Is she all NBA? Is she first team? Maybe
all-star. All-star.
Maybe some of you.
All-NBA.
Maybe some of you have her as an all-NBA player, all-NBA Hollywood blonde. And
depends how many people miss the 65 game threshold. Because you don't actually need to be top 15.
It's very true. No, I think she would get. I don't think she needs Embiid to miss games.
Okay.
Or things like that.
Is she Tyler Hero time? Where there's a case, but no one's quite taken up the cause?
No, I think she's beyond that. I think she's a lock for at least an all-star, and certainly for probably for all NBA. I don't think she's gonna need a push or someone not to have a great year. I think she can get there on her own.
Okay.
For most people,
the podcasts aren't having to be like, what people aren't talking about. Okay.
It's like when Jokic is healthy, just give it. Yeah. Well, why have we been having this talk? Well,
wow, Jokic's the first team all NBA. Okay.
From what people say, I'm sure there's a dissenting vote somewhere hey, we got to find out who that guy is. He can't be anonymous.
I think for me, Ja Morant, do it in the playoffs.
Ooh.
Doing the playoffs. All the highlights. Kids love you. I don't know. I don't know if this is a serious. Do I have to take this team seriously?
I mean, lead a movie.
That's what I'm saying. We went through the IMDb.
Immaculate's not bad, but it's not. That's more about the horror. She plays a pregnant nun somehow. Somehow that happens. I think she was impregnated by an evil spirit or something.
Interesting.
And Immaculate. I think that's how that movie goes. Guys, I get it. You like her. I'm not crushing you on it. I'm just diversify is all I'm saying. You guys are picking the obvious. Hey, look, you're picking all the attributes.
You're a hipster.
I am. I'm more Criterion Collection when it comes to the women I like.
Again, subtitles.
I know.
Amazon Prime subtitles.
I'm certainly leaning in. Yeah, you guys, blockbusters, summer blockbusters. What you guys are. I'm a quiet indie guy.
You need someone that has a Apple TV show that has no marketing budget. But it's good, guys.
I swear.
95% on Rotten
Watch
Tomatoes.
Silo. Rebecca Ferguson's rated it. All right. Of course, someone goes, of course you're talking about Sydney Sweeney. But not in the way you think I was going to. In fact, I don't need your commentary when I'm doing the show. How about that? I know you're listening right now. How about that? How about you save your commentary until the show's over? Or at least until the bit's over. You know where I'm going. Of course you're talking about him. You didn't even know where I was going. It's my personal vendetta against someone right now that no one knows. All right.
Settling scores.
Right. I got the microphone. I'll settle scores. Particularly on a snow day. All right. We're done with this segment, thankfully. If you have some thoughts on who makes all NBA when it comes to Hollywood actresses, you can do that and call in 713-780-3776. Okay, we'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back. He's more than happy to bring back Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman may not feel the same way, so we'll hear from the Astros manager when we get back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
You can watch us on the YouTube channel, on Twitter, on Twitch. We are going to be broadcasting, well, not this show, but the entire station will be here. John and Lance are here this morning, despite the weather. We're doing the show. Gallant George. We'll be doing it from home. And then also the Killer Bees as well. So we're all good. We found a way. I know sometimes the weather plays a part in how things go down here. Looks like, I know I'm saying things only, 4 hours into the broadcast day. Feels like we got things settled. So it looks like we're good to go for the entire day. Okay, let's hear from Joe Espada. Joe Espada, I don't know where Nate Griffin found them. I don't know where they were. But it was a walk and talk. Joe Espada was walking someplace. Nate Griffin of Fox 26 asked him a couple questions. And the first, of course, is about Alex Bregman. He's still out there. Are the Astros still interested? You be the judge. Here's Joe Espada on potentially bringing back Alex Bregman.
Joe, what's the latest on Alex Bregman right now?
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we hear still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
I won't close the door. What does our arms are still open mean? Like, would Alex Bregman have to go 2 years, $45 million, and the Astros like, we'd love to have you back, Alex. Thank you for being reasonable about your price. Of course, if he and his demands change drastically, I'm sure they would love to bring him back.
Hey, we lost Greg Kessinger.
we got
spots open for
we
you,
got
Alex.
some spots. Hey, Alex, we'd love to have you back as long as everything you stood on for the last 2 years about what you want changes. Come on back.
I mean, you can learn right field from Chas McCormick.
That's right. We got a space. We got outfielders. Well, the problem is we don't have outfielders. If you want to learn a different position as well,
boom.
How willing are you to sacrifice less money, learn a different position? You can come back and play for us. You want to play left, particularly in our ballpark? Doesn't take much. You don't need a great arm to play left in our ballpark.
Hey, he played third base. He's got a decent arm, I guess.
I know, but
it's more the running, and luckily, Crawford box is right on your heels back there.
And considering, like Alex Bregman, I mean, he's not the most athletic guy in the world running, but the funny part is how he runs more than anything else. Those arms are interesting. He gets it done, though. Whatever.
He runs like a Lego man.
Yeah, it's a Lego Batman. We will see, but the Astros not killing the possibility. Let's just be clear. It's going to be a big come down for Alex Bregman if he returns to the Astros. Well. It won't be what they say, but that will be the implication. Well. Look who it is. What does Thanos say?
You couldn't deal with your failure, right?
You couldn't live with your failure. What does that lead you? Right back to me.
Although, that is a different Thanos.
It's the second Thanos.
Yeah.
Thanos who didn't actually win.
Yeah.
It's the Thanos who actually lost.
The other guy was better.
Yeah, the first Thanos won.
Yeah. This Thanos ain't played nobody.
That's right.
He
Now,
ain't played nobody.
To be fair, the first Thanos did get his head chopped off, but after he had won.
No, that Thanos, or the second Thanos, this is so confusing.
Yeah.
I'm saying one of them is Alabama with Nick Saban, the other one is Alabama with Kalen DeBoer.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same guy, same sticker on the helmet,
Just
same uniform.
Things are a little different. One guy has
that guy wears a T-shirt on the sideline.
One guy has a universe he blipped. This one
didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing except get beat. Had Miss Marvel about to take you out until someone stepped in.
Scarlet Witch almost got him. Come on.
Yeah. Ladies can do it by themselves. Almost took you out. The lady supergroup almost took you out until you had your ship fire on them. Oh, soft ass Thanos.
Oh, you can beat up Steve Rogers. He's a guy from Brooklyn, all right?
Super serum, whatever.
You're an alien.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What the Infinity Gauntlet? Beat it. Get out of here. All right. We delved into nerd culture somehow, some way. But there it is. Joe Espada. If they had their way, they'd love to have him. But we will see. what happens there. I imagine Alex Bregman will find his way to a team at a salary, at least yearly, that is lower than he wanted. Maybe the years are less than he wanted. What are we talking about now? March, February? Feels like we got a Blake Snell scenario occurring for Alex Bregman so far, where no one is willing to commit to the money he wants. He's just going to wait him out until he can't wait no more. Product of the Boris. Product of being that guy's client. He's going to sell you a dream. You're going to believe it. And then you're going to have to see if your guy can get it done. And right now, the market says, keep waiting, Alex. He's got offers, just not the ones he's looking for. All right. We got a couple more segments here to go before we wrap it up for the day. I will say, I got to imagine, as long as the power is on in your place, you're warmer than we are. I'm not sure what the deal is here, but I am legit rubbing my hands.
I was wondering what that sounded like.
That is me.
I can hear it.
That is me rubbing my hands. I don't know why.
Got Birdman.
I don't know what. I can't even do it. My tongue is and my lips are too cold. That's the issue right now. We're a little colder than we thought we would be. But hey, at least we can do this. A couple more segments to go. We'll be back.
But our arms are still open. But our arms are still open.
Their arms are still open. That's right. All you got to do is go back against everything you think you're worth. And you're welcome back, Alex Bregman. That's all. That's all we're asking for.
We'll sign you to a discount.
Yeah.
We've always been open to discount.
Yeah. We let you out in the open market and you found out you ain't worth what you think you are. We will welcome you back. Joe Espada yesterday talking to, 2 days ago now, I think, talking to Nate Griffin. Okay. While the Astros tepid recruitment of Alex Bregman continues, I guess, we can hear from a guy who thinks he's a great recruiter. Joe Mixon was one of the great acquisitions for the Texans this year. As far as free agents, even with the Neil Hunter, actually it was a trade, to be honest, but still, a great acquisition making that trade for Joe Mixon. Worked out great. He'll be back for another year, multiple years if they so choose. So he is going on to recruit possibly for the Texans. He thinks he's got that in his bag. And he also, at the very end of this, had a surprise that I don't know what he's talking about. He wasn't very specific, but apparently the GM has got some stuff cooking. So here's Joe Mixon yesterday after the Texans wrapped up their season.
First of all, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this shit. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team, and I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now, so definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
I played that clip earlier and still forgot that I didn't bleep what he said. And the people on the stream heard it, but everyone else, whatever.
Yeah, they've heard worse.
Yeah, definitely. So what does Nick Cassero have cooking? But beyond that, I guess maybe the assumption is with the Texans needing wide receiver help that maybe Joe Mixon will be in on trying to get T. Higgins here. T. Higgins is going to cost a lot of money. Are you willing to pay T. Higgins more than you're paying Nico? Because no matter what you think of Nico Collins, he was your own guy. You could get him at a different price. And Nico was willing to sign early. What if Nico Collins, now he didn't miss time. What if Nico Collins had waited? You know what? If he pulled the I'm a bet on myself move, how much would he be worth now?
He would be top of maybe not number one guy as far as wide receivers get paid, but I don't know. Could he get Ayuk money?
Particularly with how desperate the Texans would have been for wide receiver help, with what happened to Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs, and if he came through.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about last offseason, about why the Texans should try to get it done, because not only are you going to sign them based off only 1 year, at that point, only 1 year of top-tier type production, it's also going to be before that. I think he signed it, was it before Mike Evans signed? I know it's before Jordan Jefferson signed, Justin Jefferson signed, not Jordan, before Jamar Chase signed, still is, before T. Higgins signed, still is, before CeeDee Lamb signed. So the price was going to go up before Brandon Ayuk signed. So he was going to slot in wherever he slotted in, and then immediately 5 different receivers were going to get more than him. So, and that's on top of, again, being able to get a little bit of a discount by getting it done early. So, yeah, if he would have played it out, he probably would be top 5 paid receiver in the league. It would probably be a holdout, honestly. He would have gone to miss training camp this year.
That is a very likely receiver scenario where there's a negotiation.
That's what the rest of them did.
And the thing is, Nico proved he wasn't about that when he took the money early. So if you have aspirations of adding T. Higgins to this, just know you're going to pay T. Higgins more than you paid Nico because that's just how the game goes. And T. Higgins only played 12 games, but did catch 10 touchdowns. His yardage was less than Nico because Nico played more, but that Bengals offense was prolific. So even with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins was able to score 10 times. You're going to pay him if that was your target. And then a year from now, you're renegotiating with Nico because he's going to want more money. Just how the game is played. Someone's going to tell him, hey, man, you've been here. You're that guy. Why is T. Higgins making more than you? That's just how it goes. So it is an unintended consequence of going out and paying a free agent wide receiver a lot of money. Even if you sign your guy to a recent deal, a renegotiation is likely. Whether Nico would push it to where he's sitting out games, that's speculation that I don't know. And certainly the thought of him renegotiating is speculation too, but that's just how it always plays out. One guy gets his money, then another guy in your roster says, let's have a talk, particularly if Nico Collins happens to outperform the new signing. So we will see there. It's just an expensive way to go about it, paying wide receivers that type of money. But if you're going to do it, you clearly do it now with CJ still a season plus away from even having a conversation about a deal. And if the Texans believe they're close, they're going to need wide receiver help. We played sound earlier about their problem with the offensive line. I think it all starts there, though. T. Higgins is nice, but you could get production from a first round wide receiver or a second round wide receiver if that's your path. I would place all of my interest, at least early, in making sure we have answers with from guard to guard. Look, Titus Howard's being paid a lot of money to play right tackle. He's being overpaid to play left guard, particularly at the level he plays left guard at. But if you believe Blake Fisher is your right tackle, then where does Titus Howard go if not playing guard, or you decide to part ways and trade him? So if Titus Howard is your guard, is he good enough to warrant the type of money you're paying him? And then you have to consider, we're paying Larry Tunsil a lot of money. We're paying Titus Howard a lot of money. How many more resources are we giving to the offensive line? Because do you think you can get it fixed by drafting guys? Because that has not proven to be the case. So if you are trying to sign guys who are established that fit your system, then that's going to cost. Guards are generally less expensive, but like Robert Hunt, who was he was a good player in Miami. Carolina paid him all the money. So the guard market is changing. And if you want even just good at guard, you're going to have to pay a lot for it if you're not going to draft it. So they got some questions. The salary, they got some space, but not a lot. Of course, you can do things to make more. It always happens. Ask the Saints. They've been doing it for years. Hasn't worked out for them, but there's always ways to kick the can down the road and find a way to get guys in you need to get in.
The kicking the can worked when they had Drew Brees.
Yes, well,
doesn't work when they don't have Drew Brees.
The Texans have not Drew Brees, not a clear Hall of Famer, but someone they believe they can work around until they got to pay him, so they can start kicking the can down the road to keep salary space open to go pay guys while CJ's making next to nothing in comparison to what his actual worth is.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to start kicking the can year 3 to start making those kind of moves.
That's not a bad thing to bring up.
I think after he gets paid, 4 years from now, when he starts making real money, that's when I think I'm okay with just how the NFL salary cap works, where you can just kind of borrow it off of tomorrow, basically. Just keep getting in more and more credit card debt. We'll pay it later. Because I know this is crazy to talk about in year 2 of this guy, but if he is going to be good, if he's going to be good enough to where you are a contender for the rest of his career, by the end of it, you're going to need a quarterback anyway. Like we mentioned with Drew Brees, honestly, the Saints probably should have just taken their lumps salary cap wise the day after he retired and just, okay, we are done competing, and they would be in a better spot than they are now. But they kept getting further and further, basically in credit card debt for the NFL, and look where they are now. Probably the most hopeless franchise right now other than the Browns. Different circumstances, though.
Different ways of getting there, but hopeless all the same. Which points out the Texans, despite what was a season that likely fell below your expectations, they're in a pretty good spot. The decisions D'Amico Ryans makes about even if he doesn't fire his OC, which is certainly something people are looking forward to. No, it's weird to say looking forward to someone losing their job, but that's the business.
He's got a
of sport.
family.
That's the business of sports. People look forward to stop it.
Pull his kids out of school.
As much as I know you're playing a game here, you're a giant fan of college football. Trust me. You know when November rolls around and you know
problem kicking all those guys.
Yeah, beat it. They all got families
Charlie
too.
Strong later
You got all those families, and we were more than happy to go. Yes,
Tom Herman.
And it's not even just head coaches. If your DBs underperform, get the DB coach out of here. Let's make a move.
Yeah, Blake Gideon.
Yeah, beat it.
I never forgave you for dropping that interception.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
Yeah, I know. We all do the whole. I don't ever want to call for someone being fired because those guys got families and it's really tough. Except when you think they're screwing you out of a chance to win big, then beat it.
Chris Strasser has a family.
It's true, but
I didn't see a lot of those tweets.
But you can comfort yourself with knowing he wanted to retire anyway. That's the news that Aaron Wilson.
He's going to be able to. Okay, then guilt-free. I can go. I'm happy that Chris Strasser is no longer the O-line coach because now he can, like Daryl Morey when he stepped down from the Rockets, can spend time with his family.
Yes, if you weren't aware, Aaron Wilson is reporting that Chris Strasser considered retiring before this season, and he came back for one more year. Didn't come back to great success, so now he's expected to be gone.
Ruined his legacy.
So I know it's not the case, but if anyone had felt any guilt about wanting that man to lose his job, don't.
Man.
He wanted to leave anyway.
He could have left after last year. We still wouldn't know his name.
It's true.
Now everyone hates him.
His name wouldn't be Mud.
It doesn't matter. He's retiring.
Yeah, and Bobby Slowick gives him cover. Strausser's, sure, but
only the real heads know Strausser.
Yeah, listen to this show if you want to be ahead of everyone. Listen to this show
on who to hate.
Some of you guys are still out there hating on Slowick. If you were one of the real heads, you would have known Strausser was the guy to direct her undue hate to.
We're not just hipsters when it comes to Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, I mean,
the Apple TV Plus.
Sean's in there. He's a Margaret Qualley fan. That's some real hipster talk. That's real hipster stuff from Sean. We get you the offensive line scuttlebutt, and we'll also tell you if you want to be.
I'll tell you which one of the Manson girls from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood you really need to look out for.
That's right. That's another
one that's going to get nominated.
That's another Margaret Qualley reference. If you weren't aware, because Sean's a big Qualley head. We got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up. Maybe we'll do a Qualley marathon tonight.
Qualley Power Rankings.
No, a marathon.
Oh, marathon
tonight because we don't know what to watch tonight while we're in the same hotel room.
Substance on streaming?
Probably not. I don't know if they have it on demand in the hotel. We'll figure it out. The food, the entertainment, we'll figure it out. Sean and I bonding for one more night. We got one more segment here on the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We got a couple of minutes before Gallant George begin. The big hiring that happened yesterday was the Lions losing their OC to the Bears. Ben Johnson takes the Bears job, and Lions fans are pissed. The inevitable. He was too focused on getting that job to worry about the divisional round game, because I think it pissed a lot of them off when they heard that he already had Dennis Allen lined up to get the DC job. And the reporting is, because some agent wrote it for one of the reporters, that he's putting together an all-star staff. And I saw Lions fans, all-star staff already has one. Well, is that why he called that reverse pass from Jameson Williams? Because he was too busy getting a staff together? It's the lament of every fan who loses someone who's taking another job. How dare he?
He was calling the Avengers, which includes Dennis Allen.
Well, DC, not head coach.
Okay.
There's a difference. Yeah. It's like Clint Barton, Hawkeye, as a DC, not the leader of the Avengers, just as one of the outskirt guys. Shoot an arrow. He's cool. He can do that, defending New York, but you can't have him be the leader. And that's what Dennis Allen is. Good DC, but you don't want him as your head coach. So they're pissed, and it happens every year. Someone always gets the blame.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny that just how the hiring works is you basically can only hire him after he loses it. So after his fan base is already pissed off at him for screwing something up. Like when Aaron Glenn gets a job, we're going to go, well, he gave up 45 points his last game.
And it's likely the Jets job, but he may have some cover because all his guys are hurt.
Yes, but Dan Quinn, who is right now is preparing to coach in the NFC Championship game. His last game as the Cowboys defensive coordinator was him being shellacked at home by the Green Bay Packers. And then it's worked out. But at the time, you're like, whoa, they signed this guy?
Will NFL teams, now, of course, NFL teams are trying to hire a guy, so they might not like it, but all interviews have to be done after the season is over. Like, you cannot talk
after your season.
Yeah, after the season over. You cannot talk to anyone until the season is over. If you are a candidate for a job, you can't do it until your season's over.
I mean, what you'd get is just like tampering. So who cares?
Oh, definitely.
Like people just would break that rule.
But there won't be any announcements if you doing a Zoom call or flying to New York for an interview when you've got a game plan to get ready for.
I mean, I think it's something that everyone who has an assistant that is interviewing for a job, I think every team would be pro that. And I think every team that is looking to hire a head coach
would be against it.
And guess what? No matter who you hire, chances are you're going to fire him in 4 or 5 years.
And how do you prove is there any real way to prove that you were too distracted by your potential new job to be ready for your current job as you try to go win a title?
Yeah, I feel like, and this is not just like an NFL thing, but with the how they floated the thing about changing the format of the playoffs to where like the Vikings won 14 games and they're going to play a road playoff game. All these teams lose anyway. I do think we're a little too like trying to fix everything in sports. Like we're trying to fix every sport. We're trying to come up with a new rule to change how it works. Like the college football playoff is going to change after 1 year of being 12 teams.
Yeah. They wanted to change the rule as soon as the first rules came out.
Yeah.
People were upset.
Yeah, the NBA is changing the All-Star game. They're changing everything, like different rules all the time. Like every sport, baseball, they're doing all sorts of wacky things to fix base. Like there's just, I honestly think there's way too much tinkering going on in sports. I think it's because social media, all we do is complain about what we don't like in sports. And what if we did this? What if we did this goofy idea? And then enough people higher up say yes. It's like at a certain point, like the NFL playoffs are fine. Like the hiring process in the NFL, it's fine. We don't need to fix it.
I would agree it's an overreaction, but I do think it's funny that as soon as something bad happens, it's because the guy you've loved all year decided this job wasn't important anymore. And that's why he lost the game.
It's just like, I'm trying to climb the corporate ladder. Like, I don't want to be an OC for the rest of my life. He already stayed on for a year too long.
Yeah, he gave you an extra year, by the way. He should have been gone last year. But still, you cost us Super Bowl, so there it is.
Yeah, because Jameson Williams doesn't have the pocket presence to throw the ball away.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him to do it. There's a point there, though.
No, there's a good point of like I wouldn't trust him to like park my car.
Yeah,
for
the
me.
Jameson Williams thing.
I wouldn't trust him.
I
to do
would
anything.
say, what the hell are you doing? But I don't think it had anything to do with him about to take the Bears job. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant George is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Everyone doing it from home, except for these two guys, because we love what we do. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Here's the last snap, barring a penalty. Leonard rolls to his right, throws across the middle, caught by Greathouse, down at the 40-yard line. Ohio State has won the national championship.
Sorry, Joe. Sorry.
I wore my Notre Dame hat for you today, Paul, just because I got so much grief for not wearing it after they won. I figured I should also wear it in defeat.
You gotta wear your team's colors the day after a loss. I think it builds character. That's why yesterday I had some Texans gear on. Joe's wearing his Notre Dame hat. In case you guys do not know, we are both recording this show from home. You can see our fine backgrounds. People think this is my mother's basement whenever I do a live stream. Is it? It looks kind of like it. Joe's doing it from home. Sean is at mission control. Shout out to you staying in a hotel room so that you can run this bad boy as we deal with Snowpocalypse 2025.
Yeah, they have us put up in the penthouse across the street. Had a nice walk through the snow this morning. Try not to slip and fall in the middle of the street. Very, very cool. Very fun. Happy to be here.
Yeah, you sound really happy to be here.
Until
it's
6.
It's not us. It's not us. It's the till 6 part.
So this is a lot. I'm not going to lie. As a Northerner who has been in the South for over half of my life, I hate this. I don't like it. I looked outside for a moment and I thought to myself, okay, take a picture, put it on the gram, put it on social media. I'm done. I don't need this. I don't want to do the show from home. It's too tempting. I want to make myself food. I want to go into the other room and play with my cat. It's too much. I can't do this, Joe.
Yeah, it's a lot. I will say I did enjoy it this morning. I didn't miss the snow. I was texting some of my friends from back home, and they were telling me how it's -2 degrees back in Illinois right now. So at least it's not that. It was fun.
Miserable.
Yeah, as a dad, it was fun to see my son see snow for the first time. My wife really seeing like this much snow for the first time was cool. So we went out. We did like the whole like playing with snowballs and everything. Realized we didn't have gloves for the little kid though, for the little guy. So we went with socks on the hands to try to pivot, because I was like, it's too cold. Like he's not going to handle this well. So we went socks on the hands, little snowball fight action, built a little snowman. So that was fun. But now I'm kind of, it looks nice now. I'm glad it's like
you want to go back out. I mean, listen, there's nothing better father son playing with the kid out in the snow, especially seeing as you're a Northerner. You're down here, and I saw you post this on the gram. Like, didn't think that the first snow he'd see would be here of all places.
Yeah, because we go back occasionally. I intentionally don't ever go back to see friends and family in the winter because like I don't want to deal with that crap. Like I'm over it. That's why I'm never leaving Houston. We've been here for 10 years now. So like I don't ever want to go back to that weather. So it's nice for like 2 days. I still like can't wrap my mind around the fact that it's gonna be 70 on Sunday and there's snow on the ground.
That is weird.
It's so bizarre, but it's nice for a day or two. And then I think I'm ready for it to be over quickly.
It's nice for a moment. You're exactly right. This is why we moved down here. This is why we moved down. We are snowbirds. Call us soft. Yes, I fled the north. Okay? The opposite of what they were doing in the 1800s. I went down south because I wanted to be warm and not wear shirts. Okay? And Hawaiian shirts when I do.
And Hawaiian shirts, yes. With flamingos on them.
So, the Natty. Ohio State wins. I do not recognize it. I do not recognize Ohio State's national title. I'm sorry. They lost to Michigan. They did not win the Big Ten. Sorry. You don't win the national title in my book. Does that make me a hater? Yes. I hate the college football playoff with 12 teams. And Joe, I'm in solidarity with you. This national title, I do not recognize it. Although I'm assuming you're recognizing it because, you know, the final score was what it was. I don't recognize it. I don't think anyone should. This is BS.
Well, the problem is, and like, I hear you, Paul. Like, I get where you're coming from. The problem is, though, is that like this is what we are. Like, this is what it is because Texas lost to Georgia twice. Penn State didn't win the Big Ten. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. Ohio State lost to Michigan. Unless a team goes on these magical runs, and it feels like because of the playoff system now, teams like Oregon are going to have a harder time just to get through now a 12-team playoff. So I'm not sure how often going forward, like we're going to see these, greatest teams of all time. Like, I mean, we have no idea what would have happened. We think Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and and Justin Jefferson would have, run the table in the 12-team playoff, but we don't know. So I hear you. Like, it is weird. It does warp the mind of like what the national championship means because of what the regular season is. I will say I did enjoy the 12-team playoff. Like, I don't think it's perfect, but I did enjoy it overall.
There were some fun games once we got through the first round. That's for sure. I just hate that you killed the regular season. As the kids say, you nerfed it. And does it feel right that Ohio State wins it in the same year that they lost to one of the worst Michigan teams that we've seen in a very long time? Like, they lost to last year's defending national champions when they had 6 wins at home. So, to me, this is not even me hating on Ohio State. I find Ohio State fans to be insufferable. But no, it's about like what you did in the regular season does not merit you getting to hold up whatever they do now instead of the crystal ball. I just think that if you lost to your arch rival and you didn't even make it to the conference championship game, and Oregon wins it, which is weird. And Oregon, obviously they took care of business against Oregon in the actual college football playoff, but Oregon had beat you in the regular season as well. That's what I can't get past. This used to separate college from the NFL. The NFL is supposed to be a crapshoot, but college, I used to like that a game in October meant a lot. And sure, I'm a casual observer of college football compared to the NFL, but I don't know. I feel like college football is trying to be the NFL. And I would imagine a lot of college football fans out there do not like this. So to stand up for them, I do not recognize this national title.
Well, like, think about how differently like things could be, right now for Ohio State University if there's not a 12-team playoff. Is Ryan Day the head coach at Ohio State if it's a 14 playoff?
Great question.
Does he get fired after losing to Michigan if they miss the 14 playoff?
Like, and not playing in the Big Ten championship?
Yeah,
right.
Like, I think the answer to that is yes. Like, he's gone from fired to gonna get a new contract and be the highest paid coach in college football. Marcus Freeman lost to Northern Illinois, and his record going into the into the playoffs was a coach that lost to Northern Illinois, Marshall, and Stanford, and now it's a huge, massive contract, and being having agents and NFL sources say that NFL teams want to talk to him. Like, it's totally changed the dynamic of everything about college football, and I'm kind of the opposite of you. Like, college football is honestly, like, it's my main love. And maybe it's because of what being a Bears fan growing up was, but like, even though like being a Notre Dame fan, like, hasn't been that much better, honestly. Like, I mean, last night I was miserable through half that game. Like, I thought Notre Dame was going to lose by 40. The betting line at halftime was 20.5 for Ohio State. Like, that was the line, was like, that's crazy. So I do like what college football has, is pivoting towards, because even though like I hear you and I'm with you on a lot of like what the title game means now, I do think that the transfer portal and NIL is going to lead to more parity overall. And if there's going to be more parity in the regular season and the whole sport is going to balance out, I do think an expanded playoff is a little bit better overall. Because I kind of hated the idea at the same time of like one loss to, if let's say Notre Dame would have lost to Texas A&M, that was their loss, not the NIU loss. Like, that's the loss that keeps you out of a 14 playoff. I kind of hated that. So I think they went too far with 12, but there's no going back now. They're only going to go forward.
You're right about that. And I suppose that I just have to adjust and suck it up, Buttercup. But
it'll take time.
I don't want to. I just don't want to suck it up, Buttercup. I want this to go back to the way that it was, and I'm going to shake my fist. I'm not going to recognize a team that lost to its arch rival, the defending national champions. I'm just not recognizing that national championship that they just won. You can call me a hater all you want, but guess what? if the Astros title has an asterisk, this has a bigger asterisk. 100%.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Right. See, so I'm gonna use that to kind of pander and get some people on my side. Okay.
Will your tone change when the ACC gives their champion a bye and Syracuse is the 2 seed in the ACC?
Well, it's
and
different
in the
for Syracuse.
playoff?
Syracuse isn't good, so yes, I'm gonna 100% gonna move the goalpost for Syracuse. Fully admit that, and you can play this audio, and I'll even be cool with it. I will move the goalpost for my crap school.
Yeah.
Ohio State is not a crap school.
Syracuse needs the handout, is what you're saying.
We need the handout. We're poors. Ohio State didn't deserve this other opportunity. So to what you were saying, right, there's parity, and it's good for the other schools to have this chance at parity. But this was my big frustration. I was talking with my buddies about this. You said, no, this is going to be good. I was like, ultimately, one of the teams that always wins it every single year is going to get a chance again after they screw up. And I don't know. I think a fun part of college football is to root for the powerhouses to screw it up on the occasional Saturday, for a Vanderbilt to beat Alabama. Like that kept them out, and it should have kept them out. But they also had other losses, and one of those should be enough. But as you bring up, Notre Dame makes it. They had lost to Northern Illinois. Ohio State loses to Oregon, loses to Michigan. They make it. And okay, they got through the gauntlet. They won the tournament, all that stuff. They got a little help from Marcus Freeman. I don't know what he was doing, down multiple scores, kicking a field goal. Amazingly, Notre Dame still almost clawed their way back into that game, Joe. I imagine that drove you a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I hate the field goal call. You're down by 16. You're going to try to score 3 touchdowns, 3 2-point conversions to make up for the field goal possession. It's how you're supposed to play it. I know Riley Leonard is he's not a great quarterback. Obviously, he had some really good throws last night. Jaden Greathouse was incredible. Their young wide receiver from Westlake up in Austin. But you got to throw the ball on 4th and 9. Like, what's the point? What's the point of kicking the field goal? You're still down 2 scores. Like you're still down. Like, the math says it's a stupid decision. That I hated the fake punt, even though Faison should have caught it. Like, it was clearly in his hands. And I guess Ohio State was the only people on the planet that didn't realize Notre Dame's backup quarterback was the up man in the punt formation. But I hated both those calls. It's not why they lost the game, but it did show, I think, at least for last night's game, that Marcus Freeman, you got to go through these bumps and bruises as a coach. Like, Ryan Day's gone through them, and he has an incredible offensive coordinator and maybe the best player in the country on his team, and that was just too much for Notre Dame in the end. But I'll tell you, I thought before the field goal, after the fumble, I thought Notre Dame was going to win.
You did?
I thought they were going to win.
No.
When they punched that ball out, I was like, this is it. And then they're driving down the field. I'm like, they're right there. And then,
I feel for you, because I feel like all your teams do this to you too, with not only kicking the field goal there, but also missing the field goal there.
No, it's just missing, Paul. It's the goddamn doink.
That was a great doink. That was a great doink.
It was a great doink. It's the doink. The doink is the problem.
Only one.
You're right. Only one doink. Only one doink. But you know what? It's so sad. It's so weird, because it's I hope college football never becomes what college basketball is. Where it's baked into the culture of college basketball that getting to a Final Four is an incredible accomplishment, because it is. It's a huge tournament. I do hope we never get that with college football, because Notre Dame fans should be happy that they got to the national championship game, but they shouldn't feel like everything is a ultimate success because you didn't win it. That's the only thing I hope for college football. It's winning the title game still has to be what matters most. Yes, you got through a gauntlet. You beat Indiana, Georgia, and Penn State to get there, but you still fell short. So, while I'm happy they got there, it's honestly only raised my expectations much higher for Notre Dame going forward.
I love it. Notre Dame's back. How about that?
I think they're back.
A couple of comments here on Twitch. HRW713 says, us Catholics need to tithe more to keep Notre Dame competitive. I understood that reference. Gotta say, I imagine a lot of the Catholic folks out there who root for Notre Dame because of their faith which there are, believe it or not, a surprising amount. I imagine you were like, where was the Inquisition that we had? Where was the aggressiveness that we had during the Inquisition? You know, like, where was that? We were very aggressive back in the 1500s.
Yeah.
Where's the aggression in this moment in time? All right. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes at Mission Control. Joe and Paul, we two are doing the shows from home. We hope you're being safe. If you're out on the road, drive slow. You guys do not understand how dangerous it is to drive out there. You could join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. I just noticed that there's no clock in my room, and then I looked at the clock on my phone. And I'm like, oh, it's 12:18. Dang. So let's just roll straight through. Yesterday was Houston Texans locker clean-out day, and I thought there were some interesting developments. If you take a listen to the way that D'Amico Ryans opened his press conference, I don't know how many people heard that, but I thought it was very interesting that he began this bad boy by immediately putting out a statement about what he plans to do next. Sean, sorry to put you on the spot here. This is the Texans head coach to open up yesterday's end of the season press conference.
Good afternoon. First, I would just like to start. I know there'll be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
He says that right away. And I mean, naturally, we're all wondering if he's already made those decisions. Is he really taking a week to make those decisions, Joe? Because there are clearly at least two people who are in the crosshairs right now. First off, offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, at least in the eyes of every single Houston Texans fan, and offensive line coach Chris Strausser. Before we get to the news of Strausser, did you find it interesting that that's how they opened up the presser?
Yeah, because it's clearly he didn't want to be asked 15 questions about it. He didn't want to be asked specifically about Strausser and Slowick and who would replace these guys and internal candidates and losing candidates and losing guys from your staff. Like, he just wanted to put it all to bed and have no interest in being confronted with questions about what was going to happen to his staff. So a very interesting way, because I definitely think he already knew, especially based on like what we learned from specifically like Aaron Wilson and Jonathan Alexander later on, which I know we're going to get to here in a second. But like, the fact that all the reports already leaked about who's out, who's, could be out, D'Amico, what he's thinking about, like, he already knew going in. And he's probably known for weeks and weeks and weeks of the decisions he was going to make.
And that's good, because if you've listened to D'Amico Ryans talking about the Texans offense for a lot of this season, he will regularly bring up that he feels they're improving. And perhaps that's just him being positive, talking with us, where behind the scenes, or at least in his mind, he feels differently. So it was noteworthy that later on in the press conference, D'Amico was asked about Bobby Slowick, just straight up. And all right, you're going to get a long answer about Bobby Slowick, talking about all the things he did this year. Here's Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans.
How you feel Bobby Slowick did in year two as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That's it. Is Bobby Slowick a dead man walking based off of that audio? 713-780-3776.
I think the answer is yes. How many press conferences have we listened to and audio clips have we listened to this year from D'Amico Ryans? And last year, hundreds, 1,000, 2,000, and almost all of them are these long, drawn-out answers that tell you no information, that tell you nothing of interest, and then that's the answer he gives about Bobby Slowick. Like, if it's not the nail in the coffin, it is a coach that is on the hottest of hot seats going into next season. And if he stays and they do not start well in the first 4 games, he will be fired. Like, I am confident in. He will not make it to week 5 of next year.
Do you think they fire him in this? I don't know, man. I don't think if he's back for next year, I doubt that they're going to fire him in the middle of the year, because that would create a really bad situation. I understand, like, hey, if they start 0-5 or something like that, yeah, they take him out back like he's Bill O'Brien. But I don't know if he's there next year. I don't think that they would pull the trigger in the middle of the year, but he did say a lot by saying very little there about Bobby Slowick. And by the way, note the reception that's getting across the city. Most people are very happy that D'Amico handled that question that way. And I'll be honest, I am, because it felt at times like this isn't something they're looking at in the mirror and realizing, wait, we're underachieving. We're a disappointment. We got a little fat. We got a muffin top. Based off of where we were last year, we had the summer bod. Right now, what's this?
Yeah, I mean, like it's think about what D'Amico's been telling us all year, Paul. Like improvement, getting better each week.
Mm-hmm.
When did the offense do any of that? Like the entire year, he's talked about having to get better and having to do all these different things. And the offense never did it. So it always kind of felt illogical that he would just be like happy with Bobby Slowick's performance this year. I mean, even to say like he saw improvement there in that very, very short soundbite, it surprises me. Because it was so short. Like you'd feel like if you're going to talk about someone's like growth and improvement, you would give a much longer answer. But yeah, I my gut tells me right now that within the next 4 days that Bobby Slowick will not be the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans based on that answer.
And that's interesting. I see a couple of people, HRW on the Twitch says, hopefully he gets a head coaching job. No, I don't think that's going to happen. The Jets have just interviewed 1 million people, but interviewing Bobby Slowick does not necessarily mean they're hiring him. Honestly, they might have interviewed Bobby Slowick to say we do actually stumble into the correct quarterback in this year's draft. Let's listen to this guy, what he thinks about the development of a quarterback in year 2, so that we know what not to do this time around, seeing as we have butchered the development of every effing quarterback we've had over our entire existence.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, maybe because it sure seems like Aaron Glenn's going to be the head coach of the Jets. Like maybe
that's the right move, by the way, if the Jets hire him.
Totally the right move. A little offensive coordinator interview in case Bobby Slowick gets fired. Like could be a candidate to be the Jets OC potentially. He's not going to be a head coach. Not even. There's a reason why one team interviewed him, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll see what happens. There's more stuff that happened at Texans locker room clean-out day. We hope that you're staying warm in the cold. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in, you can. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So that's on the table. We've got some Astros updates to get to. The Dodgers are continuing to do Dodgers stuff, and everyone's losing their mind about that. Hell, we might even try to sportsify what went down yesterday in our nation's capital. Let's have some fun. It's Gallant and George in the snow. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
It's really funny seeing of the videos getting posted of snowpocalypse online. I just saw this from Jennifer Reyna over at KHOU. Someone stopped in the middle of the highway, got out of their car, and they took a picture. They're just people, and there's not just one.
That's crazy.
There's multiple people in the middle of the highway that are stopping their car, getting out of it to take pictures. Unbelievable. You guys, don't
Paul,
do that.
Paul, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell I was surprised. Have you ever, when's the last time you went to the Kemah Boardwalk?
I've never been, actually.
Okay. So on the way there now, there's a new bridge to like go over to help with traffic. Over the summer for the 4th of July, we did not make it to fireworks. Little guy had a tantrum. We had to leave early. So we got out of there. And we're looking at the bridge. I'm like, oh, we're screwed. Like, we're never getting home because there's just lights all the way up this bridge. We get up there, and what it is, Paul, is there was people lined up across the entire bridge, pulled off on the side of the road, watching the fireworks on the 4th of July. So, like, people taking pictures in the snow on the middle of the highway doesn't surprise me.
That's kind of understandable. Still, look, if a lot of people are doing it, then it's easy.
Yes.
But this is, okay, if you're driving on this, I don't know how many people have driven in the snow before. Driving in the snow, especially when there's a little bit in a city that does not have plows and does not have salt, bleep hits the fan pretty quickly, and you don't really know what you're doing. And I say this as someone who hasn't driven in the snow that much. I grew up in Massachusetts, but I went to high school in Florida. I learned to drive in Florida. May not have actually even passed my original driver's license test. I'm pretty sure that they added up the score wrong in what is a very Florida move because I couldn't figure out what they were talking about when they said make a K turn. So I made a K. I was like, what does that mean? I don't know. It's a 3-point turn. They should have just said 3-point turn. Whatever. It's fine. People driving through this right now, if you go too fast, you will be surprised by the spin-outy nature of a car on ice. And as someone who has actually spun in a 360 on the highway, not in snow, the one time just driving to Austin on some of those overpasses, I'm saying be careful. This is Paulie's PSA here. Don't pull over on the side of the road to take pictures in the highway, you psycho.
Yeah. Crazy idea. I would never even consider doing that in my wildest dreams, saying I'm going to stop on the highway to take a photo.
Nuts.
Would never do it. Never.
Smartphones are the worst thing that's ever happened to us as a society.
Take it as you drive.
As a people. Don't do that either, but that's slightly better. That's slightly better. Sean's like, I don't know about that back in Michigan.
Yeah, I guess it's better. It's not good.
CJ Stroud, quarterback of the Houston Texans. Does he seem to feel the same way that we believe D'Amico Ryans feels about the future of the Texans coaching staff and the future of offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick? This is CJ Stroud when asked about Bobby Slowick's future at yesterday's end of season press conference.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far.
He said better and better and better. Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting observation, CJ.
Yeah, don't necessarily agree with that one about better, better, and better. He's on Bobby's side. That feels like an endorsement, right?
It is an endorsement. I think. Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
that is.
I mean, it's not like the big old. It's not like a massive one. It's not like stand on top of a mountain and screaming that how much you love Bobby Slowick, but it's an endorsement that he's team Bobby Slowick, and which is interesting because if there's dissension amongst Bobby Slowick, his job status between D'Amico and CJ. I don't know whose side you choose if you're the McNair family. That's tough. It puts
That
you
is
in a tough
tricky.
spot because think about who it's like. I hate to be super negative about this, but when you think about CJ Stroud and who his agent is, it's David Mulugheta, and what has he done anywhere he's ever gone? He is
Flexed.
forced. He flexed. Jalen Ramsey out of Jacksonville, obviously Deshaun Watson. Like it's just what he does, and that's why having Derek Stingley Jr. be represented by him. It's important to get his contract ironed out. But the tipping point for Deshaun Watson was the hiring of Nick Caserio and him not being involved. So the Texans have to delicately balance this where you at least have to keep CJ in the loop at all times, I think, of what's going on. I don't think he has to have the final say, but if he's not going to have a big say, I think you also have to just tell him that. Like this, D'Amico, I say, this is my decision. I'm the head coach. Nick Caserio is the GM. We will take your input, but this is our decision about what's happened. You can't do the middle ground like the Texans tried before, where they told Deshaun Watson that you're going to have input on who the GM is and then didn't give him any.
That might be the good thing, is that you've been through this before in a way, and ownership has learned, no, we're not going to allow the quarterback have all the say. When you let one player have all the say in an organization, it does get very messy. The Jets are finding that out the hard way with Aaron Rodgers and how the last couple of years have gone. The Rockets found that out the hard way with James Harden. It almost never works when you bend over backwards to the whims of one player, because here's the big problem for those guys. Generally, they don't have a clue, or they don't have as much of a clue as they think they do. But it was interesting to hear what D'Amico Ryan said about Bobby Slowick. Very short answer when asked about him this year, where there's CJ Stroud endorsing him. This is another question that was asked right after that answer you just heard from CJ Stroud. This is some very leading this is a very leading question, in my opinion. I don't know why it was asked this way. I don't know who asked it, but listen to the question, then you'll hear CJ's answer.
To that point, not every quarterback has an opportunity to come in the league and have some stability at the offensive coordinator position. How much did that help going into year two and potentially for year three? What do you feel like things can be unlocked by just having 3 years with the same guy in the same system?
Yeah. I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. It would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So yeah.
The way that question was asked was weird to me. I think I get what that reporter was trying to do, and he might have gotten tongue twisted while asking it, but it almost felt like, yeah, wouldn't it be good to have a guy for a third straight year as your offensive coordinator?
Yeah, it's almost like he was asking the question to use CJ's answer in a piece about like Caleb Williams. Or different, for Drake May, like guys who are rookie quarterbacks who are going to year two. Like it's almost like it sounded like it wasn't for CJ. Now CJ's right, and look, this is the flaws of hiring a defensive head coach. Is your quarterback is likely going to change schemes, and in a perfect world, what would have happened, or what still I guess could technically happen for the Texans, is that Bobby Slowick would at some point would move on his own willingness because of how good the offense was. And you would replace him and keep the exact same scheme. So even though the coach changes, the scheme doesn't change. Now, you can still, if you, D'Amico, if he's a believer in the Shanahan scheme, he can go hire someone to replace Bobby Slowick and run the same scheme. He can put Gerard Johnson in place and run the same scheme. It doesn't have to be the same coach. It can be the same system with just some probably different language, and that should be fine. But yeah, that was it. I don't think CJ really knew how to answer the question either, Paul, because the way it was asked. So that's why it was a weird one.
It does, though, if you listen to those two answers, seem like Stroud wants Slowick back next year. And that will, as you said a moment ago, Joe, be an interesting decision that I imagine ownership does have the final say on, that D'Amico Ryans, though, should have the most say on. And I'm curious what Nick Caserio's role would be in that. I imagine he would have some input on that too. The reality is the offense did not improve this year. And I mean, there's a lot of folks you can point at. You could point at the offensive line coach, Chris Strouser, who is reportedly considering retiring. Yeah, might be time, dude. Might be time. Hate to be mean, but oof. This was a rough year. If you think it's time to go, if you think your message isn't being reached for whatever reason, might be time to hang up the headset.
Yes, but I also hate the idea of promoting Cole Popovich, as it was suggested by Aaron Wilson, that he could just be promoted because, like, he's on the staff. He couldn't help fix. He couldn't help fix the problems. Like
he
unless
was
he's
the
like,
other offensive line coach. For those who don't
Yeah.
know, and he's
So
also
is he-
related to Greg Popovich. Yes.
yeah, he's his son. It's
which that's wild.
yes, but like, unless like, what is he? Is he going like full like Littlefinger here and telling D'Amico that like Strausser's the problem? I can fix this offensive line. Like why would you promote someone internally? Frankly, I think that goes for the people that are pro Gerard Johnson as well. Like, if things are so bad with your offense and your offensive line, why would you think an internal candidate is your solution when they're on the staff? And if you don't have a working environment where they can help contribute to it being better, I wouldn't have any faith that they're going to improve. If the Texans promote Popovich into the offensive line role, like, yeah, I don't know anything about offensive line play or coaching, nor do I care to take the time to try to pretend like I do. But I don't believe it's going to get better. Like, I can have that opinion. Like, I don't believe it's going to get better with the same,
Totally
staff in place. It doesn't make any sense.
It's insane. The idea that you would bring that element of this coaching staff back, that is nonsensical to me. You could perhaps convince me on Bobby Slowick. Probably not. But the offensive line side of things, it's got to be gone. It's got to go. And Shooter McGavin's, shout out to Shooter McGavin, a longtime listener, points out on YouTube, CJ is going to give the 100% professional answer no matter what. But it was apparent throughout the season that he was frustrated. They need to upgrade the guards, center, and a receiver. And they're a solid pick to make a deep run next year. I mean, that's a lot. And the one thing you can control is the coaching staff. It needs to improve on the offensive line side of things.
Yeah, it definitely, and I do agree. Like, I don't expect CJ to ever be the guy to drive a bus over someone and say that they're terrible at their job. Whether it's, I mean, hell, even the answer he gave about the refs was like a very nice way to say it. Like, they're just doing their job and doing the best they can. Like, it was a very political answer from CJ about the terrible referees from this weekend. So he's never going to blast someone, and so he could be totally saying something totally different behind the scenes, but based on everything we've kind of read over the last 24 hours, it feels like he is, and what we've heard, he's pro Bobby Slowick being here. And it's really interesting to see, like, there's such mixed messages now coming from the short answer, the idea that his future is in doubt, and then CJ being so positive about it. It's all a little different, and it feels like we're in for maybe a stunning decision either way, is the way I would put it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's back at Mission Control. Snowpocalypse 2025. I have a soundboard now, guys. I have a soundboard. Do you want me to just play like stupid, annoying sound effects all the time? I got another one.
Sean, be ready by the dump button.
I got no. Don't worry. I got another one for you. Thank you, Clay Walker. Want to hear another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paul, stop talking. Listen.
That's Texans legend Wade Smith telling me to shut up once. That was fun. Anyway, he is Joe. I am Paul. It's Gallant George. Stay put.
Let's talk about O Athletic. They're closed today. Like most businesses are closed today. They'll be back open hopefully tomorrow. We're waiting to find out officially, see how bad everything ice is over. But look, 2025 is here, and it is time to get back into the gym. Whether you want to lose weight, put on muscle mass, just lean out for the summer and get fit for 2025. O Athletic is the best place to do it. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer. All of that available at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram, and at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Interesting text from our offensive line conversation in the last segment from the 281. Doesn't every team have a bad O-line except for like two? It's kind of interesting because none of us outside of the real film grinders honestly could answer that. And you're going to have to study a lot of film to determine who's good and who isn't. But when you look at the Texans offensive line and you see the historic numbers from the game against the Chiefs where CJ Stroud was the second most pressured quarterback since they started measuring QB pressures. And when you notice that he's been sacked 8 times, twice this year, twice since Halloween, you know that this is one of the worst ones out there. And I think that it really showed in that this year's CJ Stroud versus last year's CJ Stroud, it seemed to be a stark difference, which is crazy because this year's offensive line was relatively healthy compared to last.
Yeah, and was just worse. Like Shaq Mason took a huge step backwards. Titus Howard at left guard for most of the last season with George Fant at right tackle was better off than what you had most this year because Kenyon Green was at left guard for half the season. Yeah, it's like it should have been better. It's part of the reason why we all thought the Texans were going to be even better this year was based on the offensive line just being healthy and the investments and the resources that Nick Caserio put into it. And yeah, I totally agree with the texter. It does feel like a majority of the offensive lines are there's 2 great offensive lines. We always know the Chiefs, the Eagles have a great offensive line. And there are quarterbacks that definitely more easily make up for bad offensive line play. I mean, we saw at times Deshaun Watson would do that here in Houston when things are bad, but we see Lamar and Josh Allen, they can do a lot with a little. CJ's not that guy all the time. He doesn't take off until the playoffs, apparently. But look at Detroit this year. Detroit, Jared Goff is a statue back there. He can't move in the pocket, and he's well protected most of the season. And it's not just an offensive line; it's also your play calling. There are hot routes, there are easy passes, there are ways to get out of pressure. I just think the Texans' offensive line, even if we know it's not don't know exactly where it ranks, I know it's bad. I know it's
got to be. It's got to be towards the bottom. That's all you need. That's all the Texans should realize. And it is very convenient that their offensive line coach seems to be about to retire. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean back at Mission Control. We're getting closer and closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. 22 days away. Countdown time. Give me that pound. My guy, Nate Griffin from Fox 26, ran into Joe Espada in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Nate's doing some TMZ stuff, some paparazzi stuff. I don't know. That's at least the impression I got from seeing this video online. It got reposted by Will Kunkel over at Fox. Here is what Joe Espada, manager of your Houston Astros, had to say when asked about Alex Bregman, who is still a free agent, by the way.
Alex Bregman right now.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we hear still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
With arms wide open. Alex Bregman still available to sign. The Red Sox don't want him that badly because they're poor. John Henry sucks. Keep your hands off the Celtics, you son of a bitch. Sorry, I made that about me a little bit.
Okay.
So their arms are wide open for Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Okay. That's nice. Maybe there's a sliver of a chance.
Okay, so like the first time I heard that audio, I stopped playing it because I'm like, this is stupid. So that's the first time I've heard him say they're still talking to him.
Same.
They're still talking to him. Like is Jose Altuve or Isaac Paredes playing in left field next year? Is that what they're talking? Is Jordan just your everyday left fielder and Isaac Paredes is your DH?
I'm cool
Or
with
Altuve
that.
or Altuve is your DH? Like
let's manifest this.
Do it. Like, honestly, screw it. Like, just do it. Like, figure it out. Get to spring training. We got how many days now? What'd you say it was like 27?
22.
Whatever it was. 22. 22 days. Figure it out. You put Altuve in left. You put Paredes in left. You put Bregman in left. And you figure it out. And just bring him back.
What about 1 year, $40 million? Can you do that?
Fine.
I mean, he's still a free agent next year. Maybe the market heats up for him. Obviously, he wants the long-term deal. But why not try to do a super heavy short-term deal? If he's back going into next year, I feel like they got a chance to win the World Series. I don't feel that way right now because I look at that outfield and good God almighty. But yeah, if you get to move Paredes into left field, I don't know if you're going to move Altuve into left field. That would be something else, huh? They move Bregman over the second and Paredes plays third. That would be all sorts of just juggling going on there. But
could you put Pena in center? Like, I don't know.
Maybe.
Like could
We're not
Bregman go back
people.
could Bregman go back to shortstop like he played at LSU? Like I don't know. Like I love the idea of just like screw it and figure it out. Like,
Yeah.
if he wants to come back for $35 million, $40 million for a year, then just go for it and just tell Joe Espada and just to figure it out later. Because you know what, Paul? They can't win the World Series next year. They cannot. The Dodgers are going to win the next 3 World Series. Maybe they have a chance if Alex Bregman's on this team. Without him,
wide open. Bring it back.
Play left field.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Go down to left field because all our outfielders blow without wide open. That's
You got to catch it, Alex.
Yeah,
you can catch pop-ups.
I think he could do that. Honestly, Bregman needs to stay at third because Bregman's a great third baseman. Which yeah, like he's a great fielder. Altuve, I can understand moving him from second base. Altuve is not really that good of a fielder anymore.
No, I mean realistically, like you're opening up the door to a lot of injuries, but it might be worth the risk just to say Yordan Alvarez is our everyday left fielder, and Alex Bregman or in Isaac Paredes is your DH.
How many times will Yordan tear his hamstring if he's in left field?
Yeah, but for like the 90
Leg
games he's
discomfort.
out there, it'll be awesome.
Yeah,
as long as he's
sure.
out there, if he's on the roster for the playoffs, like that's great. I mean,
I know what's going to happen, Joe. He's going to slide for a catch, and his cleat's going to get caught in the turf, and leg discomfort.
Yeah.
3
yeah,
months.
It's not. Yeah.
Like he'll have broken like 3 bones, compound fracture, the bone sticking out. Astros leg
Come
discomfort.
on. Going full Kevin Ware on me? The Louisville player?
They don't know which leg is broken.
Yeah. It's like, wait, what about the one with the bone sticking out of his skin, you morons?
They're checking his arm.
Does he have a concussion? What's going on here? He's bleeding
They're
all over the
standing him up
grass.
to walk him off the field.
yeah, shake it off Jordan. Here's some smelling salts for the concussion.
You saw Riley Leonard on that first drive. Suck it up. Come on.
Yeah, he just puked his guts out. You're fine. Yeah, I don't think they fired the athletic training staff like we had hoped for, by the way.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
Yeah, unless it's like been quietly done.
At least they're paying them instead of Alex Bregman. God.
Hopefully they're not paying them much. They suck at their jobs.
Yeah, they're not great. They're not great. He's Joe.
Yeah, sign
Paul.
Bregman.
Sign Bregman. I like that the arms are wide open. Sean back at Mission Control. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. Everything's on the table right now. If you want to talk about Texans locker room clean out day, you can. Something interesting was said by someone not named CJ Stroud or D'Amico Ryans, and it does make me wonder about a possibility for the Texans this offseason. You'll hear what we're talking about next. Stay put, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Snowpocalypse 2025. We hope that you are either safe and warm with power, ERCOT. Keep it going in your home, or that you are driving safely on the road and are not pulling over on the side of the highway, taking selfies like some people have been spotted doing. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes made it into the studio today. Those guys, he and Dell, have a little hotel room nearby, perhaps playing NCAA football 25 or something like that in this fancy hotel suite. I'd like a hotel room, but, we couldn't figure out one for Paul, who does live less than a mile from the station and once walked to work,
stay there,
but refused to walk in today because, no, I don't play that. I don't play no games in the snow. Hell no. I'm a Southerner now. I do declare I will never ever set foot in the snow again if it is south of the line, which the latter of the two words is Dixie, but I don't know if it's Mason-Dixon or Mason-Dixie or something, fellas. I ain't walking outside in that. I'm gonna stay inside, bundled up in my blankets.
Walking over to the station today, I did want to do the football player move of just taking my shirt off and walking over for the like minute and a half walk that I have across the street.
That would have been sick. Yeah, you got to put like Vaseline on your body so that
just to send a message.
Yeah,
the Mac Hollins from the Bills. He showed up in just shorts and no shirt and no shoes because he doesn't show up anywhere with shoes on. So
that's gross.
Walk across.
That's gross.
That is really gross.
I'm walking through an alley by Westheimer. Okay, like I'm gonna wear shoes.
You might step on something that kills you.
Yeah, I don't want tetanus.
Yeah.
So Sean, what you guys gonna eat tonight? Is there anything open? Or you guys
there Central Market is open. Right by here.
Ooh.
So sandwiches on the menu.
So fancy. You've got a suite in Central Market.
Yeah. Hey.
My recommendation is I would check out. It's a little bit of a hike. If you guys don't want to drive, it's really not. But Jake's Sports Bar over there, not far.
Oh yeah. We did. Did we do? No, we watched Browns Texans there last year.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah. During the freeze the last time, so I was on call at work because they at iHeart make their $10 an hour and $12 producers be on call. During storms. It's super awesome. So my wife
sounds like it is.
Yeah, my wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and I were staying in a hotel room, and there was nowhere open besides Jake's. So we ate at Jake's Sports Bar for 3 straight days. I would get like a Philly cheesesteak and then like a salad for lunch and dinner every single day for 3 days. So they might be open if you need a recommendation.
Okay,
I'll take that. I got to run it by Dell. We have to make decisions as a group to stick together.
Comment on Twitch, B. Hannon says all Chinese restaurants are open, and that's making me kind of hungry. But here's the question. Am I an a-hole if I try to Uber deliver food to my place?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Wanted to ask the question. I'm not going to do it. Just wanted to ask the question.
Okay. Well, see, I'm thinking about doing it, acknowledging that I'm an a-hole. Like,
you're ready to hit that tip button, buddy.
Yeah.
Respect my a-hole privilege.
Yeah. Like, look, I'll tip well. If you're going to do it, you better tip very,
crazy.
Very well.
You better tip crazy.
Like 80% or like whatever
80.
it's going to be.
Oh, that's 60. Generous.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta tip as much as you possibly can if you're going to make someone drive through this.
Speaking of tipping, I hope that the Houston Texans do a good amount of tipping in free agency this offseason. Nailed it.
That's not what I was expecting. So.
CSI Miami transition, baby. Horatio Kane, you ain't got bleep on me, son. So we heard a less than ringing endorsement of Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick from DeMeco Ryans. And we did hear an endorsement of a third year for CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick, at least publicly, from CJ at yesterday's end of season press conference. But Joe Mixon, Houston Texans running back, arguably a leader of the team, had this to say about what's next for your beloved, out in the second round of the playoffs again, 0-6 in the second round of the playoffs again, Houston Texans.
First of all, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl, or if I was just at the crib and free agency started, whatever the case it is, man. When it comes down to it, um, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this shit. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team. And I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now. So definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
Nick has something cooked up, and Joe Mixon's going to do some recruiting. Huh.
Fireworks will be here real soon. Interesting. Obviously,
What do you think he's talking about?
I mean, the name that has to come to mind is T. Higgins, of course,
Who Mixon played with in Cincinnati,
who's going to be a free agent. So obviously that's the one, and his teammate, who, the Bengals don't pay people. I don't think they'll trade Jamar Chase, but is there a pay T. Higgins, trade Jamar? I doubt it, but so T. Higgins is probably the one that I think most fans are thinking about right away. It's that's who, if you're going to recruit someone and Nick can figure out the contract stuff, that's who you would want to come to Houston. I think it's super unrealistic for a wide receiver of that caliber to come in, but I do think the Texans will make at least one splashy move this offseason.
They made a lot last offseason. That's why I'm a little hesitant to think that they'll do it again. I mean, you signed Danielle Hunter, who had 16.5 sacks. You signed Danico Autry. You signed Azeez Al-Shaair. You traded for Stephon Diggs. I mean, you did a lot last offseason. Are you going to do that again when ultimately you had one less win? Yes, against a tougher schedule this year. Is Nick Caserio going to be aggressive? As you mentioned, T. Higgins certainly a possibility. The Bengals should just fold as a franchise if they are considering trading Jamar Chase. You can't do that if you're the Bengals. But hey, you definitely make the phone call if you're Nick Caserio. So what's interesting, I feel like Nick hasn't had a one-on-one conversation with Joe Mixon explaining what his offseason plan was. So that might be wishful thinking by Joe Mixon, but I hope it isn't. I really hope that Nick Caserio went up to Joe Mixon and said, I'm cooking, and then put on some sunglasses and flexed his vest, the collar on his vest, like he's Coach Jack Riley, the coach of the winning team in the Mighty Ducks, the Hawks. The Hawks were the better team.
They were.
Mighty Ducks were coached by an alcoholic loser, Gordon Bombay, just an absolute piece of human filth.
I mean, he drove a limo on the ice.
Yeah, the kid's could have died.
I knew it wasn't going to fall.
It's just thousands and thousands of pounds on ice, you moron. Drink more, you dumbass.
Yeah, today, I know we're not used to this kind of weather. Do not drive your limo on ice.
Do
folks.
not.
It worked for Gordon Bombay, but don't do it.
This is not Minnesota, okay?
No, it's not. The ice is not that frozen.
It's not.
If
I
you
don't think
see
there's
it,
any ice in frozen ice, honestly, right now.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't even try to walk on it.
Yeah.
I would advise against, I would say. I kind of hope Nick Caserio is hey guys, these are who I'm thinking about talking to, or these are some of the moves that we're going to try to make this season. I mean, Joe Mixon's pretty confident there that Nick's got something cooking up his sleeves. So I don't know. There, Trace Smith, the guard who we saw this weekend from Kansas City, he's 25. I know a lot of people think he's going to hit open free agency and the Chiefs won't bring him back. So that could be a huge move the Texans make this offseason. I don't know if I sign a guard equals fireworks. I don't really know what fireworks is. I know Texans fans want Garrett Wilson because they think that he's going to demand a trade. You're going to need to trade a lot more than the 25th pick than to get Garrett Wilson. I mean, I would love it if they did it, but
right.
Even trading up in the draft, I don't know what you'd trade up for. There's not a ton of elite skill position players. You have to get into the top 10 to do that. So I love the idea of it. I'm like you, Paul. I question how they would really get there.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I'd love love to see something happen, but in an offseason where Derek Stingley's contract is probably your biggest priority right now, what is it that Nick Caserio possibly could be cooking, if that's what Joe Mixon is saying? I hope it is more than wishful thinking on Joe Mixon's part, and he should do some recruiting. I'll say this, though. I think unlike last year, if you're CJ Stroud and you're going to the Pro Bowl, I mean, obviously he's not in the Pro Bowl this year, but if you're going and talking to some of these players, there's definitely like a new car kind of vibe. And I don't think they necessarily have that this year. I am curious as to, if you're a free agent and you want to sign somewhere, where would the Texans rank among attractive organizations in the league? Like definitely top half, but how close to the top, especially considering like this is a team that, at least to this point with Nick Caserio, has not given out a contract longer than 3 years, including to their own players.
So you think what? Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, Cincinnati, I think would still be in that category if they're okay with the cold. If they pay people, but they don't do that, right? Like,
right.
The
So
Texans,
you're ahead of Cincy right now.
Yeah, it's the ownership part of Cincy that you're like,
It's a huge
they
problem.
don't want to pay Jamar Chase.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Like, yeah, there should be no question about paying T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. You should pay both those guys. And like, to defend Nick Caserio a little bit, like, besides Laramie Tunsil, who is he supposed to give a contract to? Like, they've torn this thing down, and their roster is built on young players, with like the exception of guys like Daniil Hunter, who, you gave him a lot of money for a short-term deal. So I do think that will change the long-term deals that they'll give out. Like, they're going to pay Stingley, they'll pay Will Anderson, they'll pay CJ Stroud. Like, they will pay those guys, and they also have shown, Paul, like, they take care of people. They traded for Joe Mixon, and they immediately, added time to the deal. Jimmy Ward's hurt. They added time to his deal. Brevin Jordan's hurt. They added time to his deals. Like, they do show like they take care of their own if you fit into what it means to be a Houston Texan. So I would say like they're fourth in the AFC. I think the number one team for me, it's got to be Washington. They're the new Texans.
Yeah, they're
like
the
if
fun
you're
one now.
If you're T. Higgins, why would you not want to go to Washington and be paired up with Scary Terry and Jaden Daniels? Like, it makes a ton of sense. Philadelphia, I would probably put in front of the Texans. I think that's it. Like,
there's a vibes thing with Philadelphia that I can't quite shake. I think that's a great call with the Commanders being close to the top. I don't see it with Detroit in the same way that I did before, but we'll see. Maybe Detroit.
Can you call me out here if I'm a homer? If I
Yeah.
put the Bears up there?
Homer.
They got
I think you're a homer.
$85 million in cap space, and they just signed the hottest offensive coordinator out there in Ben Johnson.
Okay,
And they
I
have
mean
Caleb
maybe,
Williams.
but I think you have to be into the idea that this is going to be a quick turnaround, and
yeah,
I'm a little skeptical about that. But okay,
sure.
I mean, you could certainly sell Chicago as top half of the league in terms of they've got all that money, they have a better offensive mind with the quarterback. Maybe it gets a little bit better. They're definitely towards the top in terms of attractive destinations. I feel like just Nick Caserio is going to have to do things to first create cap space, because right now there's $10 million in cap space. So that means maybe some of these short-term deals that they have, they do restructures, which means giving these guys deals that are actually longer. That to me, and I'm not going to act like I know the ins and outs of the salary cap, nor like I know what the hell's going on in the draft. I find the draft industrial complex in the NFL to be a tad insufferable. But no offense, Lance. It's nothing against you. This is just like the entirety of it. There's too many people in it. I liked it when it was just a few people like Lance doing it. Now everyone's doing it. So I don't even know how to make sense of anything anymore. But I just don't know that Nick Caserio is going to go back-to-back off seasons with like splash move after splash move after splash move, because it just feels very not what the Patriots were, where he was for nearly 2 decades. Now, maybe things are different here because Texans ownership actually spends money, where Patriots ownership has gained a reputation over the last couple of years as being a little bit cheap themselves. So we'll see. But it was interesting hearing Joe Mixon say those things, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's not a wide receiver, I don't really know like what a splash move entails. Like a safety is not a splash move. I also would hate to like see the Texans, frankly, invest heavily into a safety. You don't need a cornerback. You're not going to splash move for a linebacker. Your pass rush is damn good. Like unless you're going to move on from Danielle Hunter because you can trade for Max Crosby, like. That could work in theory, but like, why would you do that? Like, why would you upset like the locker room that's being built? I just unless it's a wide receiver, I really struggle to see like a splash move that's out there. No, they need to make good moves and probably a couple of them specifically for the offensive line. But that's what Joe Mixon needs to be recruiting is come block for me.
I'll run for 100 yards, dude. I'll put the team on my back, but please, for the love of God, make it so that I actually don't have to do everything on my own.
Yeah.
You're almost like begging. You're begging big dudes to come in here.
Please help me.
You got to promise those good Christmas gifts.
There we go. There we go.
That could work. He does have running back. He's actually paid as far as running backs go.
Yeah.
I just want a lot of big dudes here, man. Just give me all the big dudes.
Just bring yourself and 3 of the biggest dudes you know.
Find
and,
some big dudes, dude.
Revamp this offensive line.
Like Zach Martin. Like he's a free agent, maybe from the Cowboys. That's what Joe Mixon's got to do. He's got to go to the Pro Bowl and just be like, "Hey, if you come here and I rush for 1,000 yards, I'll buy you all a new car." I don't know, like
Purdy has new car money. Come on,
that's true.
Mixon's got to. I don't know what he has to buy, but he has to go big.
Rolex? Is that enough?
What if you
katanas like Joe Burrow did?
I like the katanas. I really like the katanas. What if you say like, hey man, our offensive lineman, you know what goes on at Northwestern, you know, ogre stuff. This is a fun place. You can get wild. You can do smoker stuff with your friends.
Are they? Is he recruiting Richie Incognito? Is that?
I mean,
he was a good football player.
They need some bad dudes on that offensive line, Paul.
I mean,
they need some dogs.
As compared to the Gucci twins, as someone on the Twitch or YouTube said yesterday, I kind of want offensive linemen who like doing ogre things, who like putting on a Shrek mask every now and then.
I don't want the Shrek mask, but I'm okay with ogre things.
Well, Shrek is an ogre.
Yeah, but just the specifics of what Northwestern did, I'm okay if they leave that at the door.
Like leave the hazing behind, but just do ogre stuff. You know, just clean up the swamp. Get all these fairy tale characters off your swamp. All these defensive linemen, that's what they are. Get off of my swamp. That's the worst Scottish accent maybe of all time, but that's what I'm hoping for. So Joe Mixon's just got to suggest. Maybe he just goes around with the Shrek mask on. It's like, yo, we do this here.
Yeah,
this
we
is what we
do
about.
ogre things. Northwestern's got a couple offensive linemen in the NFL. So.
They do?
Yeah.
All right. That's what they got to go get. Isn't one of them? I forget.
Skoranek plays for Tennessee.
That's it.
Just got drafted though. I think he was the same draft as CJ.
Yeah, and then Slater is the left tackle for
not going to be available
for the Chargers. They just paid him.
Yeah,
so he's not going to be available either.
I'm looking at all these headlines. These headlines not great.
The more you remember about the it's not as
great.
fun as you remember. Yeah,
no, it's not as fun. But the you can do ogre stuff and Shrek stuff without sexual hazing.
I like how the Pro Bowl looks. That our vision of the Pro Bowl is that it's like a frat, like trying to get bids to play for the Texans.
Just pound some shots, dude. Do some ogre stuff with our friends.
I mean, like, you guys don't think like there's been some weird stuff that happened at like the Pro Bowl in Hawaii?
Oh, yeah, but back before like cell phone sort of thing. Yeah, I'm sure
that's true.
Not to name anyone, but I'm sure Mark Schlereth got crazy.
Oh, all stink. Yeah, stink. Yeah. You'd have some fun. You got the Vikings river cruise.
Yeah, Fred Smoot's there.
Yeah, you got a little Fred Smoot.
You rented a boat. Come on,
Fred Smoot working at Barstool now.
Crazy.
That is something else. All right, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can also join us on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. If you haven't subscribed already and liked the video, what are you waiting for? We're also on Twitch at ESPN 975. And then there were 4. 10-minute drill. We take a look at what's going on across the National Football League as we get closer and closer to the kickoff of Conference Championship Week. You want to weigh in on all things Texans after they cleaned out their lockers yesterday? You can. Also, the possibility that Alex Bregman is not completely gone because the Astros, specifically Joe Espada, said, we're all wide open in terms of bringing him back. You can weigh in on that too. Or the national championship. Poor Joe and his Golden Domers. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. It is official from the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson is their next head coach. 38 years old. Ben Johnson's been the Lions offensive coordinator for the last 3 years. He's been with Detroit since 2019. Said Bears owner George H. McCaskey, "We are elated to welcome Ben and his family to the Bears and the greatest city in the world. Ben's leadership, poise, preparation, and detail are evident. We certainly appreciate the first-class manner in which he approached this process. We are excited to see him lead our Bears." Ryan Poles said, "Throughout our search process, I was thoroughly impressed by Ben's character, intelligence, leadership, and ability to connect. A progressive offensive mind, Ben's plans for all 3 phases of our team, which is centered on creating a winning and competitive environment, became evidently clear." Joe, I mean, you must have a pants tent after hearing all that about the Chicago Bears weighing in on your new head coach.
Yeah, I'm excited. He got a standing ovation as he walked into Hallis Hall today from the employees of the Chicago Bears. I'll have his introductory press conference tomorrow. I think I got more excited when I heard that Dennis Allen is going to be his defensive coordinator. It looks like top 5 defense in New Orleans. I mean, I'm thrilled. Like I didn't think they were going to do it. Honestly, I didn't think they'd pay $13 million for a head coach, which is reportedly what he's getting. I think it makes him the 7th highest paid coach in the NFL without ever coaching a game as a head coach. So I think it's a home run hire. It might blow up, but for the first time in my lifetime, since they fired Lovey, it's not Mark Trestman, it's not John Fox, it's not Matt Nagy. Like, it's the guy that everyone's wanted for 2 years. So I'm pumped. I'm so excited.
You're pumped. Okay.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. They're back.
Well, hang on. Hang on. Are they back? Or what are they back to?
Yeah, I need them to get back to like the Lovie Smith era at least.
Okay. I mean, they've never had a good offense ever, is what I'm trying to say. Like, this back.
Caleb Williams will throw for 4,000 yards. He'll be the first ever. Probably do it next year.
It's insane that they've never had a 4,000-yard
It's
passer.
unreal.
Because now everyone throws for 4,000 yards, it seems.
He better freaking do it next year.
Dude, I thought there was a chance that the NFL might expand and a new expansion team might get a 4,000-yard passer before the Bears, the way it was going. Like, it's a good day. It's a great hire, and like we'll see how it goes. But it's the benefit I think there's the most is that you're depleting the Lions. Like, they lose their OC, they're going to lose their DC. It looks like Aaron Glenn's going to get the Jets job, I think, or the Saints job. They had to push all their interviews back. All their in-person interviews were supposed to be today and tomorrow, but they're pushing them back to Thursday and Friday because they're dealing with what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just stunned it happened. Honestly, it feels like the whole Raiders thing was a giant smokescreen now. Honestly, like
probably got a little more money because of that. That's for sure.
Or Tom Brady saw that wide receiver pass that he called, and he was like, "Mark Davis,
out.
I don't want this guy.
We don't want this guy
Jameson
anymore.
Williams with the season. Nah, get this guy out of here."
Yeah, I hope he leaves that play in Detroit.
Yeah. I was thinking that the passing to offensive linemen gets a lot less cute when even before you went to the Bears. When you're 8 and 9, like it's a lot less fun.
Yeah, they do have the second hardest schedule in the NFL next year. So I don't think I don't know if like the playoffs is a thing to expect for the Bears next season. I don't. I don't know.
Lowering expectations.
See,
You're
I
pumped.
mean,
You're
started
pumped.
off.
I know. I'm excited. But like,
also it's a hard schedule because
of your division.
Yeah, the 3 teams all won 12, 14 games, something like that. I guess the Packers didn't. But like that's why it's just the inflated wins. If you think the Lions are getting worse, the Vikings are probably going to get worse because you're not going to get that kind of quarterback production, no matter who it is. You're right there. You're a wild card at least.
I expect them to be like on the in the hunt graphic for real at the end of the season, at the very end of the season. Like those are like low expectations.
Okay.
You gotta lower them. Like you gotta lower expectations.
I think they can.
I don't know.
I think they can not easily, but I think they have a good shot at making the wild card.
Now, when they draft Ashton Genty with the 10th pick,
come
back to me then.
Okay, if they do that, then I'm worried.
That might work. It might work.
Can he be their Matt Forte?
Well, they need a new running back because DeAndre Swift, who was like their prize free agent signing, his last year in Detroit was Ben Johnson's first year, in which he averaged 6 carries a game. So don't think that's a marriage that's going to work out.
Can they trade him for David Montgomery? Just flip flop between the
bring him home.
Yeah, running backs that play
Bring
for
him
both teams.
home.
Bring him home.
By the way, I think it is important to note the NFC North 0-3 in the playoffs. So honestly, I think your expectations should be higher, Joe. Like it's a division of frauds.
Only team with a win. Actually, that might not be true.
No, the Lions won. They beat they beat the Vikings.
You're right, they beat the Vikings. Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah,
Bears are 1-0 in
first.
2025.
Tied for first in
There you go.
2025.
Best by
Best
win
record.
percentage.
Yeah.
There you go.
Best record of 2025.
All right, let's keep on going across the National Football League. Big day for the Dallas Cowboys. You see who they're interviewing to be head coach?
No, I missed this.
He's the current betting favorite to be the next Cowboys coach.
Kellen Moore?
No.
Jason Witten?
No.
Leslie Frazier?
No, Schottenheimer?
Brian Schottenheimer.
He's the favorite. He's the favorite.
This is what a Pro Football Talk story says. The current betting favorite to be the next Cowboys head coach is now set to talk with the franchise about the job. Per a report from NFL Media, Dallas offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer is expected to interview with the club for the vacancy. Schottenheimer, 51, has been with the Cowboys since 2022, first as a coaching analyst and the last 2 seasons as offensive coordinator under Mike McCarthy. He's been offensive coordinator of the Jets, Rams, Seahawks, and quarterback coach for Washington, the Chargers, and Colts. Dallas values continuity for Dak Prescott. Schottenheimer becoming a head coach would be one way to provide it, per this NFL media report. Joe?
They should hire Ryan Day, is who they should hire, honestly. This would be a disaster move for them. I cannot imagine.
Oh, the fans will be so mad.
Oh, dude, like they start to become more irrelevant, I think, if he's your coach. I mean, you're not a playoff team with him as your head coach. He hasn't been good anywhere, ever.
Nope.
Like, that would be such a... I think Jason Witten's a better hire.
Kellen Moore, I at least understand.
Jason Garrett's better hire.
This guy is Jason Garrett. He's Jason Garrett 2.0.
Yes.
It's really funny that moving on from Mike McCarthy has led to this. I mean,
bring him back?
Bring him back.
At this point, yeah, what's the holdup? They mutually agreed to part ways. Okay, why did they mutually agree to part ways?
Mutually agree to come back together to rekindle?
Yeah.
They need a parent swap scenario?
That would be the most funny Dallas Cowboys story, is that they actually
hire him back.
rehire Mike McCarthy, and they wait until like right before the Super Bowl kicks off to announce it because they're jealous of the headlines.
Yeah. If you told Cowboys fans they can have Brian Schottenheimer, Jason Witten, or Mike McCarthy, they would all take Mike McCarthy. Like,
yeah, I think so.
That shows you how bad of a decision it would be.
I remember when I thought Deion Sanders would be the most ridiculous thing that they could do. This is much more ridiculous in a different way.
Yes.
But it's just as ridiculous.
Cowboys fans would be excited about Deion Sanders to a degree. Brian Schottenheimer, I mean, it's Jason Garrett light.
It's just the sequel that no one wanted.
But it's like a bad sequel.
Yeah, a bad sequel that no one wanted.
Completely different actors. Right?
The original wasn't good.
Yeah.
The original was a box office bomb.
It's like when they remade Fantastic Four, which sucked.
Yeah. Miles Teller? Who?
I was going to say Jeremy Renner is Bourne.
Oh, Bourne Legacy?
The Bourne Legacy, yeah. Meanwhile, as head coaching searches continued, the Saints had to delay their head coaching interviews because of the snow.
You can't just find you gotta do them virtual, or I guess you're gonna wait.
You
might lose out on.
I guess.
Are you gonna lose out on Aaron Glenn because of snow?
Wow.
It was supposed to be Mike Kafka today and Aaron Glenn and Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, but travel delays are expected into and out of New Orleans, so they're going to have them in town later this week. First snow in New Orleans in more than 15 years.
Yeah, I saw pictures of Bourbon Street. It's weird here. It looks weirder there. We've seen a little bit of snow since I moved to Houston. Not like this, obviously, but like the idea of a snowy Bourbon Street might be a good time tonight, though, if all the bars are open.
Hell yeah. Do some snow angels in Bourbon in the middle of Bourbon Street. Although that's disgusting. Like,
yeah, that sounds so gross.
Yeah, that snow's not gonna be white for. It's not gonna be white snow for very long.
No, it's gonna be absolutely disgusting. Anyway, that is the 10-minute drill. Joe George, Paul Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5. You can hear Sean Mapes as well. Back at Mission Control. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are going to localize the inauguration. We are going to force sports topics on you using the inauguration. It's going to be a bit of a stretch. Stick with us. It's going to be fun. Snowpocalypse 2025. It's Gallant George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
My cat's harassing me. Nothing worse than that when you're working from home in Snowpocalypse 2025. My cat just keeps on rubbing up against my leg because she wants snacks, she wants love, she wants affection, and damn it, I just have to give it to her when she's hanging out with me. Got to give her a little belly scratch, a little pet.
I mean, it's part of working. It's one of the perks of working from home for like 2 days.
This is why it's distracting, though. Like, again, she's just rubbing against my leg. Like, hey, dog, you should have left the room when you had a chance to leave the room.
Yeah.
But alas, earwax. So yesterday, the president of the United States was inaugurated without incident. So that's nice. Nothing bad happened. But there were some funny moments along the way. First off, everyone was roasting Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, for staring at Jeffrey Bezos' wife's chest.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of get why he did. He's a man, you know.
He has eyes.
Right. He looked down, and she was seemingly wearing lingerie underneath that jacket. I probably would have looked myself. But let's localize the inauguration. Houston sports-wise, going forward, what's got you going, ooga, looking at a big old set of boobies going forward?
Any sport, or we're going Texans?
Any sport here in town. It can be Texans if you want to make it that, Joe. But some people want us to move on from talking about the Houston Texans.
I'm gonna go. For me, it's trade rumors for the Rockets. The idea of trading for Giannis or Steph Curry or anyone to add to this team, I think is what makes me auga the most right now. Because we just talked, like, I don't think T. Higgins or Garrett Wilson's coming. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, if it's a guard, like, that's not my reaction. I'm not feeling that way. Like, if the Texans sign a guard, it doesn't get the blood flowing. I would say, so I'm gonna say like looking for trades. That's what I'm looking for right now.
Okay. That trade rumors are making you a wooga. Honestly, I'm disappointed, Joe.
When
the
trade happens,
fine. When the trade happens, you're going to be like, oh, wooga. I'll say this.
I think
Go ahead.
I think the player they trade for will make you do that when they eventually do it.
Okay. Some people are saying the Dynamo. No, stop B-Hannon. The Dynamo are not making anyone go, oh, God. No one cares about Major League Soccer here. No one cares. Except for Glenn Davis. Shout out to Glenn. Soccer matters. Is that tonight?
No.
Oh, damn. Coug basketball, says Coug Blaze, makes me go, auga. Like I'm looking at Jeffrey Bezos' wife's very natural chest because she's a strong and powerful, independent woman. This email made me go, auga. Jalen Green, Western Conference Player of the Week. That was announced yesterday. The way Jalen Green's playing of late does have me going, I can't look away.
He's awesome. No, it's like must-watch television, except for yesterday when we didn't have the channel, so we couldn't watch it while I was on at work. But, yeah, he's been can't miss. He's definitely right there at the top of the list, at least for current things, because even, like, does Christian Walker make you do that, Paul? Isaac Paredes?
No.
Like,
Again, I look at those two, and I'm like, are they real? And yeah, I'm a baseball casual. To me, until I see them playing for the Astros, I don't even know that they're real players. I don't know.
Which we've got like 40-something days until that. Sean?
Hayden Wesneski. Wow.
Yeah, Hayden Wesneski's
Cy-Fair High School. Whoa, what?
Well, that's kind of cool.
I remember it somewhere in the area. I had to look it up.
He's a local guy, and we're localizing the inauguration.
I can't wait to hear it 19 times
a game during the baseball season. Yeah, I think things that make me go Auga. I was definitely going to say the Rockets and either Jalen Green or honestly of late since he's been starting, Amin Thompson. It's just every night you go Auga.
You can't look away.
Yeah, it is something that even in games where, because he's not really like the main offensive initiator, but he has these defensive plays. He has these plays in transition. Even yesterday, it was in half court, but he was the finisher of 2 different alley-oops, and he threw another alley-oop. So they really were playing super wide open now with Amin Thompson in the lineup. Even when he wasn't in the lineup a couple days ago, they're still pretty wide open. So I think as far as new revelations for the Rockets, even more so than Jalen Green, because we've kind of seen it before with Jalen Green. I think Amin Thompson stepping up and being a starter for the Rockets got me going, Auga.
Yeah, but with Jalen Green, it's like me and Mark Zuckerberg was just trying to figure out if it's real or not.
Do you think that's what he was doing, or do you think he wanted that?
Do you think he was mentally going back to his roots based off, this is all just based off the movie The Social Network, in his own mind, he was playing Hot or Not. He was like, this is why I made the website.
Like, this is how my life got started.
Yeah,
Hot or Not.
This is what led me right here at the inauguration.
Also nominate Derek Stingley Jr., even though we're not going to see him play for a while. He makes me go, Auga, every time he's on defense. He's incredible. He's awesome.
Yeah,
and he said he wants to be in Houston forever.
Auga. Coming on strong, dude.
I do think, Joe, that Mark Zuckerberg was not thinking whether or not they're real. Okay?
I don't think so either.
You don't think the question...
as I don't know if I can share this comment. Share who said this comment to me, but as someone who is very close to me once said, if they don't come off in the shower, doesn't matter if they're real or not. I would say both Sean and Joe are cringing so hard right now. I will say, if you have the work done, to each their own, I would say make sure that the nipples aren't pointing in the wrong ways. I say this.
You don't want a lazy eye or cross-eyed.
You do not want Cookie Monster boobs. You don't want them looking all over the place. I'll say this. I have a friend, and she thought while we were on Yacht Week in Greece back in 2016 that she was just going to let him out. She didn't care. She wanted the whole world to see. And sadly, I did not go Auga when I saw one nipple pointing to the northwest and another pointing to the southeast. It was a lot. Anyway,
it was more, huh?
It was like, how is that happening? I was looking at it not in the way that
like a
most
dog,
red-blooded male would look at it.
Like a dog, not like a hungry wolf. You're looking like a dog when it tilts its head.
Yeah. Localizing the inauguration. Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg, for providing us content.
Did you say pervert or for providing?
Got him. What was the Texans, or any moment in Houston sports that gave you the EBGBs, a la when Elon Musk was talking about his heart going out to everybody in the crowd? Did something he shouldn't have done. Whoopsie. Can't do that. Whoopsie. Can't do that.
Texans Ravens. That gave me the EBGBs.
Yeah. I would say the offensive line's performance. There's some EBGBs there. Cancelable by moving on from the offensive line coach, moving on from some of the offensive linemen.
Trading Cal Tucker.
Ooh.
Gives me the.
So that was
the
like
EBGBs.
a Nazi salute to you. Yeah. Yeah.
Him getting traded to one of your favorite teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying not to bring that up too much. I think people are going to get mad at me if I, say it
the
too
best
often,
player in the
so.
Astros going to your favorite team.
Yeah. I'm going to try to avoid
You're
that.
going to try to hide your fandom. That's what a lot of Chicago people do.
I mean, thankfully, they're not going to sign him. They're going to sign him, so I'm not going to buy a jersey. Maybe a t-shirt.
Not even the baby blue one? Oh, okay. One thing, this is just a rumor, and it's something that
hit you the EBGBs?
It gave me the heebie-jeebies, hit the internet today, hit our group chat during the last commercial break. Kevin O'Connor proposes that the Rockets trade for both Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. A little bit of heebie-jeebies there. Also, mostly the Draymond Green part.
You don't like it?
I love it.
I'm just saying it weirds me out. The idea, just closing my eyes and picturing Steph Curry in a Rockets jersey. I'm just, ugh. That seems unholy.
I will buy that Draymond jersey right away. I will buy the Draymond Rockets jersey.
My favorite part of this proposed trade is when he says expiring contracts to trade away, it's Fred VanVleet, Jayshawn Tate, and Steven Adams, which means he's suggesting that both Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green are on the same basketball team.
You know what?
Yeah.
My God.
You know what? I'm kind of in.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
That would be incredible.
Rockets, they'll start fights every game. You already got Cam Whitmore's psycho ass on the bench.
Cam Whitmore's in this trade.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Whitmore and Shepard are out.
Yeah,
Van
I'm cool with
Vliet,
that.
Adams, Tate out. 4 first-round picks, 3 first-round swaps for Steph
just for
Curry,
Steph.
And Draymond,
Essentially.
and Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters.
Oh,
Who is that?
wow.
I don't know who Lindy Waters is.
It's to make the money work. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about Lindy Waters. Although I think he did score like 30 when they played the Rockets.
Hey, you never know.
All right.
Yeah, Draymond and Dylan Brooks. I think that makes me go auga.
Auga! Yeah, that makes me auga up a storm here. Yeah, I'm definitely not looking at this with a side eye the way that Elon did the side salute. Whoopsie, you get Elon. I get that Elon is socially, let's just say, not where most are.
Mm-hmm.
There are other ways to say that. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, EBGB's watching this Texans offensive line. We can keep on localizing the inauguration. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Up next, if you could pardon everybody, since everyone's getting pardoned these days, really everyone is getting pardoned. Preemptive pardons, for God's sake. Who would you pardon in the world of Houston sports right now? That, and we talk about the national championship, what CJ Stroud and D'Amico Ryans had to say about the future of the Texans yesterday. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. We actually have someone who wants to call in and keep us talking about Awooga. Is that something we're going to have to keep as a drop going forward? Things that make you go, Awooga. We could do that. But
Rolling
joining
benchmark?
Yeah. Awooga. You know what? We got new segments that we got to think up now that football season's done.
Awooga of the week?
The Awooga of the week, yeah. Although I'm just going to
Wednesday
sound like
Awoogas.
I'm just going to sound like a creepy, dirty pervert. You thought Mark Zuckerberg was bad? Staring at the lovelies of Mrs. Completely Natural Jeffrey Bezos. Yeah, we could do that, though. I feel like I'll sound creepier and creepier the more that I do it. But sometimes you just got to be cringe up there. Just don't do it with the little salute like the one Elon Musk did. Hey, we got Arturo calling in. What's up, dog?
Yo, what's up?
Just chilling
What's up?
out. Just chilling out.
You know what makes me Awooga? Thinking about it, actually.
What?
If the Texans have the balls and has the money, I don't care what trade or what player. I don't care what it is, man. If they get the rights to those Houston Oilers uniforms and purchase those, oh my gosh, you're gonna see the biggest Awooga. You're gonna see the biggest Awooga in the world, man. You're gonna see a mountain in the Heights area. I'm telling you.
Oh, all right,
You're gonna see a
Arturo.
skyscraper.
Skyscraper.
You're gonna see a skyscraper. I'm telling you.
All right, that's blood. That's a lot of blood pumped if we're getting a skyscraper. I appreciate that phone call from Arturo. It would be nice to get the Oilers stuff back, but let's be honest, it's just not going to happen. This is not going to happen because Bud Adams don't play that because he's dead and gone forever. And Amy Adams Strunk, she also don't play that because that's all she's got in the midst of being a miserable person who fired Mike Vrabel because he flirted with the Patriots.
That was a bad decision. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I can't even imagine. Even like if Cal called and was like, "Hey, we'll buy it from you." I mean, what would she try to charge him? Tens of millions of dollars? Way more. I mean,
$1 billion.
Yeah, I think about like the merchandise sales are already crazy in Houston, and they don't even represent the city anymore. Imagine if you could just go to the Texans shop and buy Oilers stuff, like CJ Stroud Oilers jerseys and all these things. It would be crazy. So it'll never happen, unfortunately, because it'd be nice to see those jerseys back in Houston.
But if it did,
we'll see.
But if it
If we did.
Awooga! Here we go. We got the noise. Hell yeah. Let's go. I think you have to do the Awooga actual saying it aloud because, yes, you put that in the background, but the image from Looney Tunes of generally a wolf with the mouth that drops all the way to the floor and the eyes pop out of their eye sockets like that.
Okay, I got that one. That one pops up when you type in Awooga sound.
Yeah, right, exactly. We asked this question going into the segment because everyone's getting a pardon these days. If you could pardon anyone in Houston sports in honor of yesterday's inauguration, some pardons on the way out, some pardons first day in, who would you pardon?
I want to make sure I give a little credit to King of Twitch here. I did have it in my notes before, but I don't want him to think I'm just stealing from him. Number one person that came to my mind, as did for him, Jeff Luhnow. Pardon Jeff Luhnow. Bring him back. Dana Brown's done a fine job. I like the Kyle Tucker trade and what they got in return. I'm fine with the decision, honestly, to do it. But I would pardon Jeff Luhnow. Like, he's the only one who hasn't got a job back in baseball. It's stupid. Jim Crane should have never fired him or AJ Hinch. He should have brought both of them back after the year suspension, just like the Boston Red Sox did with Alex Cora. It was the wrong decision then, and it doesn't mean it's why the window's going to close, but I would pardon Luhnow for sure.
You'd pardon Jeff Luhnow. Okay. Yeah. Though, based off of something I heard the other day, accepting a pardon would be an admission of guilt. I don't know if that is something that we want to do here in Houston, though I guess the Astros kind of already did it, given that they fired both Jeff Luhnow and AJ Hinch.
Yeah, I mean, and everyone from it, like even like Alex Cora, when he's talked about signing Alex Bregman, he has just said like we did what we did in 2017 and we're past it. Like I think everyone's just like we're all cool with it. We all know what happened. The players have talked about it. They've all admitted to it. Like everyone knows what happened. So but would Luno do it? That's interesting. I didn't know that because he had a chance and he did not admit to it in his one interview he's done since leaving the Astros. So,
gotcha. Okay. I think if I could pardon anybody, this is really tough for me to do.
Oh, no.
This is really, really tough for me to do. But I think I'd pardon Brock Osweiler.
Wow.
I kind of want Brock back in my life. I'm not going to lie. I kind of miss those press conferences and just how completely ridiculous they were. You know, where Brock was very clearly trying to sound like a leader. But now that like the Texans have actually found a good quarterback, after having a pretty good quarterback before, Deshaun Watson, I'm okay like pardoning Brock Osweiler for that very difficult and frustrating year. Because ultimately, the Texans were closer to advancing to the second round of the playoffs in that game, or excuse me, the AFC Championship. They were about as close to advancing in that game, if Will Fuller catches that pass, as the Texans were this past year against the Chiefs. So who am I to hate Brock Osweiler for that year, even if it was frustrating when they got about as close as any Texans team in franchise history? I feel like I got to pardon him. And I also think he's doing a pretty good job on ESPN as a color commentator. I think he's actually pretty good at it. I'm surprised by how good he is.
Do you feel there's been a consistent theme with the interceptions that you've thrown this year?
No, I don't. I think every interception really has a different story.
I'm just kidding. I take everything I said back.
Yeah.
I take everything that I said back. I am pardoning myself for pardoning Brock Osweiler. My bad. Thank you, Sean, for reminding me of the horror that I went through.
I was surprised. I was like, wow, that guy?
Yeah.
That was like not like I could have like probably like done like a draft of things Paul's gonna pardon. I don't think I would have got to Brock Osweiler.
Wouldn't even I would have thought of him and then been like, no way.
Yeah.
No.
Mine's Aziz Al-Shaair, by the way.
Aziz Al-Shaair? Oh, yes. Yes.
Good call.
He's already paid the time, but still get it off his record. Going further back, Andre Johnson, although I think he was pardoned in real time by America, but boom. Aziz, Andre, you're good.
From the 281, speaking of offensive line, I pardon David Carr. This person also texts in, I pardon Mike Fires. No, sir.
Oh.
No, sir.
Hey.
Honestly, I'm debating banning you from listening to our station ever again. You
That's
cannot pardon Mike Fires.
That's bad.
That's a rat. Like you don't pardon a rat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
Absolutely horrible. I just brought the entire. Oh, I heard that little squeaky noise. Who is it? Sean,
That's me.
You made
Is that you,
noise?
Sean?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Inspired by Jack Nicholson.
There's now people. Yeah. There's now people in their house listening on like their laptop, like looking for rats.
Well, it's me, the rat.
Yeah, my cat's ears perked up. She wants to hunt. She wants to kill something now.
I need you to get this rat.
Mm-hmm. Texans 22 says, I pardon Bobby Slowick. Interesting.
Huh.
Is that because of the offensive line?
I was gonna say that's a favorable way of looking at it, but I mean, even with like the offensive line, like coach around it, dude.
Yeah, I think it's a little early to pardon Bobby Slowick. I think we'd have to either wait to see him have more success next year, or see
As
it
a head
be
coach of the
just
Jets?
yeah,
Jags.
or see it be just as bad without him. Before I would want to pardon Bobby Slowick. I'm not there yet. Yeah, I can't pardon Bobby.
I was thinking maybe Matt Schaub deserves a pardon.
Ooh, Matt Schaub for sure deserves
because
a pardon.
like with how it ended, like people hated Matt Schaub.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little. I wasn't telling people like how to feel because back then I was also a fan, being like, "Get this guy out of here." But looking back on it, like we mentioned earlier, where sorry, Joe, the Bears don't have a 4,000-yard passer. Like Metcalf threw for 5,000 yards in a season.
Yeah.
Like he had a awesome season. What 2008 or 9, somewhere in there. Maybe it was 10. That like he was good. He was a good quarterback. He wasn't C.J. Stroud. He wasn't Deshaun Watson. But I feel like he got a bad rep, and no one deserves to get booed when your career ends on an injury.
I think that's fair.
I would like to, on behalf of Paul Gallant and the haters of Mr. Dusty Baker, I would like to pardon Dusty Baker.
Hell yeah.
We were too hard on Dusty. He won a World Series here. He's a great manager. He's accomplished so much in his career, but we were all too hard on Dusty Baker. So I pardon Dusty.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna pardon Martin Maldonado, the genius that you guys just couldn't appreciate during his time here. Now he's with the San Diego Padres.
Yeah.
Padres winning the championship next year. What are the odds? I'm putting money on him. I'm putting money on the Padres right effing now. Martin Maldonado, captain, my captain, pardoned forever. Thank you for helping us win those championships. Couldn't have done it without you.
To be fair, he was on the worst team ever last year.
Yeah.
The worst team of all time.
The worst team that got worse after they cut him.
That's
See?
Good point.
Didn't even think about that, did you?
No,
Actually,
clearly not.
I don't know if that was true. I just said it with confidence.
We are pardoning things because on Inauguration Day, some pardons happened for one president on the way out, and others have been pardoning on the way into office. We're getting some fun ones here. Texas 22, when it comes to Bobby Sloak, says he didn't construct that offensive line, and he gets a lot of hate. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. I do think Slowick is going to be around next year. I think a lot of people perhaps got a tad too excited based off of what they heard from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. And we'll play those comments again at some point during the hour. But I'm still skeptical that a change is going to be made there. While on the offensive line coach side of things, I'm definitely expecting that to happen.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, I think the comments are interesting. It makes you think that, like, D'Amico is at least considering a change or like where they're at. But I'm with you. Like, I think Bobby Sloak will be back next year. Strausser will be gone. I hope they don't promote internally. But yeah, I think I have another one that I don't think this is going to be very popular.
Hit me.
Until D'Amico Ryans, the most recent success came from this man. He is he's the best coach to come from college football to the NFL. I would like to pardon Bill O'Brien. Yeah.
Boston College Eagles head coach, the coach of the other Catholic school at 1A.
If like, it's not his fault. Like, it's not all his fault. He never should have been the GM. He never should have been in that position. He knew that. He said that. He knew it from the get-go. They let this clown pastor, ruin the organization. So yeah, I'm gonna pardon Bill O'Brien today.
Gonna pardon O'Brien? Okay.
Yeah,
man, we're pardoning a lot of people.
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
To interrupt, Paul. But it had to be said.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't think Brian T. Smith would agree with me about pardoning Bill O'Brien.
No.
I think most people that covered the Texans would disagree with you on that front.
Brian T. Smith doesn't get a vote anymore.
That's true. He's a limey traitor now.
Yeah.
He is
Benedict Arnold.
Imagine leaving the United States for England. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
That is really, truly Benedict Arnold stuff, Sean Mapes. You're right.
Although everyone says after every election that they're leaving the country, he was the only one to do it. Now he didn't do it because of the election, but he did do it.
Yeah, he did leave.
Someone, Battery Chucker says, "Pardon Jack Easterby, sir. You should be forcibly jailed right now.
Yeah.
Someone needs to come to your house through and then you're lucky there's snow out there. But I want 5 cop cars pulling up. Woo, woo,
Ooh, and I will auga as you are taken off screaming, hopefully in a straitjacket to a mental institution. How dare you? How dare you suggest pardoning Jack Easterby?
Yeah, Easterby and the Mike Fire suggestions are by far the worst ones.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I think the Fires one hopefully was joking.
Yeah.
Done.
Easterby too, like that's another one. Yeah, he has to admit he was wrong.
That's true.
Judging by the puff piece that was written about him, I don't think he's ready to acknowledge he was wrong.
I don't think so. Battery checker. He meant well. All caps. Sure he did. Batman 68 comments, should we pardon D'Amico Ryans for that 55-yard field goal attempt with Kaimi Fairbairn? Yeah, Fairbairn was money from 50 plus.
Yeah, I don't think it was crazy. Like in the moment, like I didn't think it was crazy that they're sending him out there.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think more perhaps as the game wore on, maybe you think twice about it, but no, you kicked the field goal there. Fairbairn just effed it up. He was practicing before the game. You got to be prepared for those situations. And he set a record for most 50-plus yard field goals, basically like the first half of the season, it felt like, with how many he was kicking. Because this Texas red zone offense doesn't exist, and they go backwards whenever they get there.
Yeah, I guess we can. I don't think it's worthy of a pardon or needed to pardon, I would say, for D'Amico.
Yeah, he can take it to trial and get off.
Yeah, yeah. It's not as severe as some of the other punishments that have happened.
From the 409, do we pardon Lovie Smith for winning the last game and giving up the number one pick?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, he should have been pardoned to begin with. I just think it was such a loser mentality. I want the number one pick. Like, I hate all the Patriots fans that are pissed off they didn't get the number one pick. You don't want to be the worst team in the NFL. It's embarrassing. Who wants that? Oh, you got the number one pick. What if you screw it up in addition to sucking all year? Many teams screw it up. So I don't think we ever needed to.
The public at large, though. The public at large.
Pardoning from the public at large, that's fair.
I don't know who else. I saw some Yao Ming's feet get a pardon.
Yeah.
And
I think Yao Ming gets a pardon.
Yeah, what
for
about his whole
feet.
body?
Yeah.
Why does his feet get pardoned?
I mean, they're really the ones to blame the most. The parts of his body that really let him down the most.
Maybe Rafael Stone. Just as the Rockets thing as
you know
moved
what?
on.
I will pardon Rafael Stone because I was pretty hard on Rafael Stone. The Kevin Porter Jr. story was the impetus for that.
Getting pardoned.
Right. Kevin Porter Jr. never
Not pardoned.
No. I am not pardoning James Harden. I am not. I never will. That to me is where I draw the line.
I'm pardoning Chris Paul before.
I will pardon Chris Paul.
Because he was painted as the bad guy.
I'll pardon Tracy McGrady. I'll pardon Steve Francis. I'll pardon a large number of Houston Rockets
Kelvin
players.
Cato?
I will pardon Kelvin Cato before I pardon James Harden.
Oh, before James Harden. Yeah.
Assuming Kelvin Cato gives us his money back with interest.
My God, with interest? Inflation adjusted?
Just a little inflation adjustment. Yeah.
Dwight Howard, then? It wasn't his fault.
I don't know.
Yeah, I never.
On the court.
I know. Well, yeah, he was.
I'm not ready to have the headline ESPN 97.5 pardons Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard was just being Dwight Howard. He's just trying to be the best Dwight Howard he could be.
Yeah.
Like Arian Foster being the best teammate he can be. You know what? I'm pardoning Arian Foster for his low energy throwing up the H's. You know what? I'm pardoning him. Is this first time doing it? I'm willing to look the other way.
But I will not pardon the Texans for trying to pretend like that's a good tradition or a tradition.
That's fair.
No, like you have to let it breathe. Okay. I didn't know it was a tradition before, but I like the H's up tradition and the Thunder Cannon. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm pardoning Arian Foster for not knowing about the Thunder Cannon.
Oh, this one, you know what? This one's for Paul because I know you get upset when I say this. Now that the NFL season is over, I would officially like to pardon Clay Walker for messing up the national anthem in week 2 of the NFL season.
That's right.
At NRG.
He did his time.
I think he's now welcome back. I did miss him no offense to the opera singer at the playoff game. I did feel like that was Clay's moment that was taken away from him. So next year at 3:30 on Saturday of the wild card weekend, Clay Walker, I hope you're back.
drive me smooth, mother lover.
Oh, he also gets pardoned for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that bus driver.
For having high expectations for a bus driver.
Honestly, that bus driver, I'm not pardoning him for slandering Clay Walker's great name. You know, putting that out there. You were supposed to drive him smooth, mother lover. Okay. What else would you pardon here? Do you pardon Marcus Freeman for kicking that field goal down 2 scores in last night's national title, Joe George?
I think you're gonna have to wait. I think I'm gonna have to wait 4 years to see how the rest of this election cycle goes as the contract goes. I'm not ready to hand out a pardon on day one to Marcus Freeman just yet. Maybe I'll feel different in a year, but today, no. I'm gonna have to pass on that one.
I still can't believe that. I really, truly cannot believe that they did that. I really can't.
It was stunning. At the time, I made the joke to Dell, who I watched the game with at our hotel room. I was like, he is ready to coach the Jacksonville Jaguars by making this move. That is a very, I'm ready to become a terrible NFL coach move.
Yeah. So yeah, no pardons today from Marcus Freeman, unfortunately.
I was shocked. So listen, I'm as everyone knows, Paul Gallant, perhaps more than anyone at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 in the eyes of some. I appreciate a good-looking guy, okay? You could isolate that if you want, whatever, it's fine. I was stunned while out for brunch with Marathon Girl, amongst others, the amount of women who believe Marcus Freeman is like one of the hottest people alive. I was kind of surprised by that.
He's football coach attractive. He's like by far a very
for a football coach. Yeah, I totally agree with you there.
I think
he's probably top 3.
But he's no D'Amico Ryans. What are we talking about here?
I mean, I feel like it's probably like Marcus Freeman, Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know.
Young.
It's bizarre. I just was struck by how they talked about this for like a good 5 minutes. Oh, Marcus Freeman's so hot. I'm like, what? Hey, teach their own. But they were all in agreement on it. It would have been one thing if it was one of these girls bringing it up. They all were bringing it up. Crazy.
I'm not saying this. Do you think that having hair puts him above D'Amico Ryans?
Ooh.
I'm not saying this.
I'm gonna pardon Sean for attacking bald people.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Steven Nelson knows what I'm talking about.
Does Steven Nelson get a pardon?
He's on the Chiefs. No, he does not get a pardon.
No, he doesn't.
He's a traitor. He's a traitor to the realm.
Does Clay Martin get a pardon?
Also, like when he was going through it online that one time, Clay Martin does not get a pardon. Does not. Clete Blakeman is going to be the referee for Bills Chiefs. Bills are 6-2 when Clete Blakeman referees the game.
Rigged. I like to hear that.
I like hearing it. Yeah, I know. It is kind of funny. A bunch of Chiefs fans are going like, yeah, it's not rigged in our favor. Yeah, but they're 7-0 when Clay Martin referees the game.
I also wonder, what's the Chiefs record with Clete Blakeman refereeing?
Because 500.
Actually,
really? It's 500. Yeah.
I was going to say, like, because that's the thing with the 7-0 and Clay Martin ones where it's like, well, they are a good team, so they are just going to win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But 500, wow. Raj putting his fingers on maybe they are the new Patriots.
I mean, dude, the idea though that like a call is going to happen this weekend for the Bills and Chiefs fans are going to then point to that record after all the like high horsing that they've done the last 3 days would be incredible.
It would be nice. I've seen a lot of it. Yeah, Chase Daniel, who used to play for the Chiefs. Did you see what he had? He's like, well, actually, the Chiefs have had the most total penalty yards against them since 2018. It's like, yeah, because they played 7 to 19 more games than every other team in the NFL. Like, of course they're going to have more penalty yards than anybody. They've played a full season more than like half the league. They played 19 more games.
Just by playoff games?
Just because, yeah, he's like saying total, including playoff games. It's like, you idiot. Like, you have to do it on average. Someone actually did put together like a most, I think, like expected points average by penalties or something like that. And Mahomes had the fewest. That's how you put out a statistic. But Chase Daniel said, like, yeah, let's just see how many total yards that they have relative to everybody. They've played 19 more games than teams that haven't made the playoffs since 2018. Like 19 playoff games since 2018. That's insane. And he's like, yeah, well, they have more total penalty yards. That's why. Like, what are you doing? This classic quarterback logic. Like, we thought we were bad with math on this show. What are you doing, Chase Daniel?
Hey, we've been on a good run. It's been a while since we had a bad math day.
That's true.
I couldn't tell you the last time.
Jinx of all jinxes right there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Snowpocalypse 2025. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can get after us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Who would you pardon? What's got you going, Awuga? We localized the inauguration. How about that? We go back to some of the comments made by both D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud about the future of the Houston Texans. Stick around, Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass back at Mission Control. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
3780-3776 to jump into text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Yesterday, the Houston Texans sadly cleaned out their lockers because this season, it's over. And we're on to the 2025-2026 season. A lot of people are very interested in the future of many things on this team, whether it's the roster or the coaching staff. This is how D'Amico Ryans began his press conference yesterday because everyone's curious and he did not want to answer any questions about the future of this team.
Good afternoon. First, I would just like to start. I know there'll be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
Just don't even ask me. Don't ask. We're on to decisions later this week. It could be tomorrow. It could be Friday. It could be next week. I think we'll know by Friday all the decisions that are going to be made. Like I don't think they'll wait this thing out too long because I do feel like the timing of this is important for the Texans because if you're going to move on from Slowick, if you're going to move on from just Strouser, your offensive line coach, like you are going to see, the Bears, the Jags, the Buccaneers, the Jets, like they're going to fill these jobs like that. You're going to see a ton of movement start to happen. Guys getting promoted across the league. Then other jobs have to get filled wherever they leave from. So like if you're going to do it, like you probably want to like start that process very quickly.
Yeah, that makes sense. You might be able to get some specific candidates who could get hired elsewhere. I'm curious as to if anyone actually has a clue about what's going to happen next. Just given, I feel like the Texans, as far as an operation goes, have been a pretty leak-free ship relative to other organizations. Just go back to the draft when they got CJ Stroud and they got Will Anderson. I was impressed by how few rumors about what the Texans would do in that spot came out. A lot of people were wondering what they would do. They took Stroud, of course. A lot of people were thinking they might not. And they took Will Anderson afterwards. So I imagine that a definitely less connected Texans beat probably is also wondering themselves. I saw from Aaron Wilson, there is an expectation that their offensive line coach, Chris Strausser, will retire. This was D'Amico Ryans after he was asked about the future of offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
How you feel Bobby Slowick did in year two as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
Quick, short, to the point.
Short, sweet. Yeah. It's even like hearing that for hearing it again. Like every time I've heard that, it's just like
Dead
the
man
words
walking?
he uses. Yes, like the words he uses are like generally positive of improvement and growth, but then to be that short and concise and to not elaborate more on what you saw from, even he doesn't use, could use the offensive line injuries, the wide receiver injuries. Like he has like baked in excuses that he could have gone to right there of been like, Bobby did a really good job of trying to keep us on track. When we lost Stephon Diggs, we lost Tank Dell, Nico missed 5 games. Like we still made the playoffs. The offensive line had tons of injuries and shuffling. And say it's just like, yeah, saw some growth and improvement. That's it. But yeah, it sounds like dead men walking to me. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, but it's not like that's not the endorsement you give of a coach that's coming back.
That's what everyone, I think, wanted to hear in that moment. But then you hear what CJ Stroud had to say at his press conference yesterday. Here is Texans quarterback CJ Stroud talking about Bobby Slowick and what he did as offensive coordinator this year.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far.
So you go from D'Amico sounding like Bobby Slowick, his future here, not set in stone. He'll get to that in a week, and I'm sure Nick Caserio has some thoughts on that too. And then you hear CJ Stroud, who's probably being professional, but Stroud, that's a pretty strong endorsement of the offensive coordinator. And I imagine Stroud knows that he does, at the very least, have a voice that would be listened to, even if it's not going to be factored into the decision-making. You would certainly think that ownership is going to listen to what their very good young quarterback has to say about what he wants and about how this guy performed this past year, which is to say he thought it was good, which is surprising, right? But that's CJ Stroud for you.
He did also say, hopefully he's back for a third year. So does he have some inclination that changes could be on the horizon? Like the players obviously have exit interviews with the head coach, with the GM, that not the OC and DC are not going to be a part of. That that information rarely ever gets out about what is said in those meetings. So I do wonder, if that is something that is, we should have caught earlier as well, like him saying hopefully he's back for a third year. Like maybe he really does know that it's a real decision that D'Amico's pondering. Like offensive line, that seems done. That it's Strouser gone seems like a foregone conclusion. Potentially was going to retire after last year. Now it seems like he's definitely going to retire or just not be back. If Aaron Wilson said Cole Popovich is a guy that could be internally promoted, that seems to be signed, sealed, delivered. That at least Chris Strouser's gone. But to hear D'Amico have that comment and then for CJ to say hopefully he's back, it definitely feels like it's more of a toss-up. At a minimum, it's a toss-up.
I think that's the hope. This is more CJ Stroud talking about Bobby Slowick after being asked a strange, somewhat leading question by a member of local media.
To that point, not every quarterback has an opportunity to come in the league and have some stability at the offensive coordinator position. How much did that help going into year two and potentially for year three? What do you feel like things can be unlocked by just having 3 years with the same guy in the same system?
I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. It would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So
I mean, is the scheme going to improve? Is it going to get better, or did you get more of a feel for what it's always going to be? I tend to think it's the latter, and to put this all on Bobby Slowick, the offensive struggles this season, I think that is a little bit unfair. At the same time, I am really wondering about how much better Bobby Slowick is just going to get. He has a lot of weapons to work with. Sure, some of them got hurt this year. He has Joe Mixon at running back and an incredible young quarterback. You can't make it work. You can't make it better than what we saw. You've got this red zone offense that was a effing liability all season long.
No, I mean, if you're a good offensive coordinator, you should be able to adjust. I saw DJ Biemi tweeting a little bit earlier about how the Texans kind of changed and Bobby changed his approach with some of the stylistic run plays for Joe Mixon in these last 2 games of the playoffs, and that it was a very different performance than we've seen from this team to fit the current construction of your offensive line. But that's not something that should take until you get to the playoffs to change. And that's where I wonder about the limitations of Bobby Slowick, is that when it's someone else's offense and you're only in year 2 of play calling, what is your ability to adapt and change things? Because we see teams get stagnant all the time in the NFL. We've seen, think back to the Rams the year they went to the Super Bowl. The Rams got stuffed by the Bears at a regular season game, and it derailed their season, it looked like, for 2 weeks, and eventually it caught up to them in the Super Bowl. But Sean McVay and Jared Goff pivoted. We see teams all the time. Look how much Andy Reid has adjusted with Patrick Mahomes. Like, they've gone from Tyreek Hill and good running backs to lesser running backs and way lesser talent at wide receiver, a slower version of Travis Kelce. And what do? They keep just humming along. And like we've seen the Baltimore Ravens go from heavy Lamar Jackson's going to run to more in the pocket. Like, you have to pivot and adjust. And it feels like Bobby couldn't do that this season. And like, that's for me where the criticism comes from is if you're a great offensive coordinator, like, you should be able to change. And I just didn't feel like we saw any change this year. It just felt like
there was
trying
no
to do
adaptation.
the same thing over and over. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, some of that is on the players. Like, the players are the ones that are out there. And I do wonder just about the level of want from the Texans offensive linemen. This offseason is a big one for both Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Fixing that offensive line, sure, new offensive line coach could help. Different things on offense could help. But those are two guys that need, I think, to have everyone realizing we have to put in way more effort this offseason than we did last. And I don't know that that's in their DNA. And I hate to question it, but I felt there was just a little bit too much ambivalence, aloofness, indifference towards some of their offensive struggles, specifically the offensive line's role in them, whether it was mistakes, penalties, or just allowing Stroud to get smashed back there.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like where this team started versus where they ended. Blake Fisher, the starting right tackle, but where was he throughout training camp when you were there, Paul? He was at left tackle because where was Laramie? Like, you want to talk about like, continuity and working together and working as a unit? Well, your best offensive lineman's not going to be at practice next year. Like,
he's got to change that.
Yes, it's got to change.
He's got to, I think, care a little bit more. And I wonder if he will. Like, there seems to be, we talk about turning the page from the last era of Texans football to this one. And it feels like that's the spot where they haven't been able to do it with Laramie Tunsil specifically. And like, I'm not denying that Tunsil's a good tackle. I'm also not going to watch the film to try to confirm it. I'm just going to accept what everyone says about Tunsil, that he's one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL. But you got a Captain C on your chest. And I get that these practices are voluntary and all that, and maybe they don't make that much of a difference during the offseason. But to what you were saying, Joe, continuity on the offensive line, it is hard to create. You already are a bit hamstrung when you're an offensive lineman just going into every single year. You got to add a little bit of extra something. What that something is, I really don't know. But, we talk about the coaches all the time. It is on the players, and I'm hoping that this year, Laramie Tunsil is a little bit more bought in the offseason. But I think that his time here with the team shows you that, like, he'll show up when it's time to work. But is he going to put in that extra work? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and think about, like, what could happen next year. Titus Howard could just be your starting left guard. So, like, you're going to go into an offseason where, Titus is saying he's open to playing left guard. He's not right tackle only anymore. So you want Titus and Laramie next to each other as much as humanly possible. We all think and are kind of hoping that CJ Stroud will take command of calling out protections this year versus Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson doing it. So that's another new thing that, like, this group needs to constantly be getting used to. And like, you think about the reps that they can get in practice, there's no group better equipped to get great reps on every single day than the offensive line because of how damn good your defensive line is. Like, you're going against dudes on every single snap, no matter if your starters or backups are in. So, yeah, I think it's one of those things, like, I would really like to see change is, like, when it's voluntary training camp, and I get it, the key word there is voluntary. But, like, what are the Chiefs doing? What are the Bills doing? What are the Ravens doing? Like, do you want to be like Aaron Rodgers, who's like never there for things, and then things don't go well, and it's like, oh, well, like, it's no big deal until it's a big deal. Like be at camp, and that should be the expectation. And if you're gonna have a C on your chest, I agree with you. Like, you should probably be at everything that's voluntary too.
Yeah. Voluntary is such a weird word these days. And, everyone's so pro players, specifically like the media who covers them, that this stuff doesn't get called out. And for me, that will change this offseason on that front. I'm curious about other local media. I'm Joe. I'm sure you're the same way. Interesting point by Texans 22. Personal opinion, everyone on the line hated the personnel decision to keep Kenyon Green out there. It made the offensive line so much worse because they got blamed for his stupidity. You know what? That's not the worst tinfoil hat conspiracy to put on. Anyway, we're going to wrap things up with garbage time. You know what? Shoot, I keep on forgetting what time it is. There's no clock in this room. I'm doing this from my home, and I just saw it's 2:49. So screw it. Let's do garbage time right now. I truly thought it was 2:42 right now. Nope, it is it's 2:50. This room, it's weird. All right. President Donald Trump was inaugurated again yesterday, and I guess C-SPAN airs a show where callers can call in while the president is being inaugurated. They're trying to do sports talk, radio, politics talk. This led to one of the most iconic calls that you will ever hear when someone's supposed to stick to politics.
Hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. And while I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there. Pictures of more of the president's hopeful cabinet.
Fantastic.
I mean, and I thought they were just going to keep letting him go there, but like Graham was cooking. I don't agree with Graham's takes, but I appreciate that Graham did that.
I love that. The prank calling C-SPAN for the Democratic view of the inauguration. They're welcoming callers in. He goes like, yeah, disappointed in our country for electing Trump. Would have been nice to have a woman. And what about Roll Damn Tide? Where will Roll Damn Tide in the national championship? I love it.
I was expecting an accent when the call, like when I knew it was coming out. Like
a guy from New Jersey, like Graham in Jersey Village, did not expect a pro-Bama call coming from the north.
I do like that this C-SPAN Jim Rome was like, all right, cut this guy's vine. Let's get this guy out of here. Because apparently I, like you, Paul, was like, wait, they take calls on C-SPAN? I thought C-SPAN was basically like CCTV for, like, I thought it was just audioless and hostless. Like, it's just what's going on at the Capitol or wherever in the chambers. And no, they have Paul Feinbaum apparently hosting a show during the inauguration. It's crazy.
By the way, continuing in garbage time and continuing to talk about the inauguration. So we were making fun of how Mark Zuckerberg got in trouble for going awooga, looking at Jeffrey Bezos's completely natural life. Not that there's anything wrong with being unnatural. Did you see what Mark Zuckerberg did today? He posted a picture of he and his wife to his Instagram account. Optimistic and celebrating, reads the caption with an American flag emoji.
Joe, you're married. Do you think that this was perhaps in response to what happened yesterday?
Yes. I'm not quite sure it would be my response. But it is some kind of response.
One comment reads, your eyes are not wandering in this picture. Good job.
He's trying. Like he's trying to get back on good graces, I guess. But I think that's going to work out for him.
He's going to have to work there. Her face, not as smiley as Mark Zuckerberg's face. I wonder if this picture was taken afterwards. Anyway. Someone asks, did you see Clinton check out Carrie Underwood? No, but that could have not happened, and I still would have believed it happened.
Yeah, checks out.
And on that note, guys, it's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant George Snowpocalypse 2025. Big thanks to Sean Mapes, who's been there all day, working things, braving and walking through the elements to work. Big thanks to Joe George. Big thanks to you for listening and hanging out with us. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace and stay warm.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. It's Sean Mapes behind the glass. How about that? Brian's not working today. What a shocker. What a shocker that is. But we're all braving the elements. Hopefully everybody's safe. Hopefully everybody had a great time today. How did you spend your snow day? 713-780-ESPN. Hopefully you had a great time. Blankers, you got outside. I saw it on the old Facebook. Looks like you and the kids were having a good time.
Snowball fights outside. Yeah, I started early because Lisa had to get to work, and because she doesn't drive in this much, we had to do the crash course on driving and then make sure the roads were clear, then walk the 5 dogs in the middle of just a blizzard. It was crazy how hard it was coming down in Houston. And then after that, the kids wanted to go out and play. And so we went out and played and snowball fight and the whole works. And then they've been out at least 4 times since then in the backyard and all over the place. They're just loving this.
Yeah, Branham kid's somewhere around here. He's running around playing in the snow. It's starting to melt, though, which is it's kind of disappointing, It's a little bit disappointing.
But the scary thing is because, again, Lisa was going to – a lot of people stayed at the station last night, and she didn't want to do that. But the crazy thing was the views of the highways this morning. Literally, there was like 1 to 2 cars every couple of minutes on 59 and 45, which you'll never see. And so she made it there okay. But tonight, what they're saying is it's supposed to drop below 20. And because a lot of this is melting, like overnight into tomorrow, it's going to be like trying to drive on a skating rink.
Yeah, that's where it really gets you. Hopefully everybody stays safe. I had a great morning. Thank you for asking, Blake.
Yes,
walked around the block a little bit. The Branham kid was doing the snow angels. Branham baby didn't have gloves, so it was a little difficult for him to pick up the snow. He started to get a little bit. I think maybe a little frostbite a little bit. So we're like, hey, maybe don't touch the snow. Let's not lose a digit at the age of 2. That would be some bad parenting. But yeah, let us know how you spent the snow day. I'm very interested to hear some great stories. I saw some crazy TikToks out there. I think there was somebody like on 610 that was skiing behind an SUV. Did you see that?
I did not see that one, but Randy McAvoy did a live shot from where is he? He's over in Cinco Ranch, and they have like one of the roads is a bridge that goes straight downhill, and one of his buddies was downhill skiing in the middle of the road in Cinco Ranch.
I love it. I love that. Isn't that great?
It really is. I mean, we were literally walking in the streets around our neighborhood and everything like that, and so were everybody else because there were no cars on the road, and it's that perfect time before it does get nasty, like the slush turns gray and it gets messy. It was just that pure white on everything that was so fun to be outside, and the kids were doing snowmen and, like you said, snow angels and the whole work, so they had a blast.
Yeah, there was a crazy dude that was basically like basically skiing behind an SUV on one of the major highways in Houston.
Wow!
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok. It's pretty. Thank goodness TikTok's back because I wouldn't have been able to see that otherwise. How was your morning? Yeah, you had a little bit of a commute or a walk.
Yeah, I had a 2-minute walk from the hotel that they have us staying at, the Penthouse that they have Dell and I in order to keep things running here. And yeah, I was telling you before the show started, I want to do the tough guy pregame move of taking the shirt off just to prove that I am from Texas, but I won't let the elements get to me. But then I was like, I don't want to have to unlayer then layer back up. So
you should have done it. I'm doing the show outside, not because I'm tough. It's because the wife kicked me out of the house. She's like, we're not doing that today. You can go outside and do it. I was like, okay, well that'll work. Maybe the neighbors won't like that a whole lot because they can hear me do the show. Hey, but maybe they're listeners. The national championship yesterday, Blinkers.
Mm-hmm.
How much of this did you watch? I was glued to it. But whenever you're watching the game, what were some thoughts that you had while you were watching it?
I enjoyed it. I thought it was going to be a blowout, and I'm starting to get disinterested with it the way Ohio State. I mean, first of all, the way Notre Dame started off, you're like, oh, man. I mean, not only did they come ready to play, that was one hell of a drive. You're like, this could really turn into be the ball game that the Vegas people weren't expecting. But then Ohio State started showing off, all of their weapons and all of their talent. But then credit to Notre Dame, they bounced back. And you're looking at this, and the whole thing to me is I'm not a Ryan Day fan just because he just comes across as extremely arrogant. But at the same time, like to come from where he was and they were to win the Natty, and you know that we had talked about it, and I said cash it or trash it. Ryan Day loses his job unless he wins the national championship. Now here he is winning the national championship, and you're like, my goodness. I mean, the weapons he has, and he made the right decision in the portal when he found his quarterback. But Ohio State is so extremely talented, and I also felt myself, because I like Marcus Freeman. I went, you know what? Notre Dame might be back. This time they really, truly might be back. And that was a hell of a run from them, too.
Yeah. I mean, if Day lost that game yesterday, you don't think he gets fired, right?
No, not anymore. No, I think that there was just too many big wins that he kind of re-solidified himself after Michigan, after not winning the Big Ten. Yeah, I think the bounce back was enough.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun game. King of Twitch says it was a bad game and that, the college football playoff's not working, but he pretty much hates life. But he's very negative about everything. We know what Nick Saban says about the Twitchers, including King of Twitch. This cements the Big Ten being better than the SEC for me. It's a lock, a guarantee. Sorry, Mapes, you're new to the SEC. I know how many years you have of SEC.
Now
SEC.
my team's falling.
But a team that couldn't win the Big 12 but only once in the last decade carried the water for the SEC this year. And the Big Ten had two teams in the semifinals. They win the national championship. Big Ten was the best conference in America. Maybe the first time in a long time. Maybe the first time for the last time. But the Big Ten was the best conference in college football this year. Why do you make the noise there?
It's because it's funny you say that, Jeremy, but I think we're kind of narrowing it down to this year.
Of course, that's the take.
But last year, who won it? The Big Ten, Michigan.
Oh yeah,
I see what you're saying. So you got back-to-back years. The Big Ten wins it. Of course, everybody has always pointed the finger at the SEC, saying that they're the best conference. Big Ten wins back-to-back national championships, and the fact is that with Penn State in the mix, you could have had two Big Ten schools. So there was a really good showing, and there's nothing to say that, hey, they're going to slow down. Now, Michigan might want to pick it back up if they're going to be competitive. I was having this conversation with a couple of my buddies yesterday, and they were all over the fact that they hate the SEC, and they were so happy about the Big Ten. I said, but here's the thing. You can be top-heavy with Oregon, Ohio State, maybe Michigan or another school, or Penn State. But the where it really comes down to when you compare the conferences, top to bottom, how competitive are the rest of your schools? Because you know that the majority of the SEC schools, and especially when Vandy kind of picked it up this year, the SEC can go pretty deep in terms of schools that are in the top 25 and highly rated. Big Ten was pretty awful aside from being top heavy.
Yeah, don't let me have this one, Blankers. Let me have the 1 year of the Big Ten being the better conference. But back to the game. Marcus Freeman kicking the field goal. And look, I understand they lost some yards, but 4th and goal, you're down by 15 points. What was there, 9 minutes left in the game? He kicked a field goal, and they missed it, which made it even worse. But how are you kicking a field goal in that spot, Marcus Freeman? I love you. I defend you. I'm rooting for you. But then I see you kick a field goal down by 15, and I start to second-guess everything I've said about him.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. Like at that point, because even when he got the first touchdown in the 2-point conversion, he was focused on that's one. We need 2 more. You knew you needed 2 more scores and 2 more 2-point conversions. And you're down that far. You're in the 4th quarter. Time is of the essence. I didn't understand it either. And it was supposed to be a chip shot. He ends up missing it, which is even worse. But regardless, I think the decision, whether he made it or missed it, I think it was the wrong decision. And I think that, if he wanted a chance to truly get that game to overtime or get in a position where he could possibly have a chance to win it, he had to score a touchdown there.
Yeah, even if they make it, it's still a boneheaded decision. I haven't seen anybody back that up either. He said, I wasn't happy with the down and distance, wasn't happy that, we had so many yards to gain. If we were a little bit closer, would have went for it. I don't agree with it. I thought that was a poor decision. Also, while I was watching this game, I started to wonder if Chip Kelly would be a good offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. He has NFL experience. Now, it's not great NFL experience. We know that Chip Kelly likes to be the offensive coordinator for his former players or staffers. Remember, he and Ryan Day were on the same team together once upon a time. Chip Kelly was a head coach back then. What if and D'Amico played for Chip Kelly in Philly. And whenever I've heard D'Amico talk of Chip Kelly, he talks of him really, really well. Now, could that be coach speak? Sure. Maybe he dislikes Chip Kelly and doesn't say that publicly, which is certainly within the realm of possibility. But what do you think of the idea of Chip Kelly as the Texans offensive coordinator?
Yeah,
Chip Kelly or Bobby Slowick?
I think it's pretty easy to say Chip Kelly just because of all the experience on both levels and everything that he's done in his career. I think Bobby Slowick being, in his finishing his second full season as an OC, can't hold a candle to what Chip Kelly's done. Now, I hope that Chip Kelly's offensive mindset translates back to the NFL, because I think that's part of the reason why he got out of the NFL, because it seemed like for as much as he was cutting edge early on, and why he got hired in the first place to go to the NFL, I feel like he kind of, whether he lost touch or just things didn't, go his way. You want to make sure that he's still got the full grasp for the NFL, but he's very creative and he's very, very innovative in a lot of the things he does on the college level. And I think it would be exciting.
If you gave me the option between Chip Kelly and Bobby Slowick, I'm going Chip Kelly. I think Kelly would be a better. Maybe it's prisoner of the moment. Like Chip Kelly hasn't been in the NFL for a while. Chip Kelly wasn't great in the NFL, so maybe it's prisoner of the moment that Slowick is coming off a mediocre at best season, and Chip Kelly was the play caller of a team that won a national championship. And maybe some of the creativity that he has in college is a little different in the NFL. Like he's got, his athletes and his skill position players. The gap that his skill position players are versus the opponent wouldn't be the same in the NFL, right? Like Ohio State versus Wisconsin, no offense, Wisconsin defenders is night and day. The Texans skill guys versus anybody in the NFL, even the worst teams, that gap isn't as large. So maybe that has something to do with it. But prisoner of the moment, give me Chip over Bobby.
Yeah, I understand that. I like what you did there too, because it would be night and day because of Day
that was
coaching
a happy
the
accident.
Buckeyes. Yeah, it was really well done. But when you look at it, yeah, you just have to be realistic. And I saw you tweet this, and I wasn't sure. I was going to go back and look, but did Kelly? But did Kelly work with CJ at all?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
The answer to that is a hard no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But I think that he would be intrigued if he was going to get back into the league. It's kind of like what I thought, and maybe the reason why Ben Johnson did take the Bears job, even though there's a lot of people questioning a lot of the other elements that go into should he have taken the Bears job. He has a up and coming, very highly touted young quarterback to work with, and that's the key to any guy being able to call a lot of what he wants to call offensively. And with the weapons that the Texans have and the potential to actually add more, but to have a stud wide receiver, to have a serviceable receiving tight end, whether you do something differently or not, to have Joe Mixon and to have CJ Stroud, and to know that the organization's probably going to upgrade the offensive line, that's about all you need if you want to get back into the NFL and say, hey, I've got all the tools in the shed right now to where I can go to work.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how it play out, and I would be here for it. I saw some people critical of the scheduling of the national championship game. Joel Klatt was one of them, in fact. Great first name. He said, this is supposed to be the pinnacle of our sport, the destination for every player, coach, fan, yet somebody decided that playing the national championship on Monday night deep into the NFL playoffs was a good idea. The mismanagement of college football has been egregious. Where do you stand on when the college football national championship game should be played? Because I disagree with Joel here. I liked, yesterday was kind of weird. It's like, oh, okay, there's a national championship game today. But I don't know where else you put on the calendar that makes it far superior.
Yeah, no, I think that the big key here would be if you were going head-to-head against the NFL. If you're not going head-to-head against the NFL, people are constantly at this time of the year looking for all the football that they can consume. And they're used to having a game on Monday night. And so the fact that you have the slot on Monday night in prime time with no other football going on, I didn't mind it at all, because you're finding yourself on Mondays, once the playoffs get as deep as they are now, kind of looking and flipping the channels going, oh, that's right, there's no more football on Monday nights, because you look forward to, whether you watch the whole game or you just had it on in the background, that there was a game on. So I don't mind the fact that they placed it where they put it.
No, I thought it was a good spot in the calendar, quite frankly. I disagree with Klatt there. Maybe you marketed it a little bit better. That way it's more on the front of mind for others. But you're going to play it on a Friday ahead of it? You can't play it on Saturday because you're not going to go head-to-head with these divisional round games. So I don't know when you would play it. I wish that I don't like that Klatt had that take and that he didn't offer a suggestion. I usually hate that. It's kind of a straw man.
I'll give you the other solution, Jeremy, and it's the week between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl. If that's the only other placement where you have that kind of bare weekend before you get to the Super Bowl, to where if you want to do it during the down week and put it somewhere in there, or put it on Friday night or Saturday night there, so that you get primetime weekend viewing at a time when there's no NFL again, but that people are still in full football mode, then I'll listen to that, because I think that's another great spot to get as many eyeballs as possible.
I would agree with that, but that now means that you're pushing the season back. What would it be, 2 weeks? Because it would be, it's 2 weeks. Yeah. Now, what are those teams doing for 2 weeks? Are you just
Well-
are you like extracting the playoffs? Are you playing less games in more days? Are you starting them later? Because the bye teams right now are going 3 weeks without playing a game. So you would have to make some tough decisions in terms of like when the games are played in terms of the rounds.
It's just not like we haven't done this before, right? It used to be that teams would, wrap up all of their playing of games in December, and then they'd play a bowl game in mid-January. So
yeah, but I don't want that in a national. I don't want that,
and I don't either. But at the same
Yeah.
time, we kind of once we got rolling with the playoffs, it was every single week to where when you get it down to the final two teams, if you want to literally buy them an extra week so that they can get as healthy as possible and we can have the most competitive effort from both sides. I'll listen to that, but because it's not a massive break, and yet it does give them a chance to be as competitive as possible.
I do think it's a better opening in the calendar. I just wonder from a rest and layoff standpoint if that's feasible. And plus, these kids are in school. Don't forget that. School is very important to all of these student athletes. Remember, they put the student before athlete. Blankers. Let's keep that in mind. Let's not forget that. These multimillionaires are students before they're athletes. Let's keep that in mind. Kirk Herbstreit, after the game, SVP does his immediate sports center, and then he talks to the guys in the booth. Here was Herbstreit. I think that he might have had a tear in his eye afterwards with SVP.
Kirk Herbstreit joined us now, and man, this story can now be told, right? You guys heard it. Holly asked him about it. We've all heard Ryan Day say the story can only be told if we win tonight. Herbie, I'll let you start as a guy grew up there and wore the uniform. What's the story of this team?
Oh, don't start with me, man. I'm a little emotional. I'm just fired up for these guys. When I call these games, I'm incredibly objective, and I love all these Ohio State teams, but this team, because of what they went through to get to this point, you're just happy,
Crying there a little bit. Now,
Yeah,
he's been criticized for like not being a fan of Ohio State, like he's too critical of Ohio State. He was crying here at Blankers. Is this fair or foul?
It's fair. There's a lot of backstory, Jeremy. He moved out of Columbus because of the fact that he caught so many strays and so much hate because people said he wasn't pro-Ohio State enough. And I believe he moved to Nashville first. So that had something to do with a lot of this. But the emotion, too, which he told kind of the backstory this morning, which people kept asking him about it, was my wife was diagnosed this year with breast cancer. The one dog dies that's so close to our family. And oh, by the way, my son that's on that team was a player until he almost died of heart issues. And now because Ryan Day took him and made him just basically almost a graduate assistant, put him on staff, allowed him to stay close to his teammates and be a part of the program, he said it all kind of hit me at once. And I'm an emotional guy already. And then he kind of took a straight at Scott Van Pelt going, and I mean, Scott could see me like, why throw it to me first? Because I'm an emotional guy. But, when you hear all that around it, and good thing is he's not running from it. He was totally fine with the fact that he was emotional and told why. I give him credit because, look, I know there are people that don't like him. I know that I've had some instances with him where he was a little arrogant, but at the same time, I think he does a hell of a job on television.
Yeah, I think he's really good. I do. Would you have cried?
I mean, if I went through all that, with the wife and the son and the fact and the program, and that was your team, yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance that I probably would have teared up at that point.
If U of H,
he said he was looking down on the field and saw right as Van Pelt threw to him, he sees his wife and his son, and they're on the field and they're embracing, and it kind of all hit him.
If U of H won a national championship, I'm crying like a baby. So I don't blame him. I'd be crying for weeks if they won a natty. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Kirk Herbstreit crying. Fair or foul? Big Ten, the best conference in all of the land. Chip Kelly is the Texans' offensive coordinator. A busy show, 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We'll get to our Texans exit interviews, cash it or trash it, Rockets at the midway point. But speaking of offensive coordinators, make the call on Bobby Slowick. D'Amico had some coy words about Bobby. C.J. Stroud defended Bobby. Make the call on Bobby Slowick. Do you want him back or no? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
The Twitch is saying that we should trade Brian to the highway to hell. Who are we getting
for
what in
what?
return there? That's what I wanted to know. Who do you want in return?
Boy.
What's a fair trade?
Let's see.
Give me back Vandermeer. I want Vandermeer on our roster. I'll take Vandermeer for BMAC.
You're going big, huh?
I like Vandermeer. Or John Harris would be great. Give me JH. Although I don't know if that counts as highway to hell. Like they're employed by the Texans, not by.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I got the unsung call. Sean Bajani.
You got?
Love
Okay.
Bajani. Great dude.
He peeled the curtain way back here. Bajani, like 3 or 4 days ago, DM'd me on Instagram a picture of like Randy Johnson's pitches. It was like 2 a.m. and
just out of the blue, just hey Jeremy, look at this.
I don't think he's ever DM'd me before on Instagram, and he DM'd me at like 2 or 3 in the morning. I'll have to go look at the time, and it was Randy Johnson, like his fastball and his breaking ball. Like you know how sometimes they sync them up to show the movement. Yeah, he just randomly sent me that. I was like, okay, all right, John. That's a weird thing to do at 2:30 a.m., but I appreciate it. I was like, haha, nasty stuff, and then carried on with my life. I think I don't know if I want to trade Brian. There, Blankers, you were quick to trade him, huh?
No, you just asked me a question, and I answered it after you brought up the trade scenario.
I'm just teasing. All right, 713.
Oh, I was going to say, how many first-round picks would we have to include to get Vandy for BMAC? Because I feel like that is lopsided.
Man.
See, I think that
nice
since he's not
Brian.
Yeah, and since he's not on a show, he doesn't have a show like he used to do the mornings with the Heisman. I think that he's truly the voice of the Texans now, a Texans employee. I think that's a 3-way trade somehow. I don't think we can get him straight from the station.
Can't fit him in the cap.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that would that'd be tough. I would like Sean. Sean's very good. I think Seth's. I don't really listen to anything though. You know my rules are. I don't really listen to sports radio unless there's like a big interview or something.
If we're off the air early or something like that, I might on the way home because I do listen to Texans radio because a lot of times they get that interview with Caserio and some of the players. So I listen to that stuff.
Listen to the interviews. Like whenever Dana Brown's on with Sean in the mornings, I'll listen to that. Like once it's like hours later, like I'll go to the site and pull up the old interview and stuff like that. Whenever we used to do noon to 3, sometime like half the time, probably not even half the time, maybe a quarter of the time, I would bounce around stations just to like see if there's any ideas for our show. But I have a rule that I don't listen to sports radio before we go on the air. I don't want my takes.
I understand it.
To be diluted. I don't want my takes to be hindered by what Joe says. Just kidding. I would never let one of my takes be hindered by what Joe says. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's make the call on Bobby Slowick. Before we do, let's take some pieces of evidence that we've heard from the Texans over the last couple of days. D'Amico Ryans yesterday doing like his exit interview or whatever the last time he meets with the media until the next time he meets with the media. The very first thing he said before he was asked a question was like, yeah, I'm going to wait a week before I decide anything. Here was D'Amico.
Good afternoon. First, I would just like to start. I know there'll be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
All right, so that was kind of odd. Like, we've only had 2 of the D'Amico Ryan final interviews of the season. I don't recall him doing that last year, so just a little different. Maybe it means nothing. But just kind of odd that he opened up his press conference with that. Later on, he was asked, hey, D'Amico, what do you think about the job that Bobby Slowick did? Here's Cap.
How you feel Bobby Slowick did in year 2 as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
There you go. Very short, very sweet from D'Amico. So listening to D'Amico, where do you think his mind's at? Keep your opinion away for a second, but listening to D'Amico, where do you think his mind's at?
If my read would be that he's a very loyal guy, and I think that he wants Bobby back, but I think that he's a realist in knowing that because of the ups and downs and how much of a roller coaster this season was, that he needs to step away from it so that he can see if there might be someone else or a few other people that might be able to do more with what they have on this roster. Because look, I think that, no matter who the head coach would be, if Bobby Slowick was your OC, you have to show patience and you have to understand that as his first go around, he's going to make mistakes. Whereas when you know that, your goals are set higher and loftier based on how quickly you turn this thing around, you have aspirations with the talent that you have on your roster to go further and do more. And if he didn't feel like they did, then it's his job, first and foremost, to make a change, no matter how close of friends you are or how loyal you are to your staff.
I do find it interesting that he didn't say he's back. Like, whenever you don't say he's back, you do leave some doubt. So, like, it does make me wonder. Like, before that press conference yesterday, I would say I was probably 75% sure Bobby Slowick is coming back. But then with D'Amico leading off his press conference saying, yeah, I know I'm going to get staff questions and we're going to take the week to think about it. And then whenever he was asked about, Slowick, he's like, yeah, I think he showed improvement. Never said he was coming back. So, like, the 75% drops to 50-50 for me.
Yeah, I can understand it. And I think that, again, it's because of the fact that, look, there's no negative to anybody in turning this thing around and doing what they've done in the first 2 years of this program. But at the same time, with expectations now raised and them seeing that, there's only a certain amount of time with CJ on a rookie contract where you can try and capitalize and strike while the iron's hot, that maybe he doesn't want to risk the fact that there might be a few more of these down the road when you get into the next season. And if he knows that there's someone out there that you can go get that can possibly speed up the process and take this offense to another level, then it's his job to consider it. As much as he just has to leave his feelings out of this and realize, like you bring up Chip Kelly, but if there are guys out there because of coaching, coaches that lost their jobs and thus the coordinators, free agents, you have to consider that because you have too much talent on this roster not to.
All right, here was CJ Stroud. So D'Amico kind of on the fence. Maybe Joe Mixon backed him up. Like, he's like, yeah, I like Bobby. Here was CJ Stroud whenever he was asked about Slowick.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far.
It sounds like he likes Slowick, but it sounded a little past tensey to me.
Yeah, it's possible. You would think that he's in those conversations with D'Amico. Not that they have to be public and not that anybody else has to be involved, but when you have such a vital cog in everything you do that's your franchise quarterback, it just seems like there would at least be a conversation before you make any changes with an offensive coordinator and to get CJ's take. CJ doesn't seem to me to be the guy that's going to, now at Ohio State, maybe that's a different story, but I don't think that CJ is going to be throwing anybody under the bus. But at the same time, I would think he would be as honest he could possibly be.
All right, last one from Stroud talking about the importance of continuity.
To that point, not every quarterback has an opportunity to come in the league and have some stability at the offensive coordinator position. How much did that help going into year two and potentially for year three? What do you feel like things can be unlocked by just having 3 years with the same guy in the same system?
I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. It would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So yeah.
All right. You've been presented with the evidence. Do you want Bobby Slowick back or not? 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't know if, well, I guess BMAC's not hitting the rejoins. I was going to say, I don't know if Andy would ever play this song, rejoining us. But it's not Brian, so I don't know. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I mean, too. Hypnotize me. Make the call on Bobby Slowick. You want him here? You want him gone? 713-780-3776. We'll get to our thoughts in a moment. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's going on, Gary?
Hey, guys. Hope you guys staying dry and high. I think you should retain him, and the quarterback said, he indicated innuendo he would like that cohesiveness to him. And I think about the great quarterbacks it took time, the Peyton Mannings. Heck, his coordinator, that guy was on the sideline with him, Troy Aikman, the John Elways. I know it doesn't happen right away anymore, and we want it right away. But the key word that quarterback said, cohesiveness. And to him, and he went on to explain, I don't know how anybody does that with trading coordinators. So, and the final thing, they got bit by the bug, man. That injury play, you can only call so many plays when each one of your players keep going down. If Nixon would have went down, we got to change calls. We got another running back. If this slot receiver goes down, well, I mean, I can put somebody else there, but I know I can't run that play with him. He's a back. It's so much that goes into that. But when the head of the snake speaks, you need to listen.
Appreciate the call, Gary. Look, I think my feeling on this is if you can knock my socks off with someone that what we were talking about that has a lot of experience, that's kind of cutting edge, that can really probably you look at it and say there's a match where you could really take this offense to another level, then I'll listen. But other than that, I think aside from Gerard Johnson being the next guy in line that you would want so that the system doesn't change, the system's going to change. And we know what it's done to guys like Sam Darnold over the years where, year after year, it was new OC, new head coach or both, and you just can't get comfortable and you can't, get a full grasp of the playbook. And you just don't ever feel like, you're anything but playing from behind in terms of grasping everything that's there. So I understand what CJ's saying. And I think that's why I'm good with Bobby coming back. Unless you wow me with some guy I never thought about or never thought would be a guy the Texans could possibly get, my answer would be that I would bring Bobby Slowick back.
Yeah, the continuity does matter to me. I agree with Gary's points. The pushback that I would have, though, is continuity of mediocrity worth it? Like, if you feel like you can upgrade, although it's new, is that better than continuity of mediocrity? Like, if we put the offensive coordinator's skill on a scale of 1 to 10, and we call Bobby Slowick a 6, and we can continue on with, an offensive coordinator that's a 6, and we can have the benefit of continuity, or we can get an offensive coordinator who is a 9, and we have to relearn everything. Because in that situation, give me the 9. Like, I don't expect C.J. Stroud to be here for 5 years. Like, I'm expecting that C.J. Stroud's going to be here for a decade. So if I can get that offensive coordinator that's a 9 in year 3, and then I can pair those two together going forward, I would do that. And that speaks to your point, too. Like, you need to know who's out there, because I'm not going to make a change just to make a change. If there's another 6 out there, then just stay with Slowick because of the continuity. But if I think there's a 9 out there and I think that I can get serious improvement, I bite the bullet, do it now, even if I have to have some challenges in year 1.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I think that that's where I'm with you as well, where, like, if you're going to get a guy that maybe we're not even thinking about, or you can get a guy like you mentioned, Chip Kelly, or you can get, Oregon's offensive coordinator, or you could get, somebody that might be a little bit out of the box, but knows, like you said, how to take this offense with the weapons that he has and maximize every guy to take it to the 9 level instead of a 6. You have to do that. You owe that to the guys in the locker room. And that's where that supersedes any kind of loyalty you have for guys on your staff. It's the same way year after year. You look at Cincinnati, and 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Lou Amaruna was everybody's top choice as a defensive coordinator that should be a head coach in this league. And all of a sudden, their defense can't stop anybody. And Cincinnati decides, hey, no hard feelings, but you got to go. We got to find somebody better and somebody else. he did just get hired in Indianapolis, but at the same time, that's how the business works as well. And if D'Amico sees what they and knows what we all know about what this roster has on it offensively, then you absolutely owe it to the guys in the locker room to say, just like trying to upgrade the offensive line and people on the roster, you got to upgrade the possibilities of taking this offense to the next level too.
Yeah, that's why I'm in D'Amico. I trust here. Like I really am. If D'Amico feels like there's somebody on the market that he can get that's just superior than Slowick, cool. I trust D'Amico. If he feels like there's not, and he believes in the continuity relative to what is out there, and he keeps him, okay. Like I hate to hedge it, and I hate to be right on the fence with it, but that's where I'm at. Like he's the head coach. Like he has a better understanding of it than anybody. Now, if he keeps Slowick and they're awful next year offensively, I'm going to point the finger at D'Amico. If D'Amico fires Bobby and goes out and gets what he thinks is a 9 offensive coordinator, and he's worse, then I'll point the finger at D'Amico. But he's the head of the snake. Like he is the CEO. He's the cap. He's the head coach. So I trust him at the same time that I reserve criticizing him if it fails. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's go out there for Willie. Willie, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Willie?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'd like to say that it doesn't matter who the offense coordinator is if you got a quarterback that's throwing 62% accuracy, and you got receivers that won't block for screen plays, he called, and you got an offensive line that was doing run blocking all right, but that wasn't good enough. They had to change it up to protect the quarterback that's got happy feet. It doesn't matter who the offense coordinator go be if none of that changes. Thank you.
It's your guy, Jamie. It's your guy.
No,
He's back.
I agree. Like I think that we let Stroud off the hook when it comes to sacks. Like, do I think he's reason number one? No. I would say reason number one is the offensive line. I would say reason number two is the coaching, whether it's Strauss or whether it's Slowick. And then I would say that Stroud's the final reason. But yeah, like we played the Sean Payton quote a couple of weeks ago. He believes that sacks are a quarterback stat.
Yeah,
get rid of the ball. You have to get rid of it.
I might weight that a little differently. You start with blaming the offensive line as a whole for sure, or individuals on it. But I might say that it's equal between the coaching staff and or CJ is number two, because what we saw is what we talked about yesterday. There were at least, I think, 3 where he just flat out extended the play too long into a sack that he didn't have to take. And that's something that he definitely has to get better at, no matter who the coaching staff is and what they do to this offensive line.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. It'll be fun. It's going to be fun to see what they do. 713-780-3776. Speaking of Stroud, speaking of D'Amico, where are you at with those two guys after 2 years now? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
But before we go to the break, I want to tell you about mybookie.ag. You know, I've always told you about the fact that it's the place to be. We got the conference championship games coming up in the NFL. We've got NBA and college basketball on a nightly basis. We've got so many different sports. And the great thing is mybookie.ag always allows you to bet on those sports and get involved with like-minded individuals on the app and on their website, where you can converse with other people and people placing bets. You can get involved with a site that's going to take care of you and your money, and they're fully focused on always making sure that there are bonuses and rewards given to you because you bet with them. Check it out right now. Go to mybookie.ag. Anytime and every time you use our promo code BET975, you're going to cash in, literally and figuratively. Literally in the sense that if you go on to mybookie.ag, put in the promo code, whatever you put in up to $100, up to $1,000, when you sign up, like say you put $100 in, they're going to put a bonus on top of that instantly. More money in your account instantly means more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And then they have a loyalty rewards program as well. When you sign up, use our promo code and get everything in the system. Every time you place a bet, they are going to make sure they notate it. And the more you bet, the more you're going to move up the different tiers of the loyalty rewards program, get better odds, get better prop picks, get better and take advantage of better opportunities, because they love the fact that you bet with them. It all starts by going to the website. Go to mybookie.ag right now and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I gave a Chiefs fan on Twitter the flowers. I said, hey, the better team won. I'm hoping you guys get that three-peat. Because I do think that the Chiefs are better than the Texans. And somebody responded, Texans had better stats in all categories except penalties, final score, sacks. I don't know about the better team won. So I hit them with a question. If the Chiefs and the Texans played 10 times on a neutral field, Blankers, how many times do you think the Texans
win? I'm going to say 4.
Wow, that's double what I have. I think that they would win twice on a neutral field. I mean, it's relative. Who knows who's right? But either answer is the minority, right? Because if they win 4, they lose 6. Right. So Chiefs are the better team. I don't see the argument how the Texans are a better team than the Chiefs. I can't get there.
See, what I saw and the way the game unfolded with the Chiefs being at home, I felt like the Texans did exactly what I wanted to see, which is they didn't get their doors blown off. They were competitive. They were in a one-score game. So they were doing what I wanted to see because I wasn't sure they could get there with the season that we saw. With that, all that being said, there's a pedigree that goes with being the back-to-back Super Bowl champs, no matter how many one-score games they've been in and how they won their games in the regular season. That leads me to believe that pedigree, that experience, that calmness, no matter how big and stressful the situation is, they're going to win more than 50% of the games when you play the Texans, no matter what the rosters look like and who's officiating.
And even in that tight game, they still lost by 2 possessions. Like, that's the reality. Like, they still lost by 9. That's the reality of it. And they were 0-2 against the Chiefs. Now, both games were at Arrowhead, to be completely fair. Okay, 713-780-ESPN. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. A texture to our previous conversation. You can put it on CJ some, but remember he has subpar receivers and a bad O-line. Hard to make plays if no one can get open except Nico. Valid point. Like, yes, all of that matters. All of that comes into play. A texture, they aren't better than the Chiefs, plus the refs for sure. Yeah, there's probably some validity to that. All right, where do you stand on C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans after their second year with the Texans? I did an approval rating on the Twitter. Who do you think has a higher approval rating between the two? Like, if you were to guess between, from Texans fans, who would have the higher approval rating between the two? Who would you guess?
DeMeco.
Dang, that's a good guess. It's close, but DeMeco has a 96% approval rating. Stroud's at 94%. So it's pretty tight.
It is, but I see it simply because what we see from week to week so much more criticism targeting CJ. And when he has a bad game or he makes bad throws or he hangs onto the ball too long or all the different things that we experienced this season that showed you that the critics were ready to pounce. And when he wasn't having the same season that he had in his rookie year, people were going to call him out and they were going to be, as direct as they can be. I don't think DeMeco caught as much heat like that consistently throughout the year, no matter how bad they played. And I certainly think that after the playoffs that no one, changed their opinion on DeMeco Ryans.
It's still very high, right? I mean, 96, 94, right. They're still both very, very high. Which of the two do you have a higher approval rating of?
I think that as it relates to if I'm building a franchise or if I have to pick one or the other, I'm taking CJ. But if I was to say, like, who had the bigger grasp on it, and who was I more pleased with just what they did all season long? I mean, I'm a big CJ guy now, and I wasn't when he was drafted because I was uncertain, and he's shown me enough to where I believe that this guy is an upper echelon quarterback, no matter what happened this season for the long haul for this franchise. I believe he's an upper echelon quarterback, and I think you can find other coaches easier than you can find other quarterbacks. If I had to choose between the two, I would take CJ.
Yeah, not so much choosing between the two. Maybe I should repurpose the question a bit. Like, who do you think's closer to the top of their field? Like, is C.J. Stroud closer to the top of his field at quarterback, or is DeMeco closer to the top of his field at head coach? I think it's pretty close. I think it's about dead even. I think it's very, very similar between the two. I would give the slight edge to C.J. Very, very slight edge to C.J.
See, and I would almost say to DeMeco because of the inconsistency of the year CJ had. I think it's easier to have a better year as a head coach than it is as a quarterback. There's no doubt. And so there's a lot to scrutinize over CJ because any little thing could end up being a big thing in a certain game, and then the blame gets magnified as it's put on your shoulders. I look at it and I say, yeah, you can find. I think D'Amico's a really, really, really good leader of men. I think that he has command of his locker room. I think that he's still learning some stuff too. But overall, could you criticize? Did people criticize CJ more? Yes, but there's more to criticize.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty critical of D'Amico's game management at times. Now, I think he's very good at game planning, though. Like getting a defense ready to go, scheming up a defense. I think he's really, really good. I think he's one of the best in the NFL. I think his game management's probably towards the bottom of the NFL. Like I'd say the bottom third. But you could also say that about CJ. I mean, CJ's trying to call a timeout during the 2-minute warning. So, like, you could say the same thing about him. I think it's very close. Do you think that you can win a Super Bowl with D'Amico? Now that we have 2 years of it, can you win a Super Bowl with D'Amico Ryans?
I think so. I think so, simply because of the fact that you don't have a lot of what you see in a lot of locker rooms, which is the division in the locker room, the players a lot of times doing whatever the hell they want and running amok. I think that he, like I said, I think that he is a leader. I think he has command of his locker room. I think he has respect. And I think that the same of CJ. I think that no matter what kind of a year CJ had or what game to game, what happened that might be a mistake or something that people are going to criticize, the guys in his huddle and the guys that are on his side of the football believe in CJ Stroud and they love playing on the field with him and for him. I think that the two of them together can absolutely get to a Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah, I'm a yes on both of them. I think that both of them can do it. I believe that D'Amico Ryans can be the head coach of a Super Bowl winning team, and I think that CJ Stroud can be as well. The biggest hang-up, though, is that they're playing in an era that's dominated by Pat Mahomes, and maybe Josh Allen hits that threshold as well this year. Maybe Lamar Jackson eventually hits that threshold. Joe Burrow has not won a Super Bowl, but he's been to a Super Bowl. So, like, the biggest hang-up, because I'm with you. Like, it sounds like we're, aligned here, that they're capable of doing it. The biggest issue to me is that they're in the AFC with this gauntlet of quarterbacks. I would feel more confident about it if they were in the NFC.
Oh, you and I were having that conversation yesterday. I mean, that's the biggest thing that you look at is simply it's like the Western Conference in the NBA for years and years and over a decade was like if you came out of the West, if you didn't get the hell beaten out of you, you were so seasoned that you were probably going to win the championship. Because of the fact that the conference was so much stronger top to bottom. I think that's what the AFC is right now in football. I think that you look at the fact that I thought the Niners were going to have a hell of a year and injuries derailed them and they couldn't get out of their own way and they didn't even make the playoffs and they were terrible. The Eagles, were good for the majority of the year, but now everybody's pouncing on them because of the fact they can't throw the ball going into the NFC Championship game. And the Lions were the most talented team in most people's minds in football and just completely had a season derailed. But you're not looking at the quarterbacks and going, Burrow, like you said, Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, like, good God, aside from Daniels coming up in the ranks, no one really puts any fear in your heart from a quarterback perspective in the NFC.
Like, if the Texans went to a Super Bowl this year, and I know that they didn't, they're eliminated, but Stroud would have had to defeat Herbert, Mahomes, and Allen. Like, that's insane. If you look at the NFC, like Jaden Daniels, I'm blanking who the Commanders played in round one. They went on the road and beat somebody, didn't they? They beat Tampa. So he beat Baker, then he beat Goff, and then he would beat Hurts. Like, that's not easy, but that's not
murderer's
the murderer's row. Yeah,
right.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. Like, that's the biggest hang up. But hey, if it ain't easy, if it ain't hard, it ain't worth doing, right, Blanker? Right?
Well,
all right,
no
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also, when we come back, Rockets have hit the midway point of their season. How are we feeling about them at the midway point? Readjust your win total. Are they a playoff team? Would it be a disappointment if they're not? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Snowmageddon in Houston. Mapes and Dell are sharing a hotel room. Is it a king bed or?
It's 2 rooms that are connected with the living room.
Okay. Conditions okay?
Yeah.
Not bad?
Yeah.
What have you guys been doing to keep yourselves entertained?
Well, last night was easy because the college football game was on. So we just watched Ohio State and Notre Dame together.
What's the plan tonight?
I'm not sure. Not sure what the plan is.
Tonight movie night?
It might be. I don't think we have like the Fire Stick for Amazon Prime or for Netflix or anything like that.
Netflix and chill?
Yeah, it might just have to be with whatever's on cable, or what's, I don't know, probably more likely, knowing Dell for a few years, that we're just each in our room watching different things.
I was going to say, you do have the option to go in your own room and watch the TV in there too, right?
TV and our laptop, so we can watch,
right?
The streaming stuff.
What time does Dell go to bed? What time do y'all snuggle and he get some shut eye?
So last night he turned in earlier than I did, probably 10:30, 11, somewhere in there. It was after the game. After he wasn't sticking around for the post game Ohio State trophy presentation.
So are you getting the short end of the stick here? Because you
How
two
so?
are the ones that are keeping the station alive.
Yes.
You are going up there, setting it all up, producing, doing it, because you're producing 3 shows. Because Dell has a shift from 7 till noon. Did he leave at noon?
Yes.
And yours is from noon until 6.
10 to 6.
Yeah, that's what I meant. 10 to 6. So you're working 8. He's working 5.
Yes.
So is he buying you dinner? Is he buying you a drink?
He did. Because I'm here 10 to 6, he did drop off a sandwich.
Okay, that's
around
good. That's respect. See, Dell's a heck of a guy.
That's
really
what you
nice.
Should
do.
Yeah.
Because if you're working 3 less hours than the other guy, you're like splitting the duties. He should buy you lunch. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a great move by Dell. He earned my respect. Not that he didn't already have it before.
All right, I'll pass that along.
Let him know I said that.
I'll
Let
pass
him know
that
I said
along.
that was a classy move.
Yeah, as we're scrolling around Netflix,
when
trying
you
to
are
decide on
snuggling
something.
up in bed tonight, you're the little spoon. He's the big spoon. Let him know what I said about him picking up lunch and how I think that's a very, very solid move by Dell. Rockets just past the midway point. They were at the midway point until they lost yesterday at home to the Pistons. Although the Pistons are a little better than what we've come to expect from the Pistons, but a 500 team, 22-21, one game above 500. Rockets at the midway-ish point, 28-14, second place in the Western Conference, 7 games behind Oklahoma City, but they are 5.5 games clear of Dallas, who's the 7 seed, which of course top 6 go straight to the playoffs. Halfway point thoughts, Blankers, on where the Rockets are this season.
I think they're overachieving, and I think that they have exceeded my expectations at the start of the year for what this team could be. And looking at it from where we came from at the start of the year to right now, I think it's one of those situations where with the record that they have and now past the midway point in the season, I don't think there's any chance that they don't get into the playoffs this year. I think that I had said that they were going to be a play-in team, but when you get off to the hot start that they got off to and you won the amount of games that they've won at this point in the season, I think that all credit to them that not only is it a more entertaining brand of basketball and we're seeing the development of the young players, they're putting together wins that have allowed me to be able to say confidently they're a playoff team, and that's not something I thought I would say this season.
Okay, so you don't expect them in the second half-ish of the season to win 67% of their games?
I don't think they're going to win 67% of their games from here out. No, but I think that they'll win enough that they'll stay they'll stay at least in the top 6.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you on the 67. That's a high clip. Like they set a high bar for themselves. So I would go under on 67. I don't think they're going to win 2/3 of their game the rest of the way, the second half of the season. I think I had them like 6th in the Western Conference. I think you had them like 9 or 10. I think you had them as a play-in, right?
I had a play-in, as a play-in team, yeah.
So let's have that conversation now. Do you think that the Rockets are a top 6 team when the season is over?
I do. And I think that, a lot of that was dictated on the fact that Dallas has had experienced not one, but both of their superstars be out at the same time, including also times in which one or the other was out, and that's hurt them. I didn't expect Golden State to be as inconsistent. They got off to a hotter start than I thought, but they've fallen off, and they're not getting any kind of play to lead me to believe that they're as good as I thought they were going to be. there's enough teams in the league that I looked at where maybe I had higher expectations for other teams as well, to where I just don't think the Rockets are going to fall out of the top 6.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I believe that they're going to be a playoff team when this regular season is done. I believe that they're going to be a top 6 team. I would go as far to say as I think they're going to be a top 4 team, but I will say that race isn't exactly a slam dunk. Like 5.5 games isn't a giant lead. 6 games, they're closer to being the 8th spot or even the 9th spot. They're closer to being the 10th spot than they are the first spot. Like they're 7 games behind Oklahoma City. They're only 7 games up on the Suns and Golden State, who are tied for the 10th spot in the Western Conference. So like they are kind of the middle of 1 through 10 because Oklahoma City's been great. It sets the bar very, very high. But like it's not yes, they're the 2nd seed, which is awesome. It's great at the midway point. It shows the growth of this team, really encourage where Ime Udoka's at in year 2. But the gap isn't large.
I don't think they're a top 4 team, Jeremy, and that's not a slap at them as much as
seeding. I'm talking about seeding.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I don't think they're going to end up a top 4 seed this season when the season is over, assuming that Minnesota, who was really bad to start the year, but was one of the best teams in the league last year, is going to keep figuring it out and get better. Phoenix is a team that just completely mesmerizes all intellect in terms of saying with those 3 players and the guys that they kind of added around them, I think they should be way better than they are. But now you're hearing rumors of a 3-way trade where Butler ends up in Phoenix and Bradley Beal could end up in Milwaukee. And, now suddenly not only do the Bucks get better, but more so than anything else, Phoenix, if they add a Jimmy Butler, maybe gets a piece that fits better to where they could make a run. So I'm with you in the fact that I think that there are teams that could get better to where me personally, I don't think they're going to be a top 4 seed this year.
All right. So you think they're going to be 5 or 6?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I think that'd still be a win. I think if you finish in the top 6, that would be a victory considering where you've been. Like they missed out last year. They were the 11th team in the Western Conference, or they slid to 12. I can't remember, but they were outside of the play-in. You finish in a top 6, that would be a major victory.
Oh my God. Yeah. We talk about whether they're in the whole, and we can understand what Tillman and Ime and Stone's whole phase 1, phase 2 is, but we look at it more so in terms of improvement. Well, when they improved by 22 games when Udoka first took over the team, that was improvement. What you're looking at now, regardless of anything else, is you see the improvement because you can see it in the win-loss record, which is always our first gauge. But when you look at just the development of each individual player and the fact that Amen Thompson, who not a lot was expected of last year and maybe not a lot was even expected of this year, is already blossoming. And we've seen the development, and with that, the contracts for Şengün and Green, to where I wasn't sure Jalen was ever going to get there. And Şengün, there were questions about could they play on the floor together and could he continue to develop defensively. Across the board, almost in every guy that you look at in the top 7 or 8 in the rotation, you can easily say there has been improvement. They are getting better, and they are making strides towards becoming one of the better teams in the league.
Yeah, I like that they've killed the narrative of the Şengün Jalen Green thing because I did have that doubt as well when Şengün missed the last 12 games of this regular season last year, whatever there was, and that's when Jalen Green went on a heater. I was like, can these guys coexist? Like, not that they hate each other, but their styles clash. And I feel like what we've seen from Jalen recently has put that narrative to bed, which is good. Now, the narrative is starting to come up, though, if he's better with Amen Thompson on the floor because Jabari's been out recently, which I don't know. Like, I don't think that Jalen is going off, and he didn't have a great game against Detroit, but I don't think Jalen's on a heater because Jabari's off the floor. But I will put some weight on Jalen's going off because Amen is on the floor. I think that's the bigger of the two things.
Yeah, I think. Look. When we talk about getting out of the AAU and a lot of the college programs, the NBA is just a completely different beast in the fact that you have to know your role, and it's a very, very, very
shut
small.
Your mouth. It's like the Rock. Know your role and shut your mouth.
It's just a very small number of people that are going to be counted on to be the same kind of player they were in pretty much their high school, college days. And I think that you find a guy like Amen Thompson, and it's a rarity that he can settle in and realize I may someday become the man, but right now my goal is to stay on the court. To do that, I need to make sure I'm putting my teammates in the best position to succeed. He does that. We talk about how he fills up his line score night in, night out in the box score, and he doesn't have to be the go-to guy. Whereas Jalen is a guy that's going to always kind of predicate everything by saying, I got to be the man. I got to get the ball. I have to get my touches, and I got to score. And they found a balance to where they can all coexist. Jalen can still do what he needs to do, and Amen just does everything else.
Do you remember what the great philosopher Richard Flair said about being the man? To be the man, you got to beat the man. He said woo at the end of that. Yeah, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Woo! That was the great Richard Flair that said that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Where do you stand with the Rockets at the midway-ish point of the season? They look to bounce back tomorrow. I think they have Atlanta, right? Atlanta at home tomorrow?
I think that's right. They have a home game. Yeah. Yep.
You're not going to bang that game, right? You still think that game will be on? I think
so. Well,
the
airport, they just made the announcement to lead the news at 4 that the airport's reopening tomorrow, so that helps. Yeah. So that, with air traffic, hopefully the team gets in, and then you can have the game regardless of how many people can make it to the stadium.
I mean, everything's starting to melt. Like the snow's.
I'm just telling you that when the temperature drops to like 18 or 19 tonight, that's when you got to worry about maybe they reopen too soon.
18, 19.
Yeah,
I don't have this in my. I'm not used to teen weather. I can do 30. Can't do.
Yeah,
teens.
that's what.
You kidding me?
That's what they've been saying all afternoon. Is that the good thing is you're going to see a lot of this start to melt. The bad thing is that all that precipitation and all of that liquid is going to turn to ice overnight when it drops into the teens.
I like that you're the one of the two of us that keeps up with the news because you tell me the things that I need to know. I appreciate that, Blankers. 713-780-ESPN. Let's cash them or trash them. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-ESPN. They're asking on Twitch, Blankers, if we were shacked up together. Well, you said they wished that we were shacked up together, like Mapes and Dell are. I'd have no problem with that. What games would we play to kill time?
Games?
Yeah, you would play some games. What games do you play when you're killing time? Like when you're with the family and stuff, and you ever play like board games or card games or anything?
We have a lot of board games the kids like to play at the house, but I mean,
trivia stuff like that. Like
lots of trivia stuff is always good.
Yeah, we play trivia. We do cards. The whole gambit. A little 42 at times.
Pictionary is always a good one.
I'm not a great drawer, so I have a bias against Pictionary.
My dad was a commercial artist, and my kids have got a lot of it, and they like to draw, so it's fun to see them.
How about charades? You a charades guy?
No, I'll pass on that.
You can't do charades with two people either, or Pictionary with two people. Like it'd have to be like maybe Gin.
Yeah,
Gin would be a good man-on-man game. Or
I'd have to kind of get a refresher, get a refresher on Gin. But man, when we were on road trips for baseball in college, we played Gin all the time.
Yeah,
Gin and dice. Yeah. We had dice in the back of the bus.
That's a little bit of a difference between.
Yeah, but they were both fun. There was a lot of gambling going on in the back of the buses.
What's the most you've lost?
Oh, probably $50.
That's not bad. No way. I'm not
on a road trip. But that's back then. Are you
playing with Are you playing with like Scotty Brooks? Like you're not playing with the starters if the worst you lost was $50.
No, I'm not talking about with the Rockets. I'm talking about when I played. Yeah, those were in the Midwest, the bar dice and the gin games, and in the the night before games. Yeah, no Rockets. I'm not getting involved in those games because I'm just telling you, you'd walk in and the way, depending on which plane you were on, you walk in. And I don't know how you guys have it, but the main tables for cards were right as you walked in, and they were like booths at like a restaurant, and dudes were going into their little carry-on and yanking out stacks of bills. I was like, yeah, no. Not even close to that.
He cashed it.
What
no,
they're
we
doing
don't, we don't have that in college.
That was the old. What was his
NIL? No,
that's not a college thing.
The OJ Mayo, the whole where Tony Allen, OJ Mayo owed him money from one of those games, and it had been like a month, and Tony Allen knocked him out on the plane.
The one that I always think of is the Gilbert Arenas, was it Javaris Crittenden or something like that?
Yeah, he was one of them.
What was his name?
JaVale McGee. Yeah, it was. He's doing
Arenas
life.
Like bust out which one of them busted out a gun on the other?
They all had them. They found them all in their lockers. Yeah, one pulled a gun on the other one, so then they started doing an investigation. They went down to the locker room, and all three of them had guns in their lockers. Crittenden's doing life, I believe.
I think that's right. Or he's in prison for sure. I don't remember the story, but I do remember him going to prison.
He was either an accomplice or participated in a murder.
That ain't great.
No.
That's when you know the game is good, though. Like whenever everybody has a gun, that means the game is good. If all three people that are betting have, if they're packing a little heat, that means the game is good.
Trash.
The game is good. Trash.
What are you
trashing
that for?
Not a good take.
Have you ever been at a game where somebody was packing?
No.
There you go. You wouldn't know about it then. You wouldn't know about the pressure. You wouldn't know about the adversity.
When's the last time you were at a game where
Jeremy's fantasy football leagues get pretty tough, man.
Yeah,
I mean, the drafts they might be packing.
You're at the OK Corral with Wyatt Earp.
I told you whenever the family gets together and plays trivia, where do you think I was talking about when they're packing heat? You kidding me? All right, what are we cashing or trashing? 713-780-3776. What you got, Blankers?
First one that I'm bringing up is we have not seen anything yet. Between this time today and tomorrow, we are going to see the worst of the worst come out of Houston drivers. Everybody is kind of thinking the way you're thinking, that this is all going to melt and everything's going to be fine and everything's back to normal tomorrow. And we are going to see bona fide crash up derby on the highways and a whole bunch of people that don't know how to drive in this stuff getting in a whole lot of trouble.
Oh, cash. Right before we went on the air, there was I was looking at, I think it was Twitter, and there was a pretty bad one up here where I live, where like there was a pretty good little wreck. The one that turned over 18-wheeler earlier, and then
out in Richmond, 3 18-wheelers on the same overpass because like the first one doesn't send the message, so all three of them jackknife and completely shut down 59.
That's not good.
And one of them wasn't Dr. Dre, which surprised me.
Who's that?
You know who he is.
I saw one vehicle that just stopped on the highway. Like, he just stopped. Like,
I was
he
gonna
stopped in the middle of the freeway,
Yes.
left his car, just stopped, left it there.
Oh no, there was a couple on 59 that stopped and didn't even pull the car over to the side of the road. Left it in the middle of 59, pulled out their phones and started taking pictures on the overpass and everything. I'm just going, what are you doing if someone comes over the top of that overpass and just decide?
Yeah.
I mean, idiots.
That's the one that I saw. Yeah, we saw the same one. That was the one.
There was people on 45 doing the same thing.
It's so funny. It's not funny. Hopefully nobody gets seriously injured. We shouldn't be laughing. We shouldn't be having levity about the situation yet. Let's get through this thing first. Yeah, y'all stay safe out there. My cash 'em or trash 'em. Every NFL head coach should have game managers on their staff. We saw this with Notre Dame during the playoffs where Marcus Freeman had that nerd over his right shoulder that was giving him like all the game management strategy, which I think is what Nick Caserio was doing to David Culley back in the day because he was actually right. Every NFL coach should have game managers on their staff. This is a design position. These guys are the ones who are like, they're wizards when it comes to playing Madden and taking timeouts. That is their sole purpose of the job. Everyone should have one. And quite frankly, D'Amico Ryan should have one.
Well, let's be honest. Nathaniel Hackett, remember in Denver? They had to do it mid-season. They had to bring in the guy just mid-season to coach him through all of the things you're talking about. It just seems to me like it's a no-brainer. Like with analytics being so prevalent in all of sports today, it's just in your best interest. The same way that you're not holding back and spending all the money on nutrition and all the different things that you do. I mean, the Rockets did all the sleep tests and all these sleep coaches and all these other things that they had. Yeah, I think every coach should, college and pro, should have, the guys that carry the little analytics book with them and help them out.
Yeah. I think some college coaches do have them. I know that for a fact. I mean, Freeman does.
I bet you Belichick will have one.
Yeah. So, yeah, probably. Yeah. Cash it. Yeah, you're cashing it.
I'm cashing it.
Here's one from Twitter. Before we get to Sean, sorry, I'm hijacking. Bohemian on Twitter, because it's so good, and I'm curious your opinion on it. He tweeted at me after the Texans-Chiefs game, and he said that the D'Amico Ryan's wearing, what is it called, the balaclava mask, where it covers up your whole face or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
He said that...
That's what they call that thing?
I
never heard that.
So. Yeah, he said that. I'm assuming that he's right. Anyways, he says that he's military, blah, 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 blah. Here's his take, though. He says, I don't think D'Amico's soft, but wearing that mask makes him appear soft. So as a military guy, he says, I can tell you that matters. He doesn't like how a leader was wearing that mask because it makes him appear soft, and it doesn't send a good message to the rest of the team.
This isn't the first that this has come up, right? Because the other one is that Mike McDaniel was getting ripped because when the Dolphins couldn't win in temperatures colder than they're freezing, that they said that when your soft ass coach is acting like he's the kid frozen on the bus stop that can't take the cold anymore, what kind of message is that sending to his locker room? And people were all over that. We're talking about NFL coaches. We're not talking about military guys on the front line. For God's sake, if D'Amico wants to wear whatever you call that thing, I give a rat's ass as long as he's coaching the game properly and leading his team. That's the least of my concerns. Like the people that were all about like Bobby Slowick, should he wear the hat or shouldn't he wear the hat? Or D'Amico always wearing the red dry fit. Why? And should he keep doing it? Who cares?
I'm actually cashing this. I'm going to cash it. I don't think that it sends a great message. Like, hey, we're going to be out here in the conditions and all of this, and we're not going to let these conditions bother us, and yet I'm going to wear this mask that I can't even see the face of my leader. Yes, you should dress warm, and yes, you should be as comfortable as possible, but I feel like covering up your entire face doesn't send the greatest of messages. And Bohemian, he talked me into it. He's like, this is apparently they do this sort of thing in the military too, where like their squadron leaders or whatever, they will not cover up their faces because of the philosophical effects it has on leadership. So I'm cashing it.
You can still see his eyes.
Yeah, that's not the face.
He's not wearing like Oakleys or anything and going complete incognito. And he's not wearing like 18 layers of ski jackets. I just think that's
soft.
He's wearing a vest. He's not even wearing a parka.
You need to be like Bud Grant out there, is what you're saying?
Soft.
You need to be wearing the short sleeves.
Or Belichick with the cutoff hoodie in the middle of the frozen conditions.
Chris from Sam Houston, who I've always thought highly of. He said weather didn't matter, but he was bundled up like a kid at the bus stop. Yeah, he kind of contradicts himself. Like, we're not worried about the weather. Weather doesn't matter, but I'm going to come out wearing like what Eskimos wear. Like, okay,
Inuits.
Well, it's not really. What'd you say?
Inuit. Eskimo's a slur.
Is it?
Yeah.
If I apologize for that.
Oh my God, that one I would never have any clue that was it.
I don't.
What'd you say, Inuit?
But
Inuit is the actual term for the
so
people.
would you say Inuit brothers?
Yes,
okay.
I would say that.
The more you know.
This is the stuff that BMAC lets slide that I won't.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Yeah,
this
BMAC
is
lets
why
us
you
talk.
So you get Inuit kisses.
Why is that? Why is that a slur? I'm gonna Google this. Why is that a slur?
I don't know.
Isn't that one of the home stadiums of one of the NFL teams? Oh no, that's the new Clippers arena.
Intuit, yeah, the
Inuit dome.
Is it Edmonton? Edmonton Eskimos. One of the CFL teams had to change their name.
Google.
Well, it would be the
you're
Edmonton.
Right.
Yes, it would be the Edmonton team if that is the case.
Yeah. The Google says it's a slur because it is a term imposed by colonizers on the Inuit people, with the belief that it translates to eater of raw meat, which is seen as derogatory and perpetuates the harmful stereotypes about their culture. There you go.
Yeah, Jeremy
knows a thing or two about it.
Jeremy just
I would like
perpetuating
to
stereotypes.
I would like to apologize for all the Eskimos that I offended. All right, Mapes, what do you got?
I'm going to not be offensive on this one. I'm going to say this is inspired by the Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson commercials, but really this goes back to all the commercials I see with all the cast of The Office, whether it's the Honey Nut Cheerios, whether it's there's another one for some, like, I don't know, work systems thing. I don't like the nostalgia baiting, getting the cast back together commercials to sell something completely unrelated to True Detective or to The Office, where, like, I don't need Stanley and Phyllis selling me Honey Nut Cheerios. Like,
you want them selling you
move
paper?
on.
Like,
move on.
What do you want them
That
to
doesn't
sell
bother
you,
me.
Nothing. Or play
you just want them to go away?
Play distinctly different characters. Not. I mean, I feel like the creators of The Office should be able to sue them for playing the characters. They're not getting paid. They're not paying NBC the right to have Dwight sell me what H&R HR solutions. Get out of here.
I wonder if there is some sort of agreement, though. Like, I wonder now, because that's a good point, because they are playing the character, which they don't own the rights to.
Yeah, they have, like, Meredith playing Meredith. Like, they go deep on the roster.
I wonder if they have advertisement on NBC, though.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
that could be the agreement. Like, hey, we're going to use these characters, but we're going to buy advertising on your station.
But as long as they're not identified as those characters by name, they
Dwight
can play
Schrute,
that role, right?
Well, are they?
It's a gray area at best
by
I'd
name.
say.
No,
No,
I think that
I
there
don't think
could
so.
be, because there's like copyright stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what is the whole? There's a word for this: copyright infringement.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not quite copyright infringement, but something similar.
I
to
think
that.
it would
No,
be
I think
tough to prove.
I still think. I don't know if it would be. Like Dwight Schrute, what's the guy's name that plays Dwight Schrute?
Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, Rainn Wilson and Dwight Schrute are very different people. So, like, if he's acting as Dwight Schrute, I think it's very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he just wants to turn over a new leaf, change his wardrobe and his look a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Dwight might have grown a beard or whatever.
Someone talked him Inuit, and at the end of the day,
I really regret.
He took the money and run.
I really should have let Jeremy continue to perpetuate stereotypes on the Inuit people. I'm sorry.
No, I like that you inform me. I like to learn. Grade the joke, though, 713-780-3776. B. Hannon says D'Amico was bundled up like Randy on A Christmas Story. Chris from Sam Houston. Softer, D'Amico bundled up or Kubiak not looking at field goals. Yeah, so is D'Amico soft for what he was wearing on the sidelines at Arrowhead? We should have had
he probably wore the same headgear, whatever you call that thing, when he played.
Yeah, but can you do that as a head
a lot of
coach?
guys wear it under their
Yeah.
helmet. They're not soft.
Kaimi was bundled up.
But he was a middle
Leg
linebacker. He wasn't a head
constricted.
coach. Like, to me it's different. Like, Andy Reid wasn't wearing a mask over his face. Who else was?
He's insulated.
McDermott wasn't wearing a mask over his face. Harbaugh wasn't wearing a mask over his face. We saw 4 coaches in 2 very, very similar weather games, and only one head coach had a mask over his face.
First of all, McVay ain't messing up that dew, so there's no way.
I didn't say McVay. I said McDermott. Maybe I said
I know.
McVay, but I meant McDermott. But I think I said McDermott. Yeah.
I thought you said McVay, but it doesn't matter.
I could have, but I meant McDermott. But I think I did say McDermott. But
Yeah,
those
you're
3
right.
coaches weren't wearing a mask.
But again, I don't care. from a coach's perspective, I don't care if you're wearing a shirt and tie and you're Mike Nolan of the past that insisted on doing that, or you're wearing, 6 layers or 4 layers. Just coach the damn team the right way.
I think it sends a bad message. We're not worried about the cold, but
okay, next year D'Amico's going to bust out the cowboy hat like Vrabel, only he means it. He's going to do it with Houston on his mind to be the leader, the true leader.
I mean, I don't know how that's the same.
It's like Bum Phillips.
No, I understand that, but I don't know how that's the same as wearing a mask on a cold weather game.
Well, we're being critical of a coach because of the fact that he's wearing a snow hat, whatever mask on his head for a cold game. I mean,
there's been proof that this is not good for the psychology of the squadron when their leader is doing this. I'm just relaying information. Is D'Amico soft? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Is Joe Espada soft? No, I'm just kidding. But Joe Espada, this was last week. It kind of went under the radar a little bit. He was talking about Bregman. Like, let's listen to this and see if there's any merit to it. We'll do it next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texter saying you calling them soft. Hand on chin emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. I think I'm allowed to call him soft, though. I'm doing the show live from the frigid backyard of the Branham estate.
I'm going to call BS on that.
On me being outside?
Sean and I were talking about that. Your backyard is your background, but I don't think you're outside because I don't
what
hear
do
the
I have
wind.
to do to prove it for you?
I mean, I don't hear the wind, and
that's because I know how to engineer.
I think you're in a sun porch.
Okay, what is that?
That's like an enclosed porch area where you can.
How you said that I have a background of my backyard, but now you're saying it's in a sun porch? Would that contradict?
It could be enclosed. It could be like glass.
So
it could be
able
insulated.
To see that?
No, not necessarily.
All right,
Depends on the size of the windows.
Let me walk.
Yeah,
through
I was
going to
say.
Here you
walk,
go. Here,
walk
y'all
back
talk
there
while I walk.
Throw something back there. Oh wow!
Holy cow! Okay.
Wow, and he's going far.
Look at that. The running style.
Yeah.
Grade the running style. 713-780-3776.
We need to figure out what his 40 time is. Extrapolate how.
I'm amazed that you don't have any like
high school.
4.6. Wow.
I'm amazed that we don't see any of like the breath and the
that's what
from the temperature.
I was thinking the breath
and or hear the wind.
No, I can see it whenever I do it. I just don't think if the camera picks it up.
Okay.
Maybe that's right. Okay. All right, I was wrong. I stand corrected.
Busted.
So you believe that I'm outside now?
Yeah, Sean and I were discussing this earlier, and now I stand corrected.
There you go.
Tougher than D'Amico Ryans.
I can call D'Amico soft.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, now you can.
Soft?
Yeah, you're wearing a baseball hat. You're not wearing whatever they call it.
We can see your face.
Look, this is the one area where I can actually say that I've done the same thing as D'Amico. Like I have been on the sidelines in cold weather games. I have done that, and I've never wore a mask over my face ever. Ever.
What's the coldest game you've been on the sideline?
Ever?
No, ever. Not for a football game.
Oh, okay. Ever. I'm saying in your life?
Never for a football game. You know why? Because I don't want those Houston Cougars to look over at the sideline reporter and be like, look at our leader being soft on the sidelines with a mask over his face.
I'm talking about in your life in cold weather. You've never worn a mask?
That's different whenever you're like skiing versus coaching a football game as the head coach. Way different. Way different.
Well, I mean, take like.
And I'm not even sure. I'm not sure that I have because I don't remember because whenever the only time I went skiing I was 8. I can't remember if I wore a ski mask or not. I guess I did. I don't remember though.
So you've never just been for an extended period of time in cold weather without doing any recreational. I'm saying like work related or recreational. Just like I lived in it to the point where if it was like my college roommate texted me today checking on me to see how much snow we got, and we were going back and forth. He's like, you probably have more snow on the ground than we do. He's in northern Wisconsin. And I said, we got about 3 or 4 inches. He's like, well, we've got -8 right now, and it was -16 when I left for work today. So the temperature isn't exactly conducive. I was like, oh my God, I don't miss that. That's where you wear a mask.
No,
I'm telling you.
I've traveled and stuff, but I've never, like, whenever I travel to cold weather, I don't need a mask. Like, I'm not outside for an extended period of time. The most that I've been outside in the cold are during football games.
Yeah, and I understand that, but then you can always, isn't there places where you can warm up in the tunnel? And
I mean, the tunnel's still kind of frigid, but I'm not going into the tunnel. Are you kidding me? I'm not soft. I'm not soft. The coldest was probably the Independence.
I could see you in the blue tent. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to go into the blue tent while it's on the field.
Well, I mean, just to warm up while the teams are in the locker room.
I mean, I don't think that the tent's insulated or has a heater.
It doesn't, but it keeps the elements out.
Are you hanging by the space heater they have on
They
the
do have the
sideline?
space heaters. No, not
Yeah,
usually.
too.
Like maybe I'll sneak a stand by it, like if the that side of the football's on the field. But no, most of the time I'm just out there in the elements, not wearing a mask.
Do
Probably the
you go
Independence.
by the staff members that are near it and go, you're soft. Get away
No,
from
of
that
course
heater.
not. No,
Poor leadership.
No. But I can't remember a head coach ever wearing a mask other than D'Amico Ryans and Mike McDaniel. Can you? Can you remember a head coach wearing a mask other than D'Amico and Mike McDaniel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the last head coach I saw do it, but I've seen head coaches do it. And again, a lot of times you
Any Green
don't
Bay
blame
coaches
them.
do it?
See, again, LaFleur doesn't want to mess up his hair either, but I think there's been some really like sub-zero type games where he's at least worn a ski hat, I believe. I think Vrabel's worn a ski hat before. He was coaching Tennessee.
It's not the same. Ski hat versus a ski mask are two totally different things.
I don't think that mask thing that D'Amico wore would be warmer than a bona fide legit ski hat.
But Mapes, you asked me with the coldest games. I think there was like 3 sub-freezing games. The coldest was probably the Independence Bowl a few years ago, where in Independence Stadium the plumbing got frozen and no one could go to the bathroom. It was like 20 degrees. It was very, very cold. There was ice everywhere. So this is nothing.
Coldest I've ever been in is minus 27 temperature. Wind chill had it somewhere into the minus 50s, I think. It was
what were you doing?
a nightmare. I was living in Milwaukee.
But you weren't
outside.
What I was
doing. Oh, yeah. Oh,
what
yes, I was.
Outside?
Well, you're going to laugh at this, of course, but I was delivering newspapers.
Why would I laugh at that? It's a good way to earn a living.
I had a paper route, and
That's
kind of like, neither rain nor. And my dad, who was always like, just get out there and do it. And my dad finally, he went outside and he was like, okay, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put all the papers in the trunk, and you're going to go to like 3 houses, come in the car, and try and warm up a little bit and get back out there. Because I had like 70, 80 people on my route, and God, that was a nightmare.
So you said how cold was it?
It was minus 27 temperature with the wind chill. It was in the minus 50s.
Were you wearing a mask?
I would believe that I was wearing anything that I could to cover up all exposed skin.
Rough.
Yes.
That's rough. There was a baseball game that we played against Rutgers once upon a time, and that was very, very cold. And we were outside. Like they didn't have a press box. Like the broadcast positioning for Rutgers baseball, whenever we were in the American Conference together, was behind the backstop next to visiting on deck circle. I could shake hands with the guy in the on deck circle, and it was like 30 degrees. It was like a little bit of snow. It was awful.
Like
that's the worst.
That's not bad if you're in like a Florida situation where you're like, man, I'm right here on the field, I'm right up close, I can hear every call. But yeah, that's the roughest game that I started a game at Lake Superior State, which is the campus is right there off of Lake Superior. Game time temperature was 41. And in the second inning, you could see the front coming in. In the second inning, it was 27 degrees.
Man.
It was a nightmare. They warmed up the bus, and they had the bus backed up as close as they could to the state, so that if anybody was feeling like they were getting frostbite, they could go out and warm up. I was like, "This is you're not supposed to be playing baseball in these conditions."
Did you start the game?
I did.
How many innings did you last?
I think 5.
How many runs did you give up? 7 or 8?
No, Do you think guys want to hit in that? It was fantastic. No. I didn't have to throw off speed pitches or anything because no one wanted to swing the bat.
It is funny though. Like you see some dudes who are not accustomed to that. They have no chance.
Yeah.
Like pitcher or hitter, like no chance.
You go inside on like the first guy, and everybody's like, "Nope, hell no, not doing that." Because if you feel that once, that feeling is not fun.
It might be a bigger home field advantage in baseball than football. Like it sounds crazy, but I think that it is.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think it is. I've seen a lot of Southern boys go into the freezing cold in the Midwest or up north, and they have no chance. No chance. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's keep talking baseball. Joe Espada talking about Bregman. Is there still hope that these two could rekindle their love? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Alex on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. HEB got a truck in. HEB not soft. HEB wouldn't have a face covering. Just saying.
I looked up during the break because of what we had talked about earlier, and Lisa's doing the 4 right now, and they had the shot.
Did she stay overnight, or did she drive in?
No. She went this morning, and I coached her through what the do's and the don'ts and what route to take and everything. And when she left this morning, she actually went in about an hour and a half early, and she said literally there were a couple of idiots trying to speed on 59 that she would see coming in her rear view and pull over. But other than that, there were no cars, and she made it easily. So she's a little concerned about coming home tonight, but I think she'll be all right. But then going back tomorrow because of that freeze tonight is where we're really concerned. But yeah, they just showed the shot you and I were talking about. The two people got out of their car holding their phones up, and all of a sudden they look over their shoulder, and here comes 3 cars, like right on the inside lane where they're standing. And it's like that bleep moment. Yeah, like get back in your car.
It's so funny. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not funny, but it's funny. Joe Espada. This went under the radar. Nate Griffin, who does really good stuff for Fox, always has Paul on in the mornings. He caught up with Joe Espada. This was last week. Maybe it was just Texans playoff week or whatever. Maybe because it's not realistic. But Nate asked Joe where things stand with Alex Bregman, and here was Sleepy Joe's response.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we hear still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see.
I'm confused here, Blankers.
Well, here's the other thing, Jeremy. If we couple this with Reggie, which we thought was completely out of touch, Reggie, when he was tweeting, that. But now you take that, and you got to believe he's in the know and still talking to the guys that took care of him when he was here.
Maybe.
And then you hear what Joe Espada says, and you go, well, maybe there is a chance, but then where does he play and where does everybody else play? And it goes back to the conversation you and I were having about, well, then who plays the outfield? Is that going to be Paredes? Is that going to be like square peg, round hole? The batting lineup would be just fine. I don't know where the hell anybody's playing.
Do you think he's being truthful here? Because, it's very easy to, duck this question, right? People are like, well, there's no chance it could happen. And I'm probably in that camp. I don't think there's any chance that Alex Bregman is back. But if you know as the manager, the most interesting manager in the world, if you know as the manager that you're out on Bregman, there's easier ways to dance around the question and be like, yeah, we're still having conversations with him. So, either it's really, really bad PR knowledge by Joe Espada, or they're actually having conversations with Alex Bregman, still staying in touch, some realm of possibility. So, let's start there. Do you think that Joe's being honest here, where they're still keeping track of Bregman and that there is a small chance, very small chance, that they could actually bring him back?
I do. I would say yes. I would say yes to that, simply because of who we're talking about and what he's meant to the franchise. And they know what he means to the fan base, to where I think it's a very, very minimal number of it, and the percent chance is very low.
Yeah.
But I think that because they are now seeing that, hey, and again, as a businessman, if you know that he's going to be playing it on a 1 year prove it, or you're going to get him at some kind of a 1 year discounted rate because things aren't going his way in the way free agency he thought was going to go, you would love the opportunity to catch him on the cheap, get him to have the season he's trying to have, and know that it makes your team better for next season. So I think it's probably a lower number than a lot of people are hoping for, but I do think that it's happened.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing it, but at the same time, I don't think Espada would say we're having conversations. I really do think that Espada is not this poor with the media. So I do think that they're still keeping track. I think it's a very, very small chance of it happening, but I'm surprised they're still having those conversations. And we've talked about it before too. What if they actually bring Bregman back? What do things look like? I think the most likely thing is that Jordan just plays left field, which I don't love that idea. Obviously, you know that. But if you were to sign Bregman, I think Jordan just plays left field a lot more.
Well,
and then
wait
you
a minute.
rotate the DH between Isak and Altuve.
Oh, I was going to say, because where does Paredes go? Because I think you're solidified at first. Like, and Bregman ain't playing the outfield.
No,
so
I think you would rotate those three guys. I think Isak would play second. He would play third. You would DH Altuve a good amount of time because, I mean, Altuve's not a good defender.
That's not
anymore.
bad. Yeah.
He's past his prime.
Right.
You know, he's not a good defensive player. Isak's not a great defensive player either. Isak's below average defensively. So maybe you just split their time at second base and you DH the guy who's not playing. Plus, you have off days and things like that. But I think that the easy answer is that Jordan plays left. I hate that idea because I think Jordan playing left field every day means he plays 50 games a year.
Yeah,
I think
that that's the biggest fear factor is the fact that, like we've said, with the Jordan rules and everything else, I just think that your best bet for long-term success is keep Jordan as healthy as possible, and that means don't let him play the outfield. And I always go back to that where it looked like Jordan slipped on the icy conditions that we might have tonight and looked like he had blown everything out and your season was over. Like, you don't want to take that chance. But now Santander's off the board. You know that Profar's still out there. Maybe Verdugo's a guy that could be a fit. But if you can bring back Bregman after all of this offseason and how this soap opera has played out, people are going to be jacked up. You know he's a better than average third baseman. You put him at third, and maybe that is. I like even more so when you brought up the fact that maybe Altuve does a lot of DHing too, because you're right, he isn't good defensively. And so if you can run a rotation of guys so that everybody gets their time in the field and Paredes plays second, he plays third, he kind of moves around a little bit more, but yet you keep that bat in the lineup and you've got all the bats that you have, I could live with that.
And you can handle an injury better. Like if you have somebody that goes down for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, like if Altuve strains a hamstring, okay, well you have an already made starter there, and now you can bump Jordan to DH. Now I don't want to be.
Doobie still is your kind of jack of all trades, your Swiss Army knife, instead of trying to think that he has to be an outfielder or he has to do this or that.
Yeah, I like Dubon way more as my 10th best player than my 9th best player.
Oh, no question.
I don't want him in the starting lineup every day.
Nope.
I want him filling in for people who are getting days off. Now, I still don't want Bregman back. I don't think it makes any sense. I would go after 2 right fielders. I'm still holding out hope. I don't think it's going to happen with Hayward and Gerchik. I would love to bring both of those players in.
What if it's Verdugo?
Bregman. I'm okay with Verdugo. Verdugo's fine.
Yeah, I would be. I'm not a big Profar guy, and I know that he had just an unbelievable season. Yeah, but because he had that season, he's going to drive the price up. I think
Chandler
Verdugo
Parsons,
had a
Lakers. Like he's a guy that you want. He's Chandler Parsons. He's a guy that you want on a very cheap contract. He's not a guy that you want to be paying.
Well, and when you look at Verdugo, he's doing some team a solid because he had such a bad year offensively after being a decent offensive player with Boston. He was so bad with New York that he's a good defensive player that you could probably get him on the cheap, and there's nothing that says he can't break out of it and be even more like the consistent player he was or the numbers he put up in Boston. I'd live with that chance.
Gritchick would make some sense. Now, he's a right-handed bat, not a left-handed bat, but he had a good year last year, and he's from Houston. I would love to bring him in here. He might just be better than Chas McCormick, too. Like, oh, you don't want to bring in a right-handed bat. You already have enough of them. Well, what if he's better than Chas? Like, that could exist. What if he's better than Jake Myers and you move Chas to center? So I would like 2 outfilders, and I think that they desperately need a right fielder too. Like the whole plan of Chas and right. Chas ain't a right fielder, man.
No. I mean, and here's the sad state of affairs that we're in. Like, that's not saying a whole lot that anybody could be better than Jake and or Chas, but because of what Chas did last year and what Jake has shown to be more times than not, they're both less than offensively, and that's what you have to expect from Chas next year too, until he proves you differently, to where it's sad that we don't have anything better in the outfield.
No, they don't have fallback plans. Like, what happens if Chas is bad? What happens if Jake Myers is bad? Like, you have Dubon, who's kind of in the mix. Although right now, like if you're running out your opening day lineup right now, and we're assuming that Jordan's a DH,
okay,
left field's Dubon, or maybe right. I hope that they would play the stronger arm and right. But your outfield's some combination of Dubon, Jake Myers and Chaz
Myers and
McCormick.
Chaz,
That's your outfield.
ridiculously bad.
So what if two of them are bad? And then they're like, well, Zach DeCinzo can play left field. Okay, well, he hasn't done anything at the big league level. I don't love that he's a fallback plan. I like him. I think he has a chance to be solid, but I don't love him as a fallback plan entering the season. Then people are like, well, Jacob Melton, go look up Jacob Melton's AAA stats. He ain't ready. Dana Brown said he wasn't ready.
And again, I would rather live with some combination of Paredes possibly even playing periodically, working and playing in the outfield as well.
Has never done it.
I understand that, but because I think that he's athletic enough, he's a bigger body.
Husky. Yeah, he's a bigger body.
He's a bigger body,
bones.
but so is Jordan, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see if there was a way that he could play outfield for you rather than anytime having to face those three guys in the outfield at the same time.
Yeah, I rather sign two mid-priced outfielders on one-year deals than sign Bregman. Like, give me Gerchik and Verdugo or Hayward over Bregman at this point. Not because those two are like going to have a higher combined WAR. It's just that Bregman doesn't really fit this team anymore. You have your corner infielders.
But I think, see, the one thing, because I was going to ask you that question, like, would you rather have Bregman or would you rather have, and I was just going to say one, Verdugo
Well,
or...
one's a little bit trickier.
Yeah.
Like, give me Bregman over one, but I would take two over Bregman.
But I think you could get Hayward for cheap if he's truly, because he's contemplating retirement. But if he comes back, I don't think he's going to take a whole lot. Yeah, he was even saying he was thinking about walking away his last year with the Dodgers. Then when he got traded, he was definitely this was going to be it. But he had a good time here and really enjoyed himself to where I think that they could probably get him to come back because he really liked the clubhouse. But I think he's contemplating retirement. I don't think he would cost you that much. To me, Verdugo would be the guy that would interest me enough to say I'd be interested. But if Bregman wants to come back, I'd rather live with a scenario of trying to get Paredes to play some outfield, and Jordan's going to have to do what he did last year in terms of the games he played and left. And you go to your batting lineup and know that lineup can compete with anybody, I think. And you're not playing the Dodgers until you get to the World Series. So I like that.
Yeah, I think we're all aligned in the idea that they need outfield help, however you do it.
Yep.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our NFL overreactions coming off the divisional round. What are your overreactions after the divisional round? Like D'Amico's soft, wearing that mask. All right, 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Number to get in, 713-780-3776. Hope you're all enjoying your snow day. I enjoyed to see all the kids out there playing in the snow. You don't get that in Houston very often, so it was great to see. Be safe out there, though. It's going to get all that stuff that's being melted down is going to freeze again. It's going to get in the teens, someone wise told me. So
that's right.
Careful out there. Texter, please tell me why Aaron Judge can play outfield and Jordan shouldn't. Thanks. Love the show. Or Judge is a better athlete than Jordan. Jordan shouldn't be slept on athletically, but Judge is a better athlete than Jordan. I mean, he can even play a little center field. The reason that I don't want Jordan playing outfield isn't because he's not capable. It's because I believe that it makes him a little bit more prone to injury. And Jordan Alvarez's bat is far too critical to the Houston Astros' success for you to jeopardize his health playing below average left field. That's where I'm at on it.
Now, you can say that Aaron Judge has got the same kind of importance to the Yankees lineup. But at the same time, Aaron Judge, when he gets hurt because he runs into the fence at Dodger Stadium and literally breaks his ankle going under the bottom of the fence, whereas Jordan could be in the gap at Minute Maid Park with nothing around him and looked like he slipped on black ice and tore his ACL, to where you're going, yeah, you can be a great baseball player and not be a great athlete. I think Alex Bregman kind of falls into that category too, but Jordan in a different way. And with his level of importance, you just don't do it if you don't have to.
Proneness to injury too. Like I would say proneness more than the other thing. I mean, Jordan has also been sent home because of fireworks smoke in the outfield and because he slept on his bed the wrong way. So like those are like kind of curious whenever you talk about what ails Jordan and the whole mysterious hand thing where they never really diagnosed it. Like never had hamate surgery. It was just like a sore hand.
They couldn't even figure out which one it was, or at least
Dusty
could. Dusty could, yeah.
Dusty couldn't figure out which one.
But no, I think when you look at it, Aaron Judge played a lot of sports. He's athletically inclined in a lot of ways, and he's a really good baseball player. Whereas Jordan seems to me like he is just this big, strong, really good baseball player.
Yeah, like I think he's a good athlete. Like I'm not trying to downplay his athleticism at all. I just think he's a little clumsy at times, maybe a little.
His track record tells you that you're playing out on the smart side, the safe side, because of what we've seen him go through and some of the things you mentioned. Like it's just that coupled with the fact that you know how bad this team is when he isn't in the lineup for any length of time, and you try to do whatever you can to minimize the opportunity for things to go wrong.
Jordan's arm is just as good, and he may actually be faster on the bases. It wouldn't surprise me if Jordan's faster. I would look it up, but Jordan does have a strong arm. I'm not downplaying that. Like
I was going to say, I think both of those things are true.
Probably the speed. I mean, Judge has sneaky speed too. Like that might be close. I'll look it up during the break. But I would give Jordan the arm advantage. What about Pena in the outfield? I don't know why you would do that though. Like Pena to me is an above average defensive shortstop. Yep. Why are you moving him to the outfield? Maybe he means if you sign Bregman and Bregman can play short, although I don't love that idea.
Is Paredes playing short or is Bregman?
He's capable, but I think, okay, like if we're playing out the scenario, which, again, I think it's 1% at best, if you were to have Bregman, Paredes, Altuve, and you're moving Pena to the outfield, which, again, not in favor of, but if you're just telling me that this is the scenario and you have to answer the question, okay, I'll play along, I would go Bregman at short, although, again, I would be very uncomfortable doing it.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's no good scenario that makes sense to me as how, in any way, shape, or form, of how you bring Alex Bregman back, and there is a traditional lineup that you put together where you're going to be safe in the outfield. I don't think, because you're not going to be safe if Jordan plays a lot of games there. You're not going to be safe if you put someone out there that's never played outfield in the major leagues, let alone at any point in their career that we know of, in like Paredes. So I don't think it's a great Cinderella story to think about. There's a chance still for Bregman, but I think that's all it is.
Yeah, that's why I think it's so unlikely. Although the Espada quotes just completely confused me. It's weird. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to our overreactions from around the NFL divisional week. First one, playoff Lamar. This is from ESPN. Playoff Lamar is keeping the Ravens from getting where they want to go.
No, that's an overreaction. I just think that, look, yes, he makes mistakes. Yes, we've highlighted him. Yes, it's absolutely legitimate to be able to point the finger and say playoff Lamar is not a good thing, just like playoff Harden. But I dare you to find someone better to quarterback your team that's going to
Mahomes.
have the success he's had. Okay, that's available, right? Or that you could find that's a replacement for Lamar
Not the
Jackson.
question, though. That's kind of moving the goalpost there a little bit, Blake.
Why?
Because it's playoff. It's not replacing him or finding somebody else. It's playoff Lamar's keeping the Ravens from getting where they want to go. Where do you think the Ravens want to go? Obviously, they want to go to a Super Bowl, right? They've won one with Flacco. Have they been to a Super Bowl with Lamar? They have not. I think this is completely real.
I'm still riding with Lamar Jackson. I just believe that this was a better showing for him. Yes, it was unfortunate, the fumble that he wishes he had back and the interception. But at the same time, they drove down the field at a pressured time. He drove them. He made the plays. Mark Andrews in unison with a pass that wasn't great, contrary to what a lot of people are telling you. But Mark Andrews lost the fumble, and then he didn't catch the ball on the goal line. If that game goes to overtime, I think more times than not, I would probably put my money on Baltimore to win that game in overtime.
All right, what happened in 2023 whenever they lost to the Chiefs by 7 and he turned the ball over twice? What happened in 2020?
I know the track record, Jeremy, but I'm saying
whenever he lost to Buffalo and scored 3 points and threw an interception. What happened in 2019 where he turned it over
without him, do
what
you even
to
get to those
Chargers where
points?
He turned it over twice. That's not, but again, that's moving the goalpost in my opinion, because it says he is playoff Lamar. We're not talking about regular season Lamar that's a multi-time MVP.
But you have to do it in the regular season to get in the playoffs.
Lamar. But is playoff Lamar, who we've seen, playoff Lamar, who has not been good in the playoffs, which we can go down and look at, like, these are facts. These are facts that playoff Lamar has been bad. How could you argue that that is not keeping the Ravens from the Super Bowl? Like, if he was regular season Lamar in the playoffs, they would be where they want to go.
The easiest way for me to argue is I don't think that there's anybody else that you could plug in for playoff Lamar that you could get.
The goalpost though, like that's
I don't
not,
think
that's not the conversation. Like if he was, it's not trying to replace Lamar. It's saying playoff Lamar, the guy who plays in the playoffs, he's keeping the Ravens from getting where they want to go, which is obviously the Super Bowl. If he was regular season Lamar in the playoffs, if he was the guy who's winning all these MVP in the playoffs, would they have been to a Super Bowl already?
Okay, but here's the thing.
You didn't answer the question.
Because I'm tired of it coming back and forth to your semantics. My big thing
That's
then is,
not
okay,
semantics, it's a literal question.
Because if I say that he is, then you have to tell me that they're going to have to replace him with somebody that gives them the better chance to get them.
If Lamar Jackson played as well in the playoffs as he does in the regular season, would they have been to a Super Bowl already with Lamar?
That's different. But yes, I agree with that. I've already said that.
It's not different. It's the literal question.
It's not, because of the fact that the question was posed like, is he keeping them from the Super Bowl?
Playoff Lamar, not Lamar. Playoff Lamar. There's two different guys. Okay. There's playoff Lamar and there's regular season Lamar. If regular season Lamar was playing in the playoffs, do you think the Ravens would be in the Super Bowl? Any Super Bowl in the last 7 years?
We've beat it enough.
Yes or no? Like if regular
Jeremy,
season
you're
Lamar
not going to sit there and just pitch.
It's a question. Say yes or no.
But I'm trying to see if that's what the art. Playoff Lamar, to me, yes, he's James Harden. So you're right. He's keeping them. If that's what you want to believe, the track record speaks for itself.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Gary?
Hey, one more time, guys. Let me just chime in. The answer is no, and I'm gonna tell you why. In previous, if we're gonna look at the mistakes in the past, yes, and in this past game, if we're gonna look at the mistakes in the first half, it's 2 halves of a game. The playoff Lamar this year had 114 or 104 passer rating. Second half, when time to make plays, overcame. We got to use all kinds of semantics now. Overcame, came back, took his team down, overcome. Now, if you reversed it and he fumbled and threw those interceptions, in the end, yes, pass, yes. But this year, no. So in the past, the playoff Lamar has kept them away. But 114 passer rating brought them back on the cusp of at least tying it. We can't talk about the first half without the second half. So the answer is unequivocally no this year.
Okay,
no
okay. Even if it is no this year, which I would push back with, Gary, we're talking about the history of Lamar. We're talking about the history of regular season Lamar, playoff Lamar, and getting where they want to go, which we know the Ravens want to go to the Super Bowl. Like that's obvious, what every team's trying to do. I believe if Lamar played like he does in the regular season of the playoffs, they would already have a Super Bowl appearance. Already. It might have been this year. Like if Lamar doesn't turn it over against Buffalo, they easily win that game. Easily win that game. If he plays like he plays in the regular season, they're currently in the AFC Championship this year. If he played like regular season Lamar in the past, I think they already make a Super Bowl. And look, we can agree to disagree on that, but like they're very different. Regular season Lamar, not playoff Lamar. And I agree with Gary that like the fourth quarter drive was unbelievable. I wish Andrews would have caught that pass, a mediocre throw. I wish he would have caught that mediocre throw and it would have went to overtime, would have been a better story. But agree to disagree on this one. Is the Bill? No, I don't want to ask that one. Overreaction or not? The Eagles need a lot more from their passing game to beat Washington.
I would say they do. I just think that they've gotten away with it to this point, and the passing game has been really subpar and basically non-existent. I think you got to play a complete game. This is a Washington team that does have a lot of talent on defense, and with Bobby Wagner in the middle of that defense, I think that he's going to help to try and mitigate the run. I think they have to be able to pass the football to win this football game.
I think they can get away with it one more week. I think they can beat the Commanders without stepping up their passing game. Now, I don't think they can win a Super Bowl doing that. So I'll give them one more week on that one.
Jeremy? I think the weather matters. Because I think
you can.
I think if you can run, I don't know what it's going to do, but I think that you can run and do what they did last week, and it becomes more of a balancing act and who can hang on to the football kind of thing. But if it's clear and you can throw the football and you can cut and change, I think that you can load up the box and you can give the Eagles enough problems and force them to throw and it could hurt them. Whereas Daniels is capable of beating you with his legs and his arm.
Yeah, that could be the swing. There is the weather. The weather's actually supposed to be pretty solid Sunday. High of 44, low of 26.
Oh, wow.
So that's not terrible.
That's in Washington's favor, I think.
Yeah, I think the Eagles would be better off if it was very, very cold, especially if they don't get the passing game going, right? Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Jacob, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Jacob?
Yes, sir. So you're going to say 3 times, he's going to win it because he's first time right now, all pro. You're going to take a 3-time MVP because
regular season award.
He's like 28 years old. You're going to take him and say, well, look how long it took John Elway. Look how long it took Manny. I mean, my man played for Indiana. How long it doesn't work like that? He's been playing with who has beat Mahomes in the last 4 years? Nobody. He only been in the league, 7 years, you said? I mean, the unexpectation that some of y'all have is just
unexpectation. Jacob, let me ask you a quick question. Jacob. Do you think Lamar has been better in the regular season or the playoffs?
Say what?
Do you think Lamar Jackson, you mentioned the MVPs, which is a regular season award, and he's going to win his third one. So he's had 3 really good regular seasons, probably more than that, but he's had 3 regular seasons better than any. But let me finish. Cool. Hey, put him on mute, Mason. He can respond. I gave him his leeway. He's going to give me mine. Playoff Lamar, not the same as the 3-time MVP. The MVP is a regular season award. So if you had that Lamar who's playing better than anybody else in the NFL, would the Ravens have made a Super Bowl to date? Jacob?
The thing is, bro, you gotta get to get to the Super Bowl. You gotta win in the playoffs.
That's not the conversation, though. The conversation is Lamar Jackson in the postseason. Is he holding the Ravens back when he's in the playoffs? Yes, he's great. No one's denying he's great. He's my second best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, you know who held him back? Andrews. When you dropped that ball in the end zone,
one game.
He held him back.
We went through.
He held back the team. He's a goofy, and they need to get rid of him.
Okay. Appreciate the call, Jacob. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate the good arguments. Yes, he is the 3-time MVP, which is a regular season award. And even if you want to throw out the Mark Andrews games, there is 4 other games that Lamar Jackson has been eliminated in where he was dreadful. He was not regular season Lamar. He was not MVP Lamar. Playoff Lamar is an alter ego to regular season Lamar. I like the Harden comparison, Blankers. Like Harden could never get over the hump. Came close. They went 1 for 27 from 3, missed like their first 21, whatever it was. Got close, but never got there because he was different in the postseason. Same thing with Lamar. Lamar's won 3 MVPs, best player in the NFL, all of that. But when he gets to the playoffs, he's been different. And there's no arguing that.
No, there's not. There's no arguing that. It's just that, it's again, you're right. It's how you look at the question and if you take it a step further to say who could they get that would have done better?
Yeah, I don't think we kind of, I guess, disagree on the logistics there. I don't think that it's what it's asking. I wouldn't trade Lamar for anybody.
You said
Like,
anybody other than
Lamar.
You dropped out there, but you
Yes.
said Mahomes, right? Yeah.
Mahomes is
Absolutely.
the only quarterback I would take ahead of Lamar. At the same time, knowing that I have Lamar, I've known that he has been less than Lamar in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a guy that's going to, compete for the MVP award every year and leads you to the playoffs year after year after year, so at least you have a chance, that's all you can ask for.
Texter says Jordan won his first ship at 28. No one's saying Lamar can't win it all. Like, no, that's not what we're discussing. Like, I think Lamar is eventually going to win a championship. But so far, do I think he is a reason why the Ravens haven't reached the mountaintop? How could you deny it? He's been terrible in the playoffs.
I mean, you went over all the stats yesterday, and look, there is no denying it. The fact is that when you have multiple turnovers in just about every game that you played in the postseason, then you set yourself up to be fairly scrutinized as a guy that hasn't been able to get it done.
Look, I think that Lamar could eventually win it. I've said the opposite about Josh Allen. I don't think that he's capable of winning a Super Bowl, although I can't hedge now, but I'm not gonna. People question if Lamar can, which I think is a fair argument considering his postseason statistics. How many quarterbacks in the playoffs, or maybe even in the NFL, do you think can win one at some point?
I think. I mean, right now it's easy to say that Jaden Daniels can, right? And he's also in the NFC, where I think that helps him immensely. And I think that team is on a huge uptick. And with his entire career in front of him, I would believe that he can. Unlike you, I believe Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl. The bigger issue that we have is not just could they win a Super Bowl, it's who you got to get through to get there. That's why I think it's so difficult. And Joe Burrow's the perfect example. He can get there. He got there real quickly in his career, but can you win it? And if you don't win it, how can you get back? Because he hasn't been able to do that because Patrick Mahomes is there and Lamar and Allen and so many and Herbert and other guys like that. So I think that it's a really legit question because you have to factor in the outside elements of the other quarterbacks, the other teams, which conference you're in. I certainly believe that Jalen Hurts can win a Super Bowl simply because of the team that's around him right now. And with
Saquon, he almost did. I mean, he almost did, right?
And he's been there once already, right? So I think he can. Do I think that Stafford's already won one, but I think Stafford's also contemplating retirement. Do I think Stafford is going to win another one? I don't. I just think that the Rams gave you everything that they possibly had even this year, but I just don't think they're on the level of a Super Bowl team, and I think that he's not going to get back there. So I would say no on him.
I'd agree.
I don't think Baker's going to win one. I think Baker is giving you maximum Baker, but I don't think maximum Baker's good enough.
It's only like a dozen.
I think CJ is going to win one at some point in his career. I really do, and that's not even being a homer. I just see all the ability that he has, and I believe that he can be special. So I think CJ can win. Herbert, I think he should. I think with Harbaugh, I think that Herbert has a legit chance to win one before he bows out. So I would lean yes on Herbert.
Yeah, Herbert's kind of the same like. It's like Lamar light. He's nowhere near the player as Lamar. Doesn't have any MVPs. Lamar is going to have 3, but we've seen the playoff failure from Herbert too. So like he needs to shed that label as well. You would say Josh Allen can. I'm still going to lock that and say he cannot. I don't think Tua can. I don't think Tua can win a Super Bowl, especially if it's going to require going on the road and winning in cold weather. I don't think that he's a good cold weather quarterback. Much like Heim, he's not a good cold weather kicker.
I mean, at this point, I think if he gets hit,
sure.
You just that has to factor in.
I would go no on Rodgers. Drake May maybe eventually, but it's way too early to tell with that. Lamar for sure. Pittsburgh, no. Burrow, yes. Jameis Winston. Deshaun Watson, no. I would go yes on Stroud. I'm going through the division here. Goff.
Oh.
I mean, he just had the top team in the NFC, and they got beat. Now, it wasn't so much good of the offense.
Look,
I think Goff's
you pointed out the scenario, but now you lose both coordinators, and now you're going to start watching, like, how do you replace them, and then how long can you keep all the talent you got and pay everybody to where I think that they're getting to kind of a crossroads there.
I'm going to be stubborn on Allen and say no. May, it's too soon. Lamar, yes. Burrow, yes. Stroud, yes. Richardson, no. Trevor Lawrence, no. Will Levis, haha. Pat Mahomes, obviously. I think Herbert's capable as well. No, I said no.
Okay.
I hope I said no. Bo Nix.
I think he can.
I think he's capable for sure.
Yeah,
I'll go 5.5. Still super early in his career.
I definitely
Raiders,
would lean towards yes more than no.
Jalen Hurts, yes. 6.5. Daniels, yes. 7.5. Dak.
No.
I'm going to go.
There's
no
another
on
guy
that
with the
one,
playoff
too.
label. No.
Goff. You want to go Goff a full one or a half one?
And he's been there before, right?
I'll give Goff a full one. What is that? 7.5 for us?
Yeah.
JJ McCarthy, way too certain. How about Jordan Love?
No.
No. Okay, I'm there with you. I haven't liked his two.
There's a lot of
exits.
people that have finally started to see the light that I've been shining, but I just don't think so.
I was there last year with you though. After watching that playoff game, whenever they got beat, I was like, "Yeah, Blinkers, he was speaking the truth here." Because I was disappointed with his playoff exit 2 seasons ago. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson's interesting.
Yeah, they really are.
He was just so bad this year, though.
Man, yeah. Caleb Williams, I think he's just so young, and everybody keeps talking about how hyper talented he is. I didn't see as much as a lot of people did when they said what they saw coming out of college, but I believe that he has the talent to do that. And he's got a hell of a roster now. It's kind of how quickly can everything come together for them with Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be later in his career. I don't think it's going to be in the next 5 years.
I'm not gonna give him one yet. I need to see more from him. Tampa, no with Baker. Penix too soon. Bryce Young, no. Saints, no. Stafford, we talked about, no. Geno, no. Kyler, no. Brock Purdy.
Yes.
I'm gonna go no because of the contract. I think because if you give him $60 million, I think it's going to restrict the rest of the team, and Purdy's not going to be able to win with the rest of the roster when he's taking such a big piece of the pie.
So for me, it's yes right now because of the team he's currently associated with.
Fair.
It changes to a no if he goes to any other team in this league.
Yeah, I think it's fair. But how about if he stays with San Francisco, but they're paying him $60 million?
Yeah, that's tough too. I don't think they will, and I think that he won't demand it. That's why I said it's going to be a really interesting offseason for quarterbacks because of him and Sam Darnold. But I think that, yeah, if that scenario plays out where it's 60 and he's back with the Niners, then it changes my answer to no.
Hey, Billy Wagner, Hall of Famer. He's been elected to the Hall of Fame.
So good.
How
Good
about that? Congratulations to Billy the Kid. We'll talk about that a little bit whenever we return. We'll get your thoughts on Billy Wagner as well, making the Hall of Fame. Also, when we come back, exit interviews for the Houston Texans. I'll ask Blankers about a key couple of critical players, and he's going to give us the hard truth about where they need to get better to help this team. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So Billy Wagner, a Hall of Famer, he made it. There is a 5-man class. Ichiro Suzuki made it, 99.7% of the vote. Only one person did not vote for Ichiro, which
is weird. Another joke.
I've stopped paying attention really to Hall of Fame stuff because it's silly to me that Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame. Like, how is the greatest hitter in the history of the sport not in the Hall of Fame? Well, he was using. Well, it wasn't a rule. And baseball benefited off of PED usage. The summer of '98 brought back popularity to the sport after everybody was mad at baseball for striking in '94. So it's like, we're going to promote PED guys that are hitting all these home runs, but then we're going to keep them out of the Hall of Fame later. I've really stopped paying attention to it. That's why, this is the first time that I've really paid any mind to the Hall of Fame voting this year.
There's so much hypocrisy, and it's across the board. I think in a lot of ways, even before Barry Bonds, McGwire and Sosa saved the game. The game was going nowhere. No one cared. Baseball was just an afterthought. And that summer of the home runs and the race that they put on reinvigorated baseball fans and got everybody to dial back in. But then all of a sudden the Cubs want to disown him. But the Cubs didn't want to disown what Sammy did when it came to the box office and all the things that he did for Chicago baseball. Just like, everything else we've seen since. You mentioned Bonds. I'll look at Clemens and say Clemens and Bonds both had a resume to where I think regardless of what you think or don't think they used and what they did and when they did it, they both would have gotten in. So to me, what really I pay attention to now is when these clowns put their ballots online for people to see, and you see some of the people that they voted for and go, your dumb ass shouldn't even have a ballot in your hand.
Yeah, that's why I don't pay attention to it. I think it's a sham. 75, baseball looked away, then punished the same people. Yeah, it's like, we're not going to have any morality, and then all of a sudden we're going to have morality. And I guarantee you, and I'm not going to throw out names because I don't know, but I guarantee you that there have been people that have been voted into the Hall of Fame in the last decade that were users. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But then we're going to play we're going to pick and choose which one of the ones we think did and which one of the ones we think didn't. So I that's why I've stopped paying attention to Hall of Fame voting. But congratulations to Billy Wagner. That's pretty awesome.
I think that's great for him.
Sabathia got in too. 87%.
Yeah, there was a lot of people lobbying for CC and the teams that he played for when he did. Even from the Brewers. The Brewers were putting out where he single-handedly, the year that they traded for him, he put the team on his shoulders and just was he literally carried the team on his shoulder. I mean, he was hitting home runs as well as pitching them, winning every game, going 100-plus pitches and just doing everything they could have possibly asked for when they got him, to where they were lobbying to get him in. It's just, to me, you look at it and it's different because you don't have he just doesn't come across the same way to me as some of the great starting pitchers in baseball history. But did his career warrant it? Sure. Okay. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. You think he'll have a drink to celebrate?
Okay.
Do you think he will? I mean, some people like celebratory drinks.
Yeah, no.
So Ichiro, CC Sabathia, Billy Wagner, Dave Parker, and Dick Allen. I guess they were the veterans vote because they were not voted on. So
did the Cobra get in, Dave Parker?
Yeah, Dave Parker's in. That must be a different vote because I think it was the committee.
The Veterans Committee
does or whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, the Veterans Committee.
I think they.
I mean, you talk about
did Parker and Allen
from back in the day. You want to talk about a guy that had an absolute cannon in right field, and he was old school. Yeah, he smoked in the dugout and everything, but Dave Parker was from the Pittsburgh Pirates and the We Are Family stuff. But my God, Dave Parker was an all-star every single year. He deserves it.
Yeah. So congratulations to the 5 that are going into Cooperstown, which is gatekeeping the greatest player of all time, Barry Bonds, from being in the Hall of Fame. Let's do a few exit interviews for the Houston Texans now that their season is over. Let's start with C.J. Stroud, the quarterback. Where does he have to improve, Blankers?
I think from the standpoint of hanging on to the football too long, I think that he has to reset his internal clock. I think that, you have to give him the commitment. Look, we're going to do everything in our power to enhance and fix the offensive line, but you got to come back with, a different mindset literally in your internal clock and understand, there's a time to throw it away. There's a time to to dump it down. Don't try to be too heroic too many times. We know what you can do, but we have to get back to kind of staying within the confines more than trying to be a hero.
Yeah, I think so too. Take the singles, not the home runs. Get rid of the football a little bit better. Decision making too. Like, hey, if you want to use your feet, that's fine. But you got to choose the right times to do that. So I would start there with C.J. Stroud. Will Anderson.
Keep doing what you do, man. I just, to me, from a Will Anderson perspective, he had such a great start to his career. You were wondering, like, was he going to be able to maintain and keep going? Yes, he has. Yes, he is a disruptive force. I think the sky's the limit for that kid. And he's only going to get better. And he is just the epitome of everything you want in a football player in your city, in your uniform. So just keep doing what you're doing. And Daniil will do the same thing on the other side, and just have another year next year. I don't have a whole lot more to say to Will Anderson.
Yeah, just keep adding to your bag, right? Like keep stacking it a little bit. Maybe add a little bit more to your repertoire. But I'm very happy with where Will Anderson is after 2 years. He was fantastic against Kansas City too in that playoff game. So that's one. Just continue your trajectory. Christian Harris.
Be available. I mean, the biggest thing to me is, what I need you to work on is your availability. I got to figure out whatever the hell happened with the calf muscle so it doesn't happen again, so we don't get into the waters. We went from Kyle Tucker to Tari Eason. I don't need a lingering thing now for this to be another year, okay? We've already dealt with the Kyle Tucker aspect of a calf injury that somehow sidelined you for more than 3/4 of the year. Come back and be a healthy Christian Harris and be available, because with you in our defense, with the other guys that we have, that's an element that can take us to a different level from a linebacking perspective. We need you. We've got to have you, and you've got to be there. So we've got to figure it out together. If it's like things from a training perspective or, changing things to make sure that your calves are good, but you got to be available next year.
Yeah, he needs to get on the football field, because I feel like he would have been very helpful if he was at his best against Kansas City, because, they struggled defending Kelsey. Like Azeez Al-Shire struggled. And yes, they play zone a little bit too, but zone you have to be good in coverage too. Your skills might be a little different, but they're still coverage skills. Christian Harris is probably their best coverage linebacker, but they didn't trust him to be on the football field. So, he could have really helped you on the defensive side of the ball. So he has to get healthy. And maybe get in the good graces of D'Amico, because it seemed like he was healthy but wasn't up to snuff, so that kind of stinks. Kamari Lassiter.
Another one that just keep doing what you're doing, because there's a spot for you to start as the opposite corner to Stingley next season again. What you did was probably exceeding expectations for your rookie season. For people thinking you were too slow to people thinking you were weren't an outside corner, you exceeded expectations, did everything we could have possibly asked you to do. So just keep doing the same thing next year. Have a great off season, take care of your body, come back ready to play, knowing that that's your spot right there. You've got that spot.
I think that he needs to work on his 40 time and get much faster, because that's the thing that's going to hold him back. As I'm kidding, obviously. I would love for him to move to nickel, and it's probably not going to be this next year because Jimmy Ward's under contract. You still have Jalen Petrie under contract, and they're both going to probably, Stingley. Petrie's going to be your first nickel. If he gets hurt, I think Jimmy Ward would be the guy who backs him up in that spot. So it might be 2 years away, but I think Kamari Lassiter is an all-pro if he plays nickel. So 2 years from now, draft another outside corner. That way you can bump Kamari inside, make him a nickel, and make him an all-pro. And they play nickel all the time anyways.
Why can't you just do the same thing but say, you stay outside, we'll get you an inside corner, or we'll get a nickel? And I think I honestly think he could possibly still do the things that you said.
I don't think I think he's a better nickel than an outside corner. Like, he's good at both, don't get me wrong, but where do I think he has a better chance of being an all-pro? I would say in the nickel.
Okay. I might disagree with that for now, because
his skill set, man. Like, the guy's a thumper. He's fast.
He loves to hit.
He's Jalen Petrie on steroids. He's Jalen Petrie who can cover. Like, I think he'd be so good in the nickel. Not that I'm disappointed with him as an outside corner.
That's what I was going to say.
Good.
Yeah.
But if you can, what if you can find another Kamari Lassiter in 2 years, and now that guy's playing outside? You bump Kamari inside. I think you'd be better off.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds, right? Either way, I think you're in an above-average situation, whichever position he plays. It's just, which position do you feel like for his long term and for maximizing his potential should he stay?
Maximizing your defense, I think. I don't care about maximizing his potential.
That's what I mean.
I care
From
about
a team
maximizing
perspective.
my defense, you know?
Yeah, I'm talking about it from an organizational perspective. Like, you have to make that decision.
For sure. And, like, I don't think it's a move that you make next year anyways because of what you have under contract. I think Petrie's the nickel one more year. Last one, D'Amico Ryans.
Man, I think that you've got some hard decisions to make, and we believe in you as the leader of this football team, and we love everything that you've brought to the table. But this is truly your team, your staff, and so you've got to evaluate your staff, and we want to know what you're going to do with the offense, and we want to know from the offensive line coach to Bobby Slowick, and we want you to have conviction knowing that it's the right thing, again, for this organization. It's not about who's your friend. It's not about who you have loyalties to. It's how are you going to better the offense. We know what you did on defense, and we know at the end of the year you showed out better than you maybe did all season long, and your defense looks like it's going to continue to be really, really good. From an offensive perspective, you got some tough decisions to make, and we need to know where you're at and how you're going to fix the shortcomings that kind of went across the board with the offensive line, to the less than play of C.J. Stroud, to the fact that your offensive coordinator was being questioned. We need to see how you're going to change the offense.
Yeah, those things are absolutely true. The only thing that I would add on to that, game day management. Like, I want his game day management to get better. Timeouts, decisions to kick a field goal. He's kind of inconsistent with those sort of things. So if I was to add on one thing, it'd be that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What is your car wreck of the day? Give us your car wrecks of the day. I'll be literal today. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One thing that's never a car wreck is HRP. They're the opposite of that. They're going to help you. They're going to help your business. You're going to be thankful that HRP is in your life. Look, it's 2025. Yeah, it's already 21 days into it. But let this year be the year where you give your business some help and be better for it. Let HRP do that. Mike Holly owns HRP, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. They've been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years, whether it's Mike, whether it's Chris Fisher, whether it's all the fine people over at HRP. You're going to be in good hands. You're going to be in great hands. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Look, it's tax season. You're going to wish you had them right now. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. I always fire off a quick email. I'm more of an email guy, and I always get a response, very easy to understand. I'm thankful we have HRP. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business in 2025. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525, or check them out on the web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. think Barry's going to be in for me tomorrow, unless we get canceled. We'll see about that. U of H plays Utah tomorrow, so I think I'm going to be out. But we'll see.
I saw that. I got hit with that one on the fly, but okay.
Well, yeah, you like doing shows with Barry more than me, anyways. I don't know. Unless something changes. Although that game's supposed to be played. I don't know either. You're right. That game's supposed to be played, though, so I think it will be Barry and Blankers tomorrow. If something else changes, well, then we'll find out tomorrow at 3. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Which car wrecks do you have today, Blankers?
Well, the first one is one we talked about. Any people that are idiotic enough to believe that just because of the weather that there's not going to be any traffic or any reason why I shouldn't park my car in the middle of a major highway so that I can get my phone out and start taking videos of the city with snow, you are asking for a car wreck, and you are the car wreck of the day.
I like that move, though. It's a boss move, though. Like, for real, that's
it's
a
boss
move.
Until you become a hood ornament.
Well, that's the risk. That's the risk of making a boss move, right? But you just stop in the middle of the highway and start snapping some pictures. That's a boss move. It takes some courage. It takes some cojones.
You know what that
is? It's a boss move.
That's farming engagement, because when they post that bad boy, ooh, baby.
I hope that they were smart enough to do that. I
would think that's the only reason why they would do it, right?
I hope so. Because if not, then what else are you doing it for?
Exactly.
Like, it'd be kind of silly. So I really hope that they did. I had 2 car wrecks of the day, both involving the national championship game yesterday. Did you see that whenever Day and all the Ohio State players, they're going to the press conference afterwards, and you had the girl driving the cart taking them to the press conference room? She crashed it.
Yes.
Not only did she she just damaged the axle on a golf cart, and she was not even close with the turn.
Yeah, they couldn't use it anymore. It was stuck.
There's some minor whiplash on Ryan Day too. Like, watch his neck. He takes it.
Could you imagine if his leg was out of the cart? Like, we all stick our legs out of our cart when we're golfing, Like, could you imagine if his leg, like, it would have smashed between the wall and the tire? It would have been awful.
Not great.
She wasn't even close, though. Like, she almost drove up the wall. Like, it was Bo Jackson running up the wall to make that one grab. That was nuts.
Someone compared it to the Austin Powers scene where he's going back and forth in the tiny, except there's way more room for this girl to make the turn.
How could you miss that badly? I don't understand. Like,
maybe we don't know the conditions of that tunnel. Maybe it was icy there too. We don't know. Some black ice.
But you know how all these organizers in these big events go? They normally have these people like very much in tune with what their jobs are and practicing it. You got to believe that that's not the first time she's driven that golf cart. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was so bad. And then Dan Wolkin, who writes for somebody, I don't know, he was complaining about Notre Dame, like, cussing and being mad after the game. He's like, they should be professionals and not be cussing in the open availability after the game. And then you had other people fire back at him, be like, hey, you got to stop being so soft. Like, have some tough, like, thick skin. They just lost the national championship, Dan. How about you don't be Dan Wolkin. Like, grow some,
Well, I saw that, and we weren't there, but I would be interested. Like, he said that there were people saying, don't ask them certain questions and don't do this and don't do that. Look, I understand, like, it's been a long-standing discussion of when and how much cooling off period should there be before you're allowed to just jump into the locker room and go right in, start asking the tough questions of a guy that just laid it all out there and lost. Like, that's.
But how do you, how do you not expect them to be upset, though? Like, come on, these are like, yes, they get paid, but they're also
my thing
college
is, like, what
kids.
are you telling them not to ask? What, the field goal? I mean, I guess that's a Freeman, or the kicker. Don't ask them about the miss. But other than that, they really didn't do anything where you said too egregiously to where you say, oh, they played their way into losing that.
Yeah, that was weird to me. Like, he's a journalist. Like, have you never been in a locker room before after a loss? Like, yeah, that stuff's going to be happening, dude. Alex on Twitch, his car wreck of the day is his company wanting him to sit in front of an iPad for 8 hours. It could be worse, Alex. You could be jobless like the rest of Twitch.
I was going to say, Alex, you're at least getting paid for it, whereas Twitchers aren't. They just keep doing it every day.
You could be running 8 hours of local sports radio.
You got it good, Mapes. You get 3 hours with the Killer Bees. You got it good.
That is true.
Yeah.
Dell's bringing you a sandwich. You're hanging out with us. You're going to go cuddle with Dell later. What do you have to complain about?
I guess if you look at it like that,
I guess I have a pretty
Mapes, I mean, you don't. Branham and I are juggling kids and the job and everything like that. You got none of those worries and concerns. I mean, you do have to judge. You get to juggle a little at Twitch, but not as much as we do. Otherwise, those are like kids.
I did point out to Dell, I was like, wait, the reason that we got chosen is because other than Paul, we're the only two without a family. Like, we're the only two that can just like, yeah, we'll live in a hotel for 2 days.
Would you let Mapes babysit your children?
Mine? Yeah, I would. I don't know if I don't think Lisa would, because I don't think Lisa trusts anybody babysitting our kids. But I think I would. Yeah.
Mapes, would you be up to babysit children? Either mine or Blankers?
What are the ages? Is this an actual offer or
9 and 5? No, not for me.
Just for the sake of conversation.
9 and 5.
I could handle 9 and 5.
2 and 11.
I could 11. I could.
I knew the 2 was going to be the deal breaker.
How is your diaper changing game?
Does he like a PlayStation? I can handle an 11-year-old.
No, he's going to give you belly bumps and jump on your head and ask for a diaper change every hour and a half.
The 11-year-old?
Well played, sir. Well played. You just got out of babysitting with that one. Texter, car wreck is your take on Lamar. You're delusional and hilarious, but he spelled hilarious HALARIOUS. So I'm gonna turn around with that car wreck and give it right back to you, Texter, because of your spelling of hilarious. HALA. I don't know how people argue that Lamar Jackson in the postseason is not as good. All right, what's winning this bad boy?
I think it's the people on 45 and 59 taking pictures.
I kind of, the as one who likes to argue, I want to argue this one because it's a boss move, but it's tough to argue that one. Plus, it's also symbolic for like the day we had with snow and ice, so it's kind of fitting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll go with it.
It's also an actual car wreck, or you're risking an actual car
Well,
wreck.
it could have been
risking a car wreck. Although that girl was in a golf cart wreck.
That is true. But the symbolism of, it honors what today is, the snowpocalypse.
Snowpocalypse. Worst corner turn I've ever seen in my entire life. What are you going to watch tonight, Blankers?
It's a good question. I got to see what well, first of all, based on when the wife gets home, if she gets home, and what they're doing at work, I might be on kid duty long enough that I might be watching Bluey and
Wicked.
Oh my God. No, what's this? Big City
Rachel?
Green. Big City Greens is the new must-see for kids these days.
Haven't seen that one. All right. All of you drivers out there, the people stopping on the highway, taking pictures, you win our car wreck of the day. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Mapes for doing all the hard work, grinding these hours. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Blankers will talk to you tomorrow. I might talk to you tomorrow. If not, it'll be Barry. Good night, Houston. ESPN National coming up next on ESPN 97.5.